The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
What are you most afraid of? We're going to get into and underneath all of those fears today on Monday Morning Moxie.
This is Monday Morning Moxie from the one and only Coach Jennie. Each week, Coach Jennie shares a new challenge designed to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and more confident in every aspect of your life. Not next month, not next year, this week, and every week after that, so you can actually accomplish what matters most to you.
Hello. Welcome back to my web show, Monday Morning Moxie. This is episode 3 already, which is kind of mind-boggling. My name is Jennie Mustafa Julak, but everybody calls me Coach Jennie, and I'm so excited that you're here. Monday Morning Moxie is your weekly kick in the pants, a way to kind of get the week started, get your gears grooving, whatever the heck that idiom is, and make sure that you're moving towards the things that you really want to make happen, those things that matter most to you. So I'm going to do a little coaching, a little teaching. I'm going to take a few questions from the audience, and I'm, of course, going to give you your weekly experiment. The idea behind these experiments is it's 7 days to play with a new idea, or to play with a new habit, or to try something on that maybe you haven't thought of before. And just try it for 7 whopping days. And we'll see whether or not that experiment might make a modicum of difference, or if it might just change your life. So let's get into the episode, shall we? Last week, your challenge on Monday Morning Moxie was to stop puddle jumping. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go ahead and click on the link and learn all about puddle jumping. It's in the show notes. It's up here somewhere. Go ahead and click on that and learn all about puddle jumping. But the experiment, for those of you who are playing at home, was to give yourself credit and to just raise your awareness to how many credit-worthy things that you're doing that do not need to be puddle jumped. Again, puddle jumping is when you are trivializing all of your accomplishments and all of your experiences and all of the things that you're doing, all the decisions you're making. When you trivialize that and don't even recognize the importance of those things, you're leaving a lot of confidence on the table. Confidence you've already earned that you deserve to run with. So I'm curious, how did that experiment go? For those of you who tried it on, if you would leave me a comment and let me know how giving yourself credit is going, if you're feeling like, hey, this is an experiment I want to continue, or if you have any questions for me, leave me a comment below or shoot me a DM at Coach Jennie over on Twitter or Instagram. This week, I want to get into fears, and I want to share with you one of my most classic Coach Jennie coaching exercises ever. This one even comes with a freaking worksheet, people. But before we get into it, let me start by saying some of the most popular coachy nonsense ever uttered. Feel the fear and do it anyway. Just fake it till you make it. Change your thoughts, change your life. Kumbaya freaking yeah. That last one I've heard in so many different iterations, it makes me want to vomit. I'm personally so tired of these trite, unhelpful, and often downright gaslighting things that a lot of people in the coaching and productivity space say all the freaking time. And I think we say it because it sounds nice, it sounds positive, but it's actually kind of toxic positivity for anybody who's doing something that matters. If you're doing something that matters or working towards doing more of the things that really matter to you, you're probably experiencing some fear. Experiencing fear does not mean that there's something wrong with you. In fact, it means that you're human, and it means that you're off the couch trying to make something happen. And that's important. But experiencing fear is seen as this, I don't know, plague that you're supposed to deal with on your own and just pretend it's not there. Well, here's what I've learned over my 16 plus years of doing this business. That doesn't work. You deserve a way to experience your fears, but not let them take you over, not let it debilitate you, not let it stop you in your tracks before you start something. The fact that you're experiencing fear to me is a very positive sign. It means that something is happening, or you're about to do something or fixing to do something that is really important. And it's so important that you need tools to deal with all those fears that are bubbling up. So I am never going to say to you, just change your mindset. Poof, boom, you're done. Because that doesn't help anybody and makes you feel even worse about yourself. Instead of just having tools that help you feel your feelings and deal with all of the feelings of fear, I want to also augment that with thinking through and analyzing your fear from a lot of different angles so that you can get a little more information from that fear and figure out what you're going to do next. So I'm going to walk you through my 7-step process for tackling your fears. And 7 steps sounds like a lot, but I promise you by the end of this video, you will have these 7 steps memorized. It's that simple, but simple doesn't always mean easy. So it takes a little time, a little practice. I'm going to walk you through it, give you an example or two so that you can kind of see it in action. And then you guessed it, this is going to be your experiment for the week ahead. So let's get into tackle your fears. First, let me tell you what the 7 steps are in a general sense, and then we'll bring it home and make it make more sense with a legit example. Sound good? Step number 1 is to name your fear. Whatever you're feeling, maybe it's the fear of the unknown or the fear of failure or the fear of success or what could come with success. Maybe you're afraid of embarrassment, or you're afraid that you just don't know enough, or you're afraid of what you don't know that you don't know, which is a different level of the unknown. Maybe you're afraid that this idea isn't big enough or that this idea has been done before. Maybe you're afraid you just don't have what it takes, or you're afraid about what so-and-so is going to say about you, even attempting this thing. Whatever it is, I just want you to get really, really clear about what you're afraid of in this moment. Try not to overthink it too much and just say it. You know, I think I'm afraid of this. This is what I'm feeling afraid of. And if it's more than one thing, that's totally okay. Write down more than one thing, but we'll tackle these fears one by one. So that's step number 1, is simply name the fear. Step number 2 is to tell me, in reality, what is the worst case scenario if everything goes as bad as that fear can imagine? Now, Hilda, as I talk about often, the inner critic, that voice in your head who tells you you suck, the girl that allegedly looks like the bitch I hated in high school, allegedly. Hilda wants to take you to the worst case scenario. So for many of you, you may have already spent a lot of time hanging out in the worst case scenario, but I want to bring that into reality. What is the worst possible scenario you can imagine if your fear comes true? Everything goes to crap. What is the worst case scenario? And you want to get very honest about this, because usually, like, if your fear is something like, I'm afraid that I might be embarrassed, but your worst case scenario that Hilda's spinning up is now you're living under a bridge, that might be a leap, right? So we want to make sure that we're saying, here's the worst case scenario if it really goes bad in reality. That's step number 2. Now, step number 3 is to flip that coin over. What I want you to do is say, okay, you know what? Here's the best case scenario. Also in reality, not the best case scenario in the law of attraction-y sort of way of like, well, then I will never have to work again and I'll have unlimited wealth and love and whatever the heck that is. I want to know, what is the best case scenario if everything goes your way and that fear proves unworthy of you? If you beat that fear and suddenly everything goes your way, what would that look like? Again, in reality. Most of us, again, look at step number 2 because Hilda brings it up. But step number 3 usually doesn't get any airtime at all. So I would just ask that it gets equal airtime, right? So let's look at the worst case scenario and best case scenario. So the best case scenario is step number 3. Now for steps 4, 5, and 6, we're going to get into some data points, if you will. And step number 4 is about what you have complete control over in this situation. So when you're thinking about this thing that you're fearing, this fear that you're feeling, where in this situation do you yourself have complete control? Now we know you don't have complete control over anything else, thus having a step 5 and 6. I'll get to that in a minute. But you do have a lot of control in most situations. And it can be incredibly helpful to, again, thinking through this fear, not just feeling it, list out all the different ways that you actually have control over the situation, control over the outcome. When we get to the examples, you'll start to see how this flows together. So we'll put a pin in that right now. But for right now, just know there is a section where you're going to write down, here's where I personally have complete control over the situation. Now in step number 5, I'm going to ask you, where do you not have complete control, but you have influence over the outcome? Often we think about where we have complete control and no control, but there's this massive gray area in there where you have a lot of influence over the outcome. That doesn't mean you can absolutely manipulate it to go the way you want it to, but that sure doesn't mean you don't have a voice or a say in the matter. There's places where you could persuade or steer things in your direction, in your favor, and that's where you have influence. So again, in the examples, you'll start to see, okay, you know, I don't have control over this necessarily, but I have some influence I could exercise. I have some agency here that I could use. And here are the different ways I could influence a situation. That is step number 5. Now, step number 6 is equally important to the other 2 steps, in my opinion, which is where do you have no control and no influence whatsoever. Now, this is where most coaches kill me because they're out there saying, oh, just change your thoughts and you have complete control over your thoughts and blah, blah, blah. I don't know about them, but you and I, we live here on planet Earth, and there are things that we have absolutely no control and absolutely no influence over. That's not a bad thing. That's not a good thing. It's just a thing. It's completely neutral. However, it is important information. For some reason, a lot of us just kind of put our blinders on and think only about where we can control and influence. Very important places to consider, and I think equally important, is to just recognize here are some things that I actually can't move the needle on at all. So we're going to list out all the ways you have no control and no influence. Now, there's often a lot of my clients will put something down there that they actually have a little bit of influence over. So in the influence, back over on step 5, it might not be I have a huge amount of influence, but you might have a little bit of influence that doesn't quite put it into the 6th category of none. So again, steps 4, 5, and 6 are looking at this thing that you want to do that you're feeling fear about from these 3 different angles. Where do you have complete control? Step number 4. Where do you have influence? Not complete control, but influence that you could exercise. Step number 5. And then finally, where do you have no control, no influence? There's nothing you can do about it. Step number 6. Now, once you've looked at all of those different data points, you've gotten really clear. Here's what I'm afraid of. Worst case scenario, best case scenario, control, influence, neither. Now you have enough information to have a gut check and ask yourself a very important question. Now that you've analyzed your fear, what are you going to do about it? This is where you're going to be able to say, well, based on all of this information, now I can think more clearly. I'm not just sitting in this big, scary feeling, and I'm not just imagining how everything could go really, really bad, not even remotely in the realm of reality. Now that you've analyzed the fear and looked at it in these 5 different ways, you have a lot of information, a lot of data, if you will. Because again, we're not just feeling the fear, we're actually thinking through the fear as well. And so now that you have all of this data, you have enough information, as well as adding in your emotions again and following your gut to say, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do about that. As promised, this makes a lot more sense when you have a few examples, as well as you get to internalize it and eventually meet the promise I had of memorizing this thing. So if you will, let me share with you a couple of examples of this worksheet in action. Step number 1, name your fear. One of my clients shared with me, I have an idea for a new service and I want to offer it in my business. I'm really excited about it. But my biggest fear is that everyone is going to think this new service is a terrible idea and I will feel judged. So many of you are probably nodding along going, I get it. I have this big, exciting idea and I'm terrified that everybody's going to think it's a horrible idea and they're going to judge me for even thinking about it. So you can kind of feel that feeling for my client. I'm going to take that fear and look at it 5 different ways. First, what is the worst case scenario based in reality of how bad this could go if that fear comes true? Worst case in reality, she said, I can imagine that nobody signs up and I would have to try to promote it differently or just drop the idea and try something else. Okay, that's a worst case scenario. That wouldn't be pleasant, but it's not the end of the world either. See, one of the things that I love about this experience is as you start analyzing your fear, we're on step 2 and her fear is starting to shrink a little bit because we're looking and saying, maybe that's not as scary as I thought it was after all, because the worst case scenario is I have to get creative on selling it more and nobody shows up. That would suck, but I can handle it. Okay, moving on to step number 3. I asked her, what's the best case scenario, again, in reality, if everything goes your way? She said, tons of people will sign up for my new service and I'll get lots of support from my peers to promote it. So that would tell me everybody thinks it's a great idea and there's a ton of interest. I love this answer, right? Notice that it's still couched within reality of the fact that that could absolutely happen. People would sign up for it. Her peers would love it. She would get lots of support for it. She'd be making some money. There'd be proof of a ton of interest and she could build on that. That's the best case scenario she had. It's not, I will be able to buy that Maserati by Tuesday. The best case scenario also got her really excited. When I shared this with her, you could see her face kind of lighting up of like, that's the reason I even want to think about this idea in the first place, and lets you reconnect and feel more soul stitched to this idea of yours that you're excited about. Again, it's scary, It's also exciting, which is kind of my favorite combination of emotions ever. Okay, so now we're going to take that and go into steps 4, 5, and 6, where you're looking at the locus of control. Where do you have control? Where do you have influence? Not complete control, but influence. And where do you have neither? So step number 4, where do you have complete control in this scenario? My client said, the way I set up the service, the way I promote it, who I invite, how I present the information, how often I tell people about it, how I craft the message, etc., etc., etc. You see where this is going, right? There are a ton of things that she can do that she has complete control over. She gets to make every one of those decisions. She gets to do it at her pace, in her way, in her voice. She gets to ask for help if she needs to. She has complete control over all of those actions. Can you tell that as we're going through this again, you can see that fear shrinking more and more, that fear that this would be a terrible idea and I'll feel judged. It's starting to shrink more and more. Might not completely go away, but then again, it might. But we're going to keep going. So that's where she has complete control. But where does she have influence? Not complete control, but some influence over the outcome of hopefully getting to that best case scenario where everybody thinks it's a great idea and she's got lots of people signing up for this new service and praising its results. So where in this scenario does she have influence? Maybe not complete control, but influence over moving towards this service doing really, really well. She says, I have influence on how I persuade people to sign up and whether or not it reaches a wide audience. Now, if we spent more time here, we would be able to uncover many more ways that she would have influence over the outcome. But just those 2 ways in and of themselves, combined with all the areas that she has control over, is really starting to empower this client and make her feel like, oh my gosh, look at all of the different ways I can make a difference and slide the needle over to that best case scenario, that best possible outcome. Because between the worst case and the best case scenario, you're probably going to land somewhere in the middle. But we want to be kind of over here. Am I right? And by her just deciding I'm going to exercise my persuasion on getting people to sign up and make sure I'm doing my part to reach the widest possible audience. Even though she doesn't have complete control over that, she has a lot of power there and she's going to make sure she uses it. Now, in the last bucket here, where does she have no control and no influence? That's also an important piece of information. She thought about it for a moment, and here's what she said. I have zero control or influence on what other people are selling in my market, how much money my customers have, or what else is happening in their lives. I think that's really, really smart, right? Now, there's probably a few other areas, but just pinpointing those 3 was really powerful for her because she was able to say, you know what? I have no influence and no control over what my competitors are doing. I have no influence and no control over the pocketbook of the people that are looking at my services. And I also have no control or influence over what else is happening in their lives. I have no control or influence over world events and what's happening there either. Again, this flies in the face of a lot of what those coachy people are saying out there is just change your mindset and you get everything you want. It's not that simple. We all live in this reality. So recognizing that reality is really profound because it lets you let go of trying to control those things or worrying about those things. It does you no good to worry about whether or not somebody has the money. They have it or they don't, and it's not up to you or your responsibility. It doesn't help you to worry about what's going on in other people's lives and whether or not you have the right timing going on because you can't control or influence that. And it's not your role and it wouldn't be appropriate. So recognizing that lets you let go of some of that and feel much, much lighter. And more importantly, it lets you focus on the last 2 categories of where you have control and influence, because that's where you can put your time and energy. So finally, what I wanted to know from my client is step number 7, which is once you've analyzed your fear, what are you going to do about it? And here, what I'm asking for is that very next obvious step, that thing that would feel like, you know what? This is saying it's on. This is what I'm going to choose to do with all of that information. Now, your choice might be to say, you know what, based on this, I'm too afraid of it. It's not worth doing. That is certainly not the case in this example. In this example, she said, I'm going to ask someone I trust for feedback on my new idea so I can stop overthinking this idea for the new service. That felt like the exact next step she needed to take. And she felt like she had given herself permission to share this idea with somebody that she trusted, ask for that feedback, upgrade the idea a little bit. And I happen to know these services have been out on the market for a long time now, and she's doing very, very well. By taking the time to go through these 7 steps, my client was able to very quickly realize, you know what? I don't want to sit and stew in the fear. I want to think through it so I can get on with it. I can make a decision already. Are we doing this or are we not? Are we in or are we out? Is this something that is worthy of my time and energy? Is it worth the effort? Is it worth an experiment? By going through this process a couple of times, you start to internalize these questions. It becomes almost a really quick process for saying, wait, I'm feeling scared now. Let me think through this for a hot second. And with some practice, you can rattle it off really quickly. You won't even need the freaking worksheet. You'll quickly be able to say, okay, wait. What am I afraid of? What's the worst case scenario? How bad could this be? What about the best case scenario? What's the other side? Okay, that's pretty cool. Where do I have control? Where do I have influence? Where do I have neither? And ultimately, what am I going to do about it? So you can take any of your fears and run it through this process very, very quickly. You don't have to spend the amount of time that we spent on it explaining it, but it'll take a little practice. So I invite you to do just that. Your experiment for the week, if you're willing to take on the challenge, is to print off this worksheet that you can get in the show notes below and just keep it handy. The next time that you're experiencing a little fear, I want you to write down, or if you're not pen and paper, at least think through all of these different points of data about that particular fear and see if it helps you get to a resolution of, you know what, here's what I'm going to do with that information. It might just change your life.
Hey everyone, Meredith here, wife and CEO of Coach Jennie, back for round 2 of Ask the Coach Anything. All right, Coach Jennie, you know the drill. Here we go. Raina from DC is really curious. What book has influenced you the most?
Oh my God, I love this question. And of course, it depends on the day you ask me, but most of the time my answer is going to be Essentialism by Greg McKeown. If you have not read Essentialism, you need to. It's fantastic. So the concept of essentialism is doing less but better. And this whole idea of making sure that you're being really particular and discerning about where you're spending your time and energy and money and resources. Now, I will give you this. The book is kind of masculine in its examples, but if you can get past that, it's just amazing. And to say that this has most influenced me is not hyperbole. That idea of essentialism really spoke to my sense of minimalism, which is slightly different. You know, minimalism is about stuff, and essentialism is about everything else: time and effort and energy and attention. And attention is really the key. Like, where do I want to put my attention that feels essential? One of the things I love about this book is he talks about the paradox of essentialism and the idea that there's like this paradox of people who think like an essentialist and people who think like a non-essentialist. A non-essentialist does not spend any time or energy trying to discern what is or is not essential. So they don't spend any time or energy on that. Versus an essentialist, which is such a paradox, spends a great deal of time deciding whether or not this is worthy of my energy, which kind of connects to a lot of the things that I talk about in my coaching practice. So this idea of essentialism is so profound for me that when I first read this book, I was living in New York City and my wife and I were missing being on the beach. And so we went to the beach once, maybe twice a year on vacation. And then we were living in New York City, which is, I mean, I guess you could go to Rockaway, but anyway, we were not getting any of that wonderful beach time. And we thought, we're doing this backward. If we're really being essentialists, we want to live closer to it. So we should make a change. And over one brunch, we decided to move to Southern California. Now, of course, we've used that same essentialism mindset of like, okay, if it's essential that Meredith is leaving her job and education and working with me, how can we change our lifestyle, make radical changes just to make sure we're spending the majority of our time and energy on what matters most to us? So anyway, that's a long-winded answer. I love, love, love that book. Highly recommend it to anybody. And the audiobook is delightful because he's got that fabulous accent.
Next up, we have Shauna from Maryland. Shauna would like to know, what professional advice would you give your younger self?
Oh, Shauna. Love, love, love this question, my friend. This is really, really good. I have 3 different things that popped up to mind when you asked this. First up, I would push my younger self to go after and choose career paths and choose professional opportunities on things that matter to her earlier, instead of trying to get to things that felt impressive to others. You know, that dread in your stomach that you can get on a Sunday afternoon because you have another week where you have to go do that job. That was my life when I was in the fancy pants consulting role that I had worked so hard to get into. And I stayed a lot longer than I wanted to because I thought this was an impressive job. I was doing cool things. I was walking around the Pentagon. I was getting to rub elbows with all these cool people. And it was impressive, but it made me miserable. And I wasn't good at it because of that. That pit in your stomach of, I can't believe I have to go do this dreadful thing again is not normal. And I would make sure that my younger self knew that from the get-go. Because even if you're making great money, some money is too expensive to take. I would also tell her that she doesn't need to accept a salary or a coaching fee or a speaker's fee or any kind of money that is below the bar of resentment. She deserves to operate above what I call that bar of resentment. And of course, I would teach her about puddle jumping and how to break that habit as early as possible because, I mean, puddle jumping really sucked up a lot of my time and energy and wasted a ton of earned confidence in my 20s and 30s. And I wish I had all that time back now. I would really push her on the importance of giving herself credit. Great question. Thank you so much for asking it. I'm sure there's a lot more that my younger self needs to know, but I don't have a time machine.
Next up, we have Wallace, who's also from Maryland. And Wallace would like to know, who's your favorite Golden Girl and why?
Oh my gosh, Wallace, absolutely. Golden Girl, it's Sophia Petrillo, hands down, no question. For a few reasons. One, she just tells it like it is. She has absolutely no filters. Another reason is I feel like she is the greatest storyteller. The whole like picture it, Sicily, 1930 something, you know, is so really good. But the rest of her story is also really, really good. She tells a concise, pointed, beautiful story, and she just kills it. Then the other reason is Estelle Getty, the human. The actress herself had the least amount of experience of that entire cast and yet stole every scene that she was in, which is kind of mind-boggling when you look back at it. And that's not just because the writer set her up for that. She was that good. And of course, Estelle Getty, not just the actress, but the human, was one of the very early HIV/AIDS activists who was doing just amazing work before it was acceptable to do that kind of amazing work. Unfortunately, because she had had so many personal tragedies of losing people to HIV and AIDS, but she did some amazing work and that snuck into the Golden Girls, which is why, if you don't know, I can quote the Golden Girls like no one's business. So thank you for asking me that question.
That wraps up another round of Ask Coach Jennie. So do you want to have your question featured? You totally know you do. Go ahead and leave us a comment below or DM on Instagram or Twitter at Coach Jennie, and we'll see you there.
Thank you so much, Meredith. Okay, so that is it for me. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this episode. If you liked it, share it with a friend, leave me a like and comment and subscribe and all of the YouTube-y things that you can do that really supports me and supports our new network. I would really appreciate that. And until next time, keep making things happen no matter what. So today, my puppy, Sadie, will not let me record. She would like to be my canine boa, as you can see. Sadie, I'm trying to work here. My name is Jennie Mustafa Julak, but everybody calls me Coach Jennie, and I will be your host for this episode. Be host for this episode. Of course I will. I'm the host for all of the episodes. We're going to try that again.
After the garbage truck.
What the hell? What?
How many garbage trucks are there on this
That
campground?
felt like an earthquake.
Okay.
And you do this by practicing to collect proof, credit, giving. We're trying to record here. I am. Why don't you care? Hello, YouTube. And see whether or not it might make a modicum of a difference. You're a mess. What did you get into? Look at you. You're all wet. Can I get back to work now? And that doesn't mean that you need to change your thoughts and you're having negative thoughts and there's something wrong with you because you can't control of your thoughts. That was English. Teaching them how they can think through and analyze their fear analytically. Analyze analytically. That tracks.
It's still too like,
Hello,
hello, I'm on a talk show. I am on a game show host.
You would have to tell them what they want, Meredith.
Behind door number 3. Okay.
I'm going to teach you the 7 steps. 7 steps, I promise. It's just 7 steps. I don't know what this is. Steps. What was that? That was the dumbest thing ever. May I get back to work now? Yeah. I have influence on how I persuade people to sign up and whether or not it reaches a I'm going to try that again because that was like not English. Now, if we spent more time on this, there would be many, many more things that we could uncover, many, many more ways that she would be able to. The last bucket is what? Do you with me?
Copy that, boss.
Don't call me boss.
Right on top of that, Rose.
You want to do it again?
Take 3. Third time is the charm, they say.
Hi, I'm Jodi Krangle, and I'll be the voiceover artist that you hear throughout the day on 100 TV. We are so glad you are joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV. You're watching 100 TV. Trust Factor with Rob Greenlee focuses on all aspects to building human trust in online communications. Only on 100 TV.
10 factors of emotional intelligence to build trust and how to verify information in our world today. Hi, I'm Rob Greenlee here again in episode 3 of Trust Factor. Thank you for joining me. The trust factor in your life is essential, and the lack of it or abundance of it has profound impact on the quality of your life. So thank you for joining me here each week. If you're a returning viewer, I appreciate that a lot. If you're new, thank you for joining me today and watching Trust Factor or listening to it. And hopefully I can bring a more positive human experience to your life and other people's life through this podcast. Also wanted to announce here too, I'm excited that this show is now an audio podcast. So we are now available on the Spreaker platform with all of the 100 TV podcasts. They're slowly rolling out up there. My first episode has been published up there, and the second one will be soon published up there. And then obviously this one will be posted eventually too on. And so you'll be able to get it in Apple Podcasts actually right now and a few other places too. So definitely follow me over there, and also like and subscribe on YouTube to this podcast and to 100 TV as well. And I definitely appreciate you being here, and I'm excited to join you again and bring you another kind of episode, kind of exploring the world of trust and its impact on all of our lives. And so here we go. The 10 factors of emotional intelligence. And this is an interesting aspect, or a little bit of a spin on the concept of trust building and your ability to adapt to the world around you to build other people's confidence in you based on some characteristics that I'm going to talk about. And it refers to your ability to recognize and understand and manage your own emotions, as well as somewhat manage and fit in with other people's emotions without creating any kind of disruption in their perception of you around whether or not they can trust you. So it really involves building a crucial trust in effective communication, and how you communicate with others is really critical here in your personal and professional relationships. So let's dive into this a little bit deeper. Here are the top 10 elements of emotional intelligence as a factor of trust building. So let's just dive into it and dig into it. So self-awareness is a big part of this, in recognizing and understanding your emotions, thoughts, and behaviors. So really you need to get in touch with who you are, and as best as you can understand how you communicate, and how people perceive you as much as you can, and have an understanding of your own emotions and thoughts and behaviors out there in the world. And also the other part of this is self-regulation. So as you communicate into the world and as you think for yourself about your place in the world and your contributions to others around you in the world, you need to really focus on trying to develop some level of control of your emotions, your thoughts, and your behaviors as well. And that gets back to the self-awareness part. So if you understand how you react to different situations, you can create a better experience for yourself and for your others, especially in stressful situations where you get into maybe conflict, or you're nervous, or you're frustrated, or you're emotionally charged. This is when trust can be lost. So if you lose control, or you lose your ability to stay focused on what's important, I think that's a critical piece to this. So what is your motivation to achieve personal and professional goals? I mean, I think that is a big part of this as well. And the ability to persist in the face of setbacks. So if you can have an idea of what those potential setbacks are, then that'll help you better manage your ability to motivate others and to motivate yourself to achieve your personal and professional goals. So, so being able to persist, I think, and stay focused through challenging times, the challenging world that we live in, is so critical to being able to succeed. And also a huge factor here is empathy for others. And I think these are all kind of flow into your emotional intelligence, and your intelligence of what's happening around you in the world is to have empathy for others, and the ability to understand and relate to the emotions and perceptions and perspectives of others as best as you can. I mean, some of us really struggle with this, and I totally get it. I mean, this is not easy stuff to try and work through this thing. And it does, maybe you don't inherently have this ability to have empathy for others. And I do think that there are folks out there that struggle with this, or maybe even don't even think about it as something that they need to be concerned about how they come across to others, because maybe they're so focused on what they are thinking and what they are pushing on others that they don't really see the forest through the trees on this issue. But having empathy for others is key to, I think, our civilization's somewhat survival here. And I know this is a very serious topic that I'm taking here, but I do think that putting a smile on your face and getting through emotionally difficult times and having empathy for another person, I think is so critical. And this gets into social skills, right? Your ability to communicate effectively, build relationships, and resolve conflicts. So empathy and resolving conflicts kind of go together, and those kind of have a lot of social skills and a lot of discipline behind them, and it gets back to the social regulation. So a lot of these points that I'm raising are all interlinked with each other, and how you think about your interrelationships with other people, and how you even think in your own mind. And the other huge element here is what I call active listening. And active listening is listening intently to what other people say. And I think all of us struggle with this because of the conflicts that are in our world around information. We're getting bombarded with information coming at us from all angles, whether it be our smartphones, the world around us, noise, people trying to talk to us, people trying to communicate with us. And that is a skill, the listening side. And being able to focus on that listening is important. It's something that I need to work on. It's something that I think all of us can obviously do a better job of listening intently and understanding what others are saying, and having that information be fed into us from what others are saying to create more of a conversation, more of an interconnection with another person. And it actually will surprise you. It'll create kind of a much deeper comprehension of what another person is saying, and maybe a topic. Maybe you hadn't thought of that particular twist on that topic. And it may be something that opens the door to greater understanding about whatever topic that you're talking about, or whatever information that's trying to be communicated to you. It's also about having an open mind, and that communicates to other people too, of being able to receive information from other people. And I think this is really a skill that we all need to work on, and I think it will solve a lot of the problems that we have that I'm going to talk about a little bit later in the episode, around our information and where we're getting that information from, and is it reliable, and also some emotional resilience as well. Is your ability to recover from emotional setbacks and adapting to change in your environment also is a huge skill, and maintaining through all that a positive outlook. It may seem like this is kind of like emotional or thought gymnastics in your life. And while that may be true, I think a lot of these things, if you think about it, they will develop into skills that you can just act on. It's almost like being an athlete, right? So you probably need to think about some of these things from almost like how, let's say, a basketball player or a football player plays, where he has to practice and he has to think about these processes. And what you're doing is you're developing new skills. And I think the next thing, that once you've developed these skills, thinking about these skills from an emotional intelligence perspective in any kind of leadership that you're doing with other people, it's the ability to observe others and to understand others, to be able to create an environment where you're inspiring others and you're helping others and you're motivating others, and you have the ability to manage conflict, because you can actually listen to where the conflict is coming from and maybe drill right in on that hot button topic that is driving that conflict. And through all that, create a positive environment, whether it be a work environment or a personal home life environment. I think these are skills that are things that all of us need to think about more and work on. And I think it will create a much better world for us to all live in if we can create that type of dynamic in our lives. And I think that being able to better make decisions too, and the ability to consider emotions and perspectives of others. And this really, I think, fundamentally gets back to some of the free speech issues that we're facing in the world today. I believe some of this requires us to have a little bit of a thicker skin around judgment and trying to cancel other people in their validity of their thoughts. I think this is really a topic for the times. I just think more and more information is weaponized and is used against others, when that isn't really the best way to think about information. The best way to think about information is we can all learn from it, and we can all move forward with it. We can help each other. We can try and make decisions based on all the inputs, and that can affect everyone involved. And this will go so far to helping so many people kind of resolve their conflicts that they have in their lives here. So in summary, the emotional intelligence is a critical piece to building trust and effective communication with others by recognizing and managing our own emotions and our own understanding of the emotions of others. I think this is such a critical concept, and being able to communicate effectively once you've had that understanding of the emotions of others and being able to filter that. And I'll get back to what I just said just a few minutes ago, is that this is a skill that may be very difficult to do now, because there's a lot of people that are very entrenched in their beliefs and their thoughts, and that they're right and nobody else has any kind of an opinion that is valid. And that is not the way for us to conduct ourselves or to conduct our society, to have a free and open society that will work for the betterment of many. And that's, I think, what we want to build is solid relationships with people, not people that we want to go to war with. And that's kind of the world that we live in right now. And this will help us all achieve personal and professional goals. So I know I really beat that one down a lot. And so I wanted to kind of transition over to kind of another topic, which is also very, very timely as well. And I think these two topic flows of emotional intelligence and also our ability to verify and trust the information in our world today. Can we trust our information in our world today is one of the biggest questions that pops up in my mind. Trust is the number one thing in my mind that is impacting the world right now. And how can any of us trust any information that we have? I do think that there's clues out there, and I do think all of us need to use our intuition and our ability to look at the world and use some common sense, use some values that maybe we learn from our parents, hopefully, and to be able to better filter the information that we're getting from the world, to help us better determine what is information that we can trust, regardless of the source, regardless of who says it. It's also about how it's being said, and is the information there verifiable? In the world today, there is so much abundant information, and it's available online. I think the biggest challenge, like I said, is verifying and trusting the information is very challenging to do today. So let's talk through some of the tips to help you verify and trust information. And, there is a spectrum here of people's perception of whether or not they can trust any information. So, I think what one of the key things is understand the source, understand where it's coming from. Always check the source of the information you come across, and also look for information from reputable sources. Not always reputable sources will be the government or government websites or academic institutions or well-known news outlets. Those are not always the most reliable. I'm sorry to say this, but that's just the truth now more than ever. There are agendas out there, and I think we all need to agree to be cautious about all information and apply common sense reasoning and critical thought. This is one of the most important skills that kind of gets back to what I was talking about earlier about interpersonal communication and trust too, is be cautious about all sources of information. But I will say that my own experience here over the last couple of years is information from more independent sources seem to be maybe a little bit more passing the sniff test of common sense and reasoning and thinking about how is best for our society to operate, right? And think about relationships and think about our society and our culture. Some of the mainstream media sources and the government, they don't always feel like they're giving us reliable, good, trustworthy information about what's happening in the world, because you see the world through your own eyes, and you talk to other people and you verify things that you see in the world. And sometimes those things just don't match up. And I think we've seen that happen a lot more over the last couple of years. And I do think some independent sources are starting to be seen as more reliable and trustworthy. And independent sources are what it feels like are the only journalistic sources that are available out there, while we will see or hear from our leaders and our government that independent sources are the source of misinformation or incorrect information or information that needs to be eliminated. That is a red flag to me that there's something else going on here, because our society and our culture, at least Western society and Western culture, has been built on a fabric of more open free speech and more free speech type of communication. So as you think about these issues, apply your common sense, apply your own experience in your own life to the information that you get, and verify this stuff. Look for evidence to support whatever claim is being made, and compare that to your own experience. Sure, check for reliable citations, check for statistics. I think data is a very important component of pulling this apart, but data can also be manipulated. And so also look for other references to support your claims or support other people's claims. Are there people out there that disagree with those claims? Are there people out there that agree? And who are those people? And are they considered to be credible sources? I think these are all important aspects of trust. Oftentimes mainstream sources, I'm sorry to say, just can't be trusted anymore because they feel like an agenda. They feel like they're trying to push something on us that doesn't feel right, doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel like is common with our society and our culture, at least my experience. Anyway, now I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I'm entirely correct on everything that I say, as most information has an agenda. And I think we just have to just step back and say, generally, all information has some element of an agenda behind it. And mainstream sources do too. What is their financial affiliations? Who are their advertisers? Who is supporting that network? And is there the potential that those folks are being influenced by money? As more and more we suspect, and we're seeing examples and exposure of corruption in our society and in our culture and our government and our institutions. I think those are factors that we have to think about, and also consider, the information author, right? Who is the one that's putting this information out? Could that author have a bias? Could that author be funded by some group or some corporation or some agency that has a biased agenda that they want to put out there? Is the government somehow behind this? I think, as we've seen with some of the information that's come out about the government entanglement with maybe social media platforms, that there may be some interest in trying to suppress certain type of speech, certain type of topics, and influence the promotion of other types of topics. Those type of things do not build trust. So just be aware of where the information comes from. Do your research. Think with a critical eye. Don't just assume that just because it comes from a mainstream source that it's reliable information that you should automatically just trust. Look at opposing views, look at opposing sources, and to try and get a more balanced view on a particular topic. Open the other side of your brain that is more open to flexibility and looking at things as gray topics, not black and white topics. And also the last piece of this too is question the fact-checking tools. And I think some of those fact-checking tools are funded by government, corporations with agendas. So you have to question the fact-checkers. That's the other part of trusting what you hear. So verify trusted information and just be skeptical. Use your critical thinking and obviously look for as reliable sources as you can. So that's the main segment of the show today, but I wanted to get into some comments and some show feedback from episode 2 before we wrap this episode up. So a couple of comments that were in the threads on a variety of different, like YouTube and other platforms. Beauty Bubble wrote, "Oh, the brilliance of Rob Greenlee." Thank you, Beauty Bubble. It makes me so happy. All of this with Coach Jennie and has really created quite a liftoff week for the 100 TV network this past week. And Claudia Santiago also wrote, "Thanks, Rob, for your insights. So good." And so thank you for all the feedback. I definitely want to hear from you. I'm on Twitter, obviously on YouTube, so you can give me feedback on these topics and what your thoughts are on them. I definitely want to hear from you about your topics on trusted information. Where are you getting that trusted information? I would love to hear from you. You can post those on Twitter at Rob Greenlee. You can also do them on LinkedIn at Rob Greenlee as well, but do it in YouTube or do it in any podcast listening platform too, so you can get this show on those platforms as well. So thank you so much for listening today. I definitely appreciate you being here. I'm doing episodes every week of this show, and I'm going to increasingly build this show out as a audio podcast as well. So please join me. If you can't see the video or you prefer to listen to this podcast as an audio file, I definitely want to encourage you to actually do that and be connected with me. I want to be here for you. I want to be that helpful person that gives you some ideas on how to think about your life and the information that flows to you and from you to others. Can you help others feel trustworthy? Can you help others trust you? And I think at the end of the day, that's the key point here, is you want to have people trust you. And that's critical to all of our success as a society and as a world. So thank you for joining me on episode 3 of this series. I'll be back the following week with episode 4. And so look for me on 100 TV Network. That's on Mondays at 11:30 a.m. to noon Eastern Daylight Time and 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. That's when it's aired for the first time on YouTube. So, and then this show will be on demand in YouTube and in as a podcast as well. So you'll be able to catch up with this series over there. I hope that you have a fantastic week, and I hope that things this week turns out terrific for you and in your life. And like I said, please let me know if you have any questions or comments. My email address is rob.greenlee, GREENLEE, @gmail.com, and would love to hear from you. Please feel free to express yourself. I will talk about your email in the show next week. So get that email out to me as soon as you can think about it and fit it into your schedule. I would love to hear from you. So please write me. I appreciate you so much, and tune back into the show next week, and we can talk more about this topic. I will find another derivative topic of this that we can explore and expand. So thank you so much for spending time with me today. Thanks.
Running 4 YouTube channels for a multi-billion-dollar tech company has given me so much experience with what it takes to be successful on YouTube. And in addition, I have my own YouTube channel, so I know what it's like to be a solo creator, doing everything on your own with no resources. I want to share with you all of my best practices, tips, and tricks, so make sure to tune into my show on 100 TV.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
The lines are blurring between television and online video. We'll tell you why that matters next, only on 100 TV. Let's do a show.
It's time for the StreamLeader Report. Discover the hottest trends in digital media. Here's your host, Ross Brand.
Welcome to episode 3 of the StreamLeader Report. I'm Ross Brand from Livestream Universe, and it's great to have you with us as we continue on our 3rd week of 100 TV, off to a great start. So many wonderful shows. I'm so proud to be a part of this network, both a video network primarily distributed on YouTube and a podcast network. And even though we are totally ensconced in the online world right now, I want to talk a little bit about the lines between television and online video, particularly YouTube, but all different types of online video. A study came out recently. It was reported that nearly half of all YouTube viewers are actually watching YouTube on their televisions. Now, this was one of the big discussions that we had when we were creating 100 TV. Where do we distribute to? And some people argued strenuously that we should be on TV, we need to be on TV, the goal is to be on TV. Now, I didn't think that that was necessarily the issue for a couple of reasons. One is, up until a couple of years ago, I never had a smart TV. And ever since I got a smart TV, much of my viewing time on a smart TV is watching YouTube. If I want to hear discussion about news and politics, I'm most likely watching a video podcast that I think brings me what I'm looking for better than what's on TV. If I'm interested in sports talk or interviews with athletes of the past, I'm just as likely, perhaps more likely, to watch YouTube on the TV than I am to watch television. Now, for breaking news and live sports, nothing compares to TV. But for everything else, the lines are really blurring. It's blurring in terms of quality. It's blurring in terms of the kind of content. I mean, certainly TV's got, when you think about the bigger networks and the shows and the producers and the, the crews and all that kind of stuff, yeah, it's different. But when you're talking about basically talking head videos, you're talking about talk shows and discussions of news and sports and, entertainment, politics and, food and health and business and the different things that we talk about here on 100 TV. You're talking about behind the scenes, a day in the life, all that kind of stuff. I don't know that that comes across any better on TV than on YouTube. There's very, very good people at producing quality content for YouTube, and there's a lot of crap that's on TV. So that's how the lines are blurring. Now, nevertheless, there's many a YouTuber, maybe all of them at some level, right, who are successful, who are making a lot of money on YouTube. Probably more than they ever could make in TV for some of them, particularly at the top. And yet, most of them, if you ask them in their heart of hearts, what do they want? Deep down, they want the validation of being on TV. Because they want to get past the gatekeepers. They want to be invited into the club. They want that, what they feel is that legitimacy that television has, that a network logo and, one of the traditional networks or, one of the popular cable networks can bestow upon its talent and its content. And I think a lot of your really most productive YouTubers, if you had to ask, would say, yeah, I want a shot at TV. It's not necessarily a great business move for them, and there's always a chance that what they're doing on YouTube isn't something that works in the format of traditional television. On the other hand, you have the video podcast, your classic, you can think of a Joe Rogan type show, your classic couple of cameras, couple of microphones, and a conversation, whether it's one to many or it's amongst 2 or 3 people or 4 people in either a one-on-one interview or a panel. That plays pretty well on YouTube. I think it also translates to TV. I talked about this in a podcast last year, which I talked about watching the Yes Network, which is the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network. It's a regional sports network in New York, perhaps the biggest regional sports network in the country. And they, of course, carry all the Yankee games and pre-games and post-games, and they carry other professional sports. They carry some NBA, and they carry on weekends. They carry some college sports, and they have a lot of obviously live games, and then they have a lot of programming around the teams that they cover. But they also still have a lot of hours to fill, and they would bring in, a syndicated golf show, or they would bring in a show from overseas, or, something on rowing or running or what have you. And what I noticed is they're starting to fill their time slots where they don't have games and they don't have programming from the teams or about the teams that they cover. They're starting to fill that with video podcasts. Podcasts that come from YouTube, look just like YouTube video podcasts, because that's what they are. And they're seeing that as talk content that their audience would like. It's also very inexpensive content to create. So there is one thing that the creator, who's perhaps a YouTuber or a podcaster, but primarily doing online video, can think about is as budgets contract and there's a need for networks to have programming, the video podcast is one of the least expensive options you can have to fill time. And for a long time now, networks have been simulcasting radio shows, where they put a couple of cameras in a radio booth and they carry a radio show on TV. Basically, you can watch the conversation. And that has worked, and that's one way that they filled hours. The Yes Network, which I mentioned, carries the Michael Kay Show, which is a popular sports talk show in the New York City area that's on the ESPN radio station in New York. They carry that in the afternoons a lot of the time on weekdays. But video podcast really isn't that different than what Michael Kay and his co-hosts are doing in the afternoons. And so there's an opportunity there for podcasters, video podcasters, video creators that may be opening up. And since we're watching YouTube on our TV anyway, and we're getting used to that format on the big screen, I think it's inevitable that that's going to start moving some of that content, the best of it, will start moving, or maybe not the best of it, but that which has built an audience or proven it works in a certain niche, that will start to migrate into TV. And so that's one aspect of the opportunity. Now, if you want to get on TV, you can create your own channel on Roku. And you can use a CDN to deliver that content. You can set up your own on-demand channel for your show on Roku. You can use something like a Vimeo or other CDN, and you can set that up. Now, the reason why I believe that YouTube was right for 100 TV more so than a Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV at this time is that YouTube has an audience. It has, 2.5 billion active users? And each of us in 100 TV has our own audience on YouTube and or on other social networks. And so I thought the opportunity to grow on YouTube, given the fact that there's discovery, given the fact that YouTube is looking to find a way to put your video in front of people who will watch it and stay on. So you have a chance to reach a much wider audience. Yeah, ultimately, having TV is another distribution point, and putting our content there, then promoting that is certainly something that I think would be a great addition to 100 TV. But not yet. I think YouTube is where we start to build the audience, and as well as bringing it over from the other socials. Nonetheless, TV is on our roadmap, and I wouldn't be surprised within the next year or two that we don't have channels on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, and perhaps other TV services, other OTT services. But the opportunities for those who want to jump into the TV space are there. As I mentioned, Roku and others that let you set up your own channel and you distribute the videos through a CDN, and then you build your own audience, or you bring your own audience over there. The more of an audience that you have, the easier it is to redirect some people over there. The more you're dependent on discovery, the better your chances, I think, are to build an audience first on YouTube. The other thing that's going on is there are a lot of independent networks popping up, just like 100 TV is an independent network. There are independent networks popping up that are carried on all these services and are looking for content and looking for shows. I know a good number of people who are distributing their shows on TV through one of these kind of independent networks, or In the case of a friend of mine, Tony Henderson Mayer, she's actually acting in one or more series that's carried on an independent network on TV. And so there's a chance to reach a lot of people that way if your content takes off, if you're able to market it, if you're able to get it in with a network that promotes well, that has that outreach that can bring people in or already has a built-in audience. Where we're going next with 100 TV, I should just mention, is we're heading into the podcasting space. So we are not only doing the videos and classifying them as video podcasts on YouTube, we're taking the audio and we're distributing it through Spreaker from iHeart. And as a part of their Prime network, which features independent networks, all of the 100 TV shows that want to distribute as podcasts have that opportunity as part of the 100 TV podcast division. The network will be live, and you can start going to find your favorite shows from our network on podcast. So you can listen to the audio version. You can listen as you drive. You can listen when you're offline by downloading it. It's another opportunity to connect with 100 TV and consume the content without necessarily having to be in front of a screen. Okay, so back to TV and the lines being blurred. So that's the attraction of TV. The numbers on TV are not as big as you might imagine them to be. I mean, I know a lot's in the news now with Fox News and Tucker Carlson versus CNN versus MSNBC. It's not that many people that they're fighting over when you think of the number of people in the U.S. and the number of people in the world. And then you think of what the most popular podcasts and most popular YouTube shows are doing in terms of numbers, in terms of viewers and watch time and all those things. It's pretty amazing how at the upper levels of online, you can make an even bigger impact and make even more money than you can on traditional television. Doesn't take away the desire of the live streamer and the video creator and the podcaster to get their face on TV. But it does speak for opportunities on the online side. And another reason why we've created 100 TV. The other thing that attracts people to TV, and particularly network television and the big cable networks, is that sense of authority, that sense of that they're doing something important, that they're part, that they're at the core of the electronic media. And I mean, when I think of something that really encapsulates that, I think about the little island nation of San Marcos. I think it's a little island nation. But I don't know how many people have seen the movie Bananas from, 69, 72, something like that. It's a very old movie, Woody Allen movie. And there's a scene that starts off the movie in which ABC Sports, worldwide, what was it? ABC Worldwide, ABC's Wide World of Sports is down in the little island nation of San Marcos to cover the assassination of the president. And starts out with a figure who I think is supposed to be like Jim McKay, the old sportscaster, who would be anchoring. And then he throws it for the coverage to Howard Cosell. And Howard Cosell is calling it like it's a boxing match. And then the assassination takes place. The president is shot. And Howard said, we want to get a word with the president, and he's El Presidente, he's trying to get through the crowd. He's American television. Would you people move American television? Like the fact that he's with American television should open all the doors, clear out the crowd, and get him on a straight path to the shot and soon to be deceased president of San Marcos. American television. And so it still has that draw. And it still has that, like Howard used to say when he was doing radio, he got into a fight with a producer. He said, "We're just doing a radio report here. This isn't a 1-hour television spectacular." Okay, so TV has that grandiose thing going, and it has that special place and that sense of importance. Oh, TV's here. Not what it used to, but it still does, and so there is a draw there. And that's where you have to be really strategic in terms of, do you choose YouTube? Do you choose other online sources of distribution? Our focus at 100 TV has been entirely on YouTube on the video side, but do we consider Twitch? Do we consider maybe multi-streaming and going to Rumble, or distributing on Twitch or Rumble on a different day the content that we distribute to YouTube? Those are other questions to ask, as well as where on the roadmap are we in terms of heading into TV land. So let's talk about some of the different types of TV that have emerged since traditional broadcasting and cable television. To provide some background into this, I want to learn these better myself, and so let's work on this together. I'm going to bring up some definitions here, and hopefully this will be helpful to you as well. If you're thinking about getting into TV, where to go, which is the right service or the right approach for you. And if you're a viewer, you might learn about some different options from that perspective as well. First of all, let's start with OTT. What is OTT TV? OTT stands for over-the-top television, or over-the-top, which means that it's TV that's delivered over the internet without the need for a traditional cable or satellite subscription. Popular OTT TV services include Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, and Disney Plus. Another type of television you may have heard of is AVOD, which stands for Ad-Supported Video on Demand. This is where you can access TV shows and movies for free, but you have to watch ads in between them. Some examples of AVOD services include Crackle, Tubi, and Pluto TV. These services offer a wide variety of content from classic movies to recent TV shows, and are a great option for those who want to watch TV without paying a monthly subscription. On the other end of the spectrum, we have SVOD, or Subscription Video on Demand, where users pay a monthly subscription fee to access a library of TV shows and movies. Again, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, all examples of subscription-based services, as well as newer entrants like Apple TV, Plus, Paramount Plus, HBO Max. These kind of services typically offer exclusive content, as well as access to older shows and movies that you might not find on other platforms. Another newer category of television is called FAST, or free ad-supported television. This is similar to AVOD in that you can access the content for free, but the difference is that FAST services are typically live channels like traditional cable TV. So in a sense, 100 TV, when we're streaming on Mondays and soon to be on Tuesdays, all of our content, one after the other, each starting at a specific time, we're setting up a fast structure, free ad-supported television. Some examples of fast services include Pluto TV, Zumo, and Krangle. These services offer live channels that you can watch on your TV or device and often have a wide variety of content from news to sports to entertainment. What's interesting about Pluto is I believe it has both live and on demand. So it's a fast and an AVOD, I believe. So in essence, AVOD is focused on demand, while fast is focused on live programming and channels. Both types of services are free for viewers to access, but generate revenue through advertising. Pluto is considered both an AVOD and a fast service because it offers a mix of on-demand and linear channels and is free to access with advertising support. Pluto TV is designed to resemble traditional TV with scheduled programming and channels that can be browsed and selected, but it also includes on-demand content that can be accessed at any time. The service is able to offer this content for free due to advertising revenue, which is integrated into the viewing experience. That is the model that we are setting up with 100 TV. We stream our shows in a linear fashion, but we also then later upload them and make them available on demand and make them put them into binge-worthy playlists. Okay, so we've talked about AVOD, SVOD, FAST in the realm of OTT. Where do services like Apple TV, Fire TV, and Roku fit in the context of this discussion? Well, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Roku are devices that allow users to stream content from various services, including subscription-based streaming services like Netflix and Hulu, as well as free ad-supported services like Pluto TV and Tubi. In this context, these devices are considered connected TV platforms as they enable users to access a variety of content on their TV screens without the need for cable or subscription. Apple TV and Fire TV also offer their own original content through their respective subscription services, Apple TV Plus and Amazon Prime Video. Roku, on the other hand, does not produce original content, but offers its own free ad-supported streaming service called the Roku Channel, which features a mix of movies and TV shows. Overall, these devices are the gateways for users to access a wide range of content from different sources, making it easier for them to discover new shows and movies and watch them on their TVs. Thanks for joining me for another episode of StreamLeader Report. Stay tuned here for more great shows, including Business in the Raw with Rebecca Gunter coming up next. I'm Ross Brand. This is the StreamLeader Report. We'll catch you again next week on another episode of the StreamLeader Report, only on 100 TV. Take care, everybody.
I'm a content creator and the founder of Joie G113, Joie Gharrity. I worked in the Hollywood entertainment industry for 15 plus years at top companies in film, television, original web content, and brand entertainment. Every episode I start by sharing a Hollywood story along with a superstar branding and marketing strategy and tip that you can implement quickly and easily so you can take your biz to superstar status on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live.
Step into the marketing mirror to uncover marketing secrets. Discover gems, tactics, lessons, and campaigns you can use. Whether next gen or fundamentals, each week, Sue Ann will help you grab the marketing magic to improve your marketing and win more business. Only on 100 TV.
I don't script any of this. This is a stream of consciousness kind of program. We're going to find out if this is a wine worth drinking or not. This could go either way. I'm going to go in with an open mind and an open bottle, and we'll try it out, see how good it is, or if it's any good at all. This is a completely unstructured show, and it's just something fun I'm doing. It has a very nice finish to it, I will say that.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa, Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzzit Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
Hey everybody, you're watching episode 3, season 1 of Business in the Raw. If you're joining us for the first time, or if you're a little confused as to what's going on, here's a solid recap. Janine Payne is a woman who is opening the next chapter of her life, and she wants it to be business. Entrepreneurship is calling. She doesn't know exactly what she wants to do, who she wants to do it for, or how she wants to do it. Good news, everybody, that's my job. We're going to sit down, do a deep discovery of everything that Janine is passionate about, lay it all out on the table, and pick up the pieces that are worth and worthwhile shaping into a viable, sustainable business and brand that Janine can be really, really proud of. This is so much fun for a branding person like me to start from scratch, a totally blank slate, and create something new. Over the course of episode 1 and 2, we've done just that, throwing everything onto the table and picking up those pieces to see what fits in a business model and what is maybe in phase 2 or doesn't come along for the ride at all. Janine has explored many different iterations of business. Should she be a gardening guru? Should she be doing voiceovers? If you already watched episode 2, you'll know that Janine has decided to open a voiceover personality agency in which Black voices can emerge and become the go-to sound for brands, businesses, causes, nonprofits, webinars, commercials, whatever application that requires a voice as bold, beautiful, and absolutely magnetizing like Janine's. She is a force to be reckoned with, and I cannot wait to shape all of this into a big, beautiful, bold business brand. We're going to do that through the art of positioning. Is an exercise that I've been using throughout my business for the last decade, in which I try and answer who are people, what do they need, who is Janine, what is she delivering, and why is she special, different, and one. In this next segment, you'll watch me and 100 TV's Ross brand talk about this. How did it come about? Why is it useful? And how is it applied? And then we'll jump into discovery session with me. This is episode 3 and 4, where we're doing the deep discovery to shape that brand. Carving it out of marble, if you will. I'm glad you're here. Now let's go on over to the live stream with Ross Brand and let's see what positioning is all about. And then we'll jump into it with Janine.
Welcome to a special edition of Egos Aside. I'm Ross Brand along with Rebecca Gunter. We are both creators with 100 TV, show hosts, and we have been live streaming all about creating the network, which is going to go live on May 1st, 2023, Monday, May 1st, with our whole lineup of Monday shows. But right now, we are continuing our discussion of positioning and gaining the copy together from different sources, and Rebecca's really running a masterclass on positioning. And so we went through and got some of the initial language together, came up with some positioning statements, narrowed that down into one statement, and now the work continues. So I'll turn it over to Rebecca, and you can fill everybody in on how this works, and then we can go forward with the next steps.
What a setup. You set them up, I knock them out of the park.
All right.
Okay. Good. Thanks for joining me on this sunny Saturday as we're ramping up for the launch of 100 TV Network. And it's been really cool to be able to come to this collaboration with my own unique skill set for helping projects, brands, and entrepreneurs figure out how to talk about themselves, put it in word, articulate it into words. Everyone needs copy. Everyone needs copy that feels on brand and actually works. The job of, any asset that we're putting out there is to pre-sell the thing. So how do we get people kind of like beyond, from converting from curious to raving fan? Generally, that's around how we're presenting that brand. Words, actions, and images. And my job is the word part. I do this work by way of this marketing tool called a positioning statement, and you set it up perfectly. We've done a bunch of discovery around how to write a positioning statement, which essentially answers the who, what, why, where, when, and how of just any endeavor that you're going to embark on, whether it's an email sequence or fully fledged, the internet's new favorite place to go for independent creators and this kind of content. So
I got a quick question because we didn't touch upon this last time, and I just want to ask you, can you go through what your formula is and kind of how you came up with that, or where how you developed that, so that people have an idea what we're trying to fit the different positioning statements into? What are the elements that go into a Rebecca Gunter positioning statement?
That's an awesome question. What is this, a commercial for me, Ross? I love it. Thank you.
Softball.
That's awesome, though, because this is a really if I'm honestly having a conversation with you right now, Ross Brand, my friend and colleague, positioning is something that I really struggle to position. Accomplished children have no shoes. It is a thing you do not know you need, solving a problem you do not know you have. It's really around articulating these very basic questions that anybody's going to need to know in order to connect with what you're doing. It's essentially giving people and yourself a reason to believe. You can think about it like a North Star that we're just articulating so that we can drive all of our marketing activities towards those ideas and give you some branded phrases that you can start integrating into your marketing, like weaves like golden threads through your stuff. Hashtags, taglines, just reasons to believe. That's the marketing reason that you do it, but also from a business perspective, it identifies what's your audience, what are they struggling with, how do you solve that problem, why is it uniquely you? So you're essentially, again, kind of positioning yourself in the marketplace. I didn't invent positioning. It's definitely a marketing tool that other people use. I don't always see people add the because only part, which is the why you do it. And so they handle the mechanics of it, for this type of segment, who needs this thing, and we are this other thing, and we deliver these things, but they don't always integrate the why, which I think is that's the thing that really does the conversion. That's the thing that builds a fan base. I learned how to do this workshop style from my old branding mentor. For a few years, I had the pleasure and the privilege to work in a brand strategy agency that helped people with exactly this kind of thing of positioning and messaging, and then produced a bunch of marketing assets to go along with it. So as a young copywriter and baby in the woods, I got the pleasure of figuring out how this stuff gets figured out, and it happens workshop style. I'll be real, RB. I just have a kind of a gift or an intuition in the listening to be able to digest in, essentially 90 minutes or less, coming to the table with a very blank slate, ask you questions organically, and really try and get to the heart of it. Who are your people? What do they need? Who are you? What are you delivering? And why are you special, different, or the one? And then I think about how could I approach that position from a few different angles. I put 3 of them together. Usually one's like a little vanilla, one's a little butterscotch, and one's a little avant-garde. And we read all of them and start to kind of triangulate what is the best of the best to create this positioning statement for, for the overall brand. And then, of course, you can use the tool of positioning for anything you do. I've got like a million positioning statements. So we'll have one that's like sponsor facing. We'll have one that's audience facing. We'll have one that's creator facing. If we do, an initiative, I'll be chomping at the bit to do some positioning. It gives you a way to talk about yourself, like as the client, the person being positioned, gives you something to talk about. It gives your team the same idea to get them playing from the same sheet of music. And it gives your like prospects something to believe in. It also sets creatives up for success because the positioning of the brand has already been decided. And then we can all work together towards that unified goal. And today I'm wearing the hat of a copywriter who took our positioning statement and created website copy based on those ideas.
Quick question. Is the positioning statement in general an internal document or an external document? And are there any companies that might be well known out there that you've actually been able to see their positioning statement and go, oh, that's a really good one? If you're looking for an example of how it's done right, there's one. Or, I mean, if you would so like to open up, maybe there's one that's an example from a big company that you would say, don't do one like that.
Well, those are excellent questions. I can answer the first one, and the second one I'm going to kind of struggle with. The first one is, this is an internal thing. Thank you for asking. I always forget to tell people this is internal. It's an internal thing.
Of course, if we're putting it on video and into shows.
Well, I frame the work as internal because once you start thinking about who you're going to offend, who you're going to exclude, who's going to be turned off by what you're doing, then you start to filter it for yourself. Right. And it becomes less true, less authentic, less real.
So you don't realize what your competitive advantage is if you're trying not to say anything that might make a competitor feel uncomfortable or might seem a little more bragging or what have you.
No, I don't really worry about I honestly don't worry about the competition at all, which is why I can't answer the second question as effectively as maybe you'd want me to. Because I really intentionally, by design, come to the work from a blank slate. It's a real tabula rasa. I intentionally don't do any research on your company, what other people are doing, the industry. In fact, I want to keep my blinders on so that I'm not influenced by what other people are saying and how other people are doing it. I want it to be truly unique, 100% genuine. And so I kind of keep my head down to do the work so I can do a very clean interpretation in co-creation with the client or with, a cross-section of the team or whatever. So I don't know how other people are doing it out there badly, but I can tell you what my process has worked very, very well. And I know it works well because I see elements of a positioning statement for work I've done with clients a year, 2 years after we've stopped, after we've all moved on and done other things, done other contracts. I still see positioning phrases and branded copy showing up in their marketing today. So everything has like a lot of legs to it. So it's as internal and as external as you want it to be. So if you want to keep some parts under cloak and dagger, feel free to, but you and I are totally transparent.
That's what 100 TV is all about. And so
that's
proceed as though I wasn't asking any questions.
No, but seriously, from the heart, thanks for always setting up your interviewee for success. And I struggle with articulating the value of positioning because if you honestly haven't gone through it, it's almost just like it's almost a transformative experience to have a mirror held up to you and the idea that you've been germinating and see it in words, and you can see people kind of like sitting up taller and having confidence, and I'll hear feedback like, the words are true, but I I didn't know I didn't know it was
Right,
all like that. That was so fun talking to Ross all about positioning, why we do it, how we do it, and what's the deal. Now, let's get into that discovery with Janine. I'm going to ask her all the questions. Who are your people? What do they need? Who are you? What do you deliver? And why are you special, different, or the one? This will be an organic conversation where I ask Janine so many questions to get to the heart of what she's doing, she wants to do for the world, and what she wants the world to do for herself. Now, let's get into discovery with Janine. Janine Payne, welcome back to the consultants table. I guess Jada Pinkett Smith has the red table. What should we call ours? Do you think?
Ooh, you look great in blue.
Thank you.
Because of your beautiful green, blue eyes and the whole look. So I don't know, but I feel something like I don't know why the word homogeny comes to mind, but it's an Irish pool thing. I don't know. Calming seas. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Welcome back to the Calming Seas then.
I love that. Yeah.
We're so excited. You've had a few weeks to really ruminate on the work that we've done so far. And today is such a special day because now we're really going to get into the discovery of your business itself, the actual entity of it, not what are all the moving pieces. All right, so we are doing discovery today for positioning. This is an organic process. It is my signature move in my business with any client I work with. Brings us the foundation that we need to essentially, I think of it like carving a brand out of marble. We've got to figure out where our ins and outs are, how does this thing going to emerge from our slab of granite? And that comes through the process of discovery, and it's really a curiosity-led process in which I'm going to ask you just an insane amount of questions. You know how I do. To get to the bottom of it. Who are our people? What do they need? Who are we? What do we deliver? And why are we special, different, or the one? Those are 5 points on like a North Star that we're going to articulate. Once we articulate what those are, then we'll be able to start using that as the brand positioning, which is essentially how we talk about ourselves. A brand is your reputation brought to life in words, actions, and images. In my opinion, everybody defines it differently, but in my opinion, it's bringing your reputation to life. And how do we do that? It's in the words we're using. It's in the pictures, the video, the images, the graphics, and it's also in the actions that we do. You certainly know a brand. Let's just use Verizon as an example. You immediately have some ideas about what their actions are and what that means about their brand. Maybe if I say, I don't know what's coming to mind here. What's your favorite brand?
Because Target has its own brand, so not necessarily a product, but when I think about Target, I think about the shopping experience, whether or not I'm online or actually in the store. I expect prompt cleanliness to find what I want or to quickly know that it's just not available. I know where to look for sales. I know where to look for so there's just something about the efficiency of Target that I really love, and the often cheery staff. And I like the fact that they pay a little bit more above many of the other big box stores.
Nobody wants to be around underpaid, undervalued, cranky employees. And I don't know why companies haven't figured that out yet.
I know.
Walmart. There's no doubt in my mind that Target sat down and by design created an experience, desired customer experience that they want you to feel. So when you say it's clean in there, that means that there is somebody scheduled to do the cleaning, and that's important to them, and that it's prioritized. When you say it's organized, it's come in to do strategic retail design, and that was important to them. So what's important is showing up in their actions, and a brand is the same way. So I'm going to give you the words. That's my specialty of it. How you create, how that comes into fruition, how you execute it is going to be really, really up to you.
Thank you.
Really up to you, and I can't wait to see it all come to the table. So today, I'm just going to ask you a bunch of questions so I can figure out what your positioning is.
Okay.
I will come back to you next session, and we'll have 3 very different positioning statements to explore and try on. We're going to go into the dressing room and we're going to try them on. And by that process of triangulation, we'll really tease and refine until we have the perfect plum that feels so you. And then we'll use that positioning to write marketing copy, to attract people to your organization, to essentially give people something to believe in. So in order to
Yeah.
know what those things are, I got to go through this process with you.
I'm going with
Are
you.
ready? All right, ready? Let's do the thing. Playing with the layout. All right. So again, this is a curiosity-led process, and I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions. Who are our people? What do they need? Who are we? What do we deliver? And why are special different? Or the one is the direction I'm taking us in this conversation. In the meantime, I'll take copious notes. I have my purple Sharpie here. Shout out to Purple Sharpie. And I've got your dedicated notebook just for you. And I'm ready to roll. All right. The thing that's special or interesting about you in this business is you can't come to me and say, my clients are like this, because you don't know. We have to do some future casting, as it hasn't really happened. It's happened a little bit. It hasn't really happened. So instead of thinking about, maybe if you'd had a brick and mortar store for 15 years, you'd be able to be like, oh yeah, my customers are generally somewhere between 25 and 35. They live in the neighborhood and they have blah, blah, blah. We don't know any of that. But what we can define are the kind of people that you want to work with, the characteristics that they share, the values that they have, the motivations that they have, their needs or wants, from essentially what we're still landing in this voiceover agency or production, like audio production house, around that stuff. So who would buy it? Yeah. And what are they like? So I have some thoughts about who would buy it and what they would like, but let's start with you and either wave a magic wand and be like, my perfect, if I worked with no one else, my people would be like this, or based on your experience with folks you've worked with previously, they share these kind of like personality traits or kind of ways of existing.
Got it. I was asking whether I'm responding to that last statement. And so when I think of the type of client that will want to hire Janine, is a client who may not realize the power necessarily of voice-over talent that can help sell their product. And I'll try to describe who they are. They are local, and I'm speaking more local initially, because often businesses that are local really don't think that they can either afford or that they need a voice to put on radio or television that can sell their product. Whether or not they are selling real estate, or if they're a dentist or whatever, often you get a flyer in the mail, there's a new that's opening up around the corner or whatever. There is a way to reach customers beyond that flyer, although they are local. So you don't have to be the big, I'm going to say, use the term big box, in order to afford to get your name out. So I believe it's people who don't realize that they can benefit from someone like me.
Why are you going? I'm absolutely just pursuing this line of inquiry to unpack it. This isn't me saying you're doing it wrong, to be clear. Yeah. But why are we going after clients who don't already know the value of voiceover or think of themselves as so small that it doesn't occur to them that they would need it, when there's a whole market segment of people out there who know damn the value of a voiceover artist to sell their products and can afford to pay for it? What is it about almost like plebeian entrepreneurs in the media space that's turning you on?
So that's just one category. Certainly, but I'll answer your question. I think because I often look at the woman who is aspiring to be, and so perhaps I see myself in that response, in that answer, right? But I also know that there are clients, yes, of course, healthcare systems. There are, and I believe that I have the voice for, I know that I have the voice for e-learning spaces, as well as training videos, also to market in, what is it, XC90. So from the, as they say, rooter to the tutor, from the largest and the biggest and the boldest and those that can really afford it to those who cannot. Yeah, that's how I see that's where I view the strength of my in carrying my voice through and selling a product. So I started with local just because think of myself, and I'm more just community based as well. But I don't think that's all that I can do. And I don't think that's the only type of organization that will want to pay for my services. Not at all. I don't know.
So I'm hearing, I'm hearing like it's for everybody. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, definitely think so. But I know at the same time, you really can't market to everyone. If I had a preference and where I would want to spend resources, it would be here. It would be at the top, the larger companies. But I heard an ad on the radio the other day. Actually, I hear it every day because I listen to a particular radio station every day. And the ad went, hey, they have these customers and they do this home improvement. And they went to one of their customers and said, hey, I noticed that you had this particular work done. Why didn't you call us? And the response was, oh, I didn't think you all took small projects. So that's part of what I'm trying to convey here is that although you may do the large projects, and I know that I'm not only qualified, but I believe that others, when they hear the voice, they'll say, hey, this is who I want selling my product. But also, how do you attract those that don't think that this voice is for them? I don't know.
What would you say to people who don't think this voice is for them?
First, I would want to know, why don't they think the voice is for them? Why? I won't say the voice is for them, but that it's accessible to them. And the benefit, I would want to find out.
Why don't you think they know? Why don't you think they know?
Why don't they know? Perhaps they're not ready because they're not seeking the greater opportunity to sell their product, business, or whatever it is.
What's holding them back from that?
You said step back from that?
I said, what's holding them back from that?
Perhaps belief in their own product, perhaps preparedness. Are they ready for the level of exposure that perhaps a voice talent can bring? It could be expense, but hope that we can build value and show value. Yeah, I think that's why. I think that's interesting. That's a very interesting question because I'm not sure, but some of it, somewhere along the line, there's a value restraint. I think there's a value and being an affordability, right? But those people who can't afford it, let's say, just simply can't afford it, or you'll seek for someone else who can get the job done for whatever rate you can afford. So I'm not setting myself up for that adventure where I'm lowering costs just because I want to help meet someone else's budget necessarily. I don't know. It's something to think about. Now, I know I'm going to tool it as we continue to talk about this because I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the goal of this session is it helps you work through some of these unanswered questions. When we start off the gate, your mind is on like, how can I make other business people in my community more impactful and powerful and sustainable and successful by educating them to the power of the voice to sell? So that's where we started. But now it's like everybody, I don't want us to get trapped in the idea that everybody has to pick one single market segment and then alienate everybody else. There are going to be small potatoes people who are interested in what you're doing, who maybe can have to save up 6 months worth of marketing budget to put an ad on the radio. There are going to be medium-sized businesses who recognize that the power of video is exponential, but you still have to look good and sound good. And if they're struggling with the sound good part, here's where you can come in. And there are larger organizations who know immediately that the investment that they've put forth to whatever initiative or program or a video series or whatever it is without the right voice is not going to hit the right ears in the right way. The right voice that hits the right ears in the right way to motivate either like big sales, big calls to action, or like little micro campaigns within a larger picture. We can address all of those segments at the same time, but we're going to do it by focusing on one and then recognizing that every kind of like ring on our target, since we're on target today, every ring on our target is also going to be impacted. So maybe at the center of here are, I'm just making this up, I don't know yet, but we'll get there. Maybe in the center here are small businesses who are only now starting to expand their marketing portfolio and to include video and audio, and they need a representative. It's their first or second foray into it. We'll get into what that might look like. But still, little guys are like, oh man, I heard that commercial. That's you? Do you do that for other businesses? That's still relevant. Oh, I ran into you at my nonprofit networking group, and we're really looking for a voiceover for our sizzle reel because we've got a fundraising campaign coming up and it's all virtual. Do you do that work? You're still relevant to everybody, but we got to pick somebody here in the center. And that's what I'm encouraging us to do here. Now, maybe it's not at all about the size of their business, the experience. It was maybe more about the kind of work that they're doing. Are they impact organizations? Is it mission driven? Are we talking about entrepreneurs? Are we talking about family business? Are we talking about media companies only? Maybe you're only for media companies and you only want to work with other videographers, other podcasters, other audio engineers, and then you become a real like for us, by us type brands known within the industry, but not necessarily public facing. Maybe you only want to be public facing. So those are all some ways we can think about who our people are.
Yeah.
So I want you to take a deep breath and just fantasize. This is your work you're going to be doing for the next 5 years is a good guess, whether you sell, grow, whatever. Let's give it a 5-year mark. What kind of people do you want to be working with? Is it scared business owners who don't think they can afford it and then are afraid to make a decision and don't make bold choices? Or do you love them because you want to help them get better at what they're doing? So think about it, put a magic wand in your hand and just spitball. Who do I want to work with?
Yeah, this is a great process because honestly, let's be honest. I'm not setting myself up to be a teacher or a guiding someone through the world of and the benefits of voiceover talent and so forth. So I wouldn't aim that center of that target is definitely not those who don't know the value. That's for sure. And so I thank you for shaping the question that way. This is not someone who does not know the value. These are organizations that are perhaps about social change, but at a high level where they know the value of having a voice to communicate that fits their product, that fits, because I don't sound the same. I don't sound like everyone else. And yeah, we can all have passion because there are a lot of voiceover talent that, yeah, I do a lot of social change work. This is what I do. But I'm not trying to just narrowly carve a space in that social change. So I'm just using that as an example. I'm just throwing that out there. But I'm thinking of organizations who already know, I just used them as an example, of organizations who already know the value. So when they hear it and they see it, or in many cases going to be hear it, they'll be like, yep, that's exactly who we need. So yeah, I'm not a teacher. I'm not here to educate, unfortunately. I think that's the job of many other people. That's the job of someone else. I don't know if I quite answered that.
You did, and you talked yourself right out of where you started at the beginning of this call.
No.
But that's great news, because the kind of people you described when I first asked you the question are going to need a lot of hand-holding. are going to need education, are going to need to be like sold the value over and over again. And if your heart was in the place of, I think that the only way that social change can happen is through economic empowerment. And I'm so passionate about that economic empowerment that I'm going to take a look outside my window and see whom I actually know who are not in the digital marketing space and really lagging behind, and it's hurting them. And I was called here on this earth to modernize the way that disenfranchised communities build businesses on a global landscape. That's a position. I don't think that's you, though.
You know what? I don't think, I know it's not me. I can see myself speaking at a conference or something where, and that conference is designed to pour into organizations that fit that description that you just laid out, of course. And then perhaps on a larger scale, I'm speaking to, the benefits, providing examples of the type of business that I've voiced and supported them through my voice. And maybe I don't know the outcomes. I may not have their numbers, but perhaps people can start making connections that way. But I certainly don't think, I lost your audio. You're mute. But I see you.
Thank you. Like this. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying, like I'm a heavy mouth breather, so I try and mute myself so that the audio engineer doesn't have to be like, thanks for letting me know. Okay, so that means that segment is no longer the target, but now maybe 4 rings outwards, because there's nothing to say that you speaking at a conference or giving a workshop or walking into the Women's Business Center in Virginia, in DC, and giving a lunch and learn about how to find voiceover artists that match the product or any of the things that you said before. Those people hopefully will grow into the kind of entrepreneur that is the center of your target. And so we value them as a community, and we want to give them value, help them get better, do all the things we talked about. Just that's not who we're focused on. So we're focused on this other segment, which we're starting to get into. You say they already know the value of this kind of work, or towards a voiceover laden, for lack of a better word, video production, or how to give a voice to your project or your words or your copy. How do they know about the value of it? And I want you to think about that, not from everybody knows that voiceover makes a connection. I want you to think about how they actually know the value of voiceover. Is it because they've had videos made before and they know what voiceover can do, and they know the price of not doing it right? They have been out there and they've only been able to find white voiceover artists, and then they have a terrible brand breaking situation, or they're not. Walk me through your ideal customer. How would they know that video is valuable already?
Great question again. I'll tell you what I jotted down was they know their competitors, and they know how their competitors are doing in that space in terms of promotion and what the result is. If you're Verizon versus if you're 2 phone companies against each other, you know what's helping because you're monitoring the data, right? So I think one is that they know who they are in the market. They know where they want to be in the market and know how to get there because they're tracking their competitor. That's one thing. And then they also know, who their audience is. But that stands to reason when I think, at least when it comes to the larger organizations who are looking for voiceover, they want to be competitive, and they want to be competitive. Why? Because they want to sell to that audience. So I think
what kind of work have they done to know that? Like, how do they understand the audience? Have they done, I think you said marketing, you suggested market research. Excellent. What other ways do
They know from feedback from client or from their base. They also revenue sort their bottom line. That will show competition better than anything. Yeah, feedback from there. Also, hey, if many organizations are looking at who they're staffing, who they are able to hire as a result of who's available in the market, but also why can't they get the top brand specialist or whatever? That's because their competitors are competing against them and bringing those folks in. Why? I know there are a number of reasons. Of course, yeah, we talked about the market, social media, doing your analysis, and I mean, where you are. There's so many tools out there to help them determine. I don't know if I'm missing anything. I'll stop there.
And again, some of it's going to come out when you actually launch this business. We're doing some future casting here, but I think you have quite an attuned intelligence about where your product fits in line with the industry. In these larger organizations, do you know who does the hiring for this kind of work? Are they, is it an internal like VP of marketing, or are they hiring a video company that then has to go find you? So is it a direct thing? Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
For the most part, it's their communications or marketing department, and they may not be doing the searching themselves. They would have a contractor who performs that work for them. And obviously, I'm thinking of many sectors. The government sector, they definitely would have a contractor doing that work, a consultancy firm that they've hired in order to do exactly what we're talking about. It's their value. And that firm is going to do everything possible to include shift whatever's not working. If it's the messaging, the outward facing messaging, I know I'm preaching to a choir, but the outward facing messaging, then they will work on that. If it's their brand look and feel, they're going to do it. But to answer your question, for the most part, the organizations that we're talking about, they're not doing it on their own. They're hiring someone, unless they're so big that they have that component or whatever within their organization.
In-house media. So who's writing the check to you? Is it someone like Paul from King Productions?
Yes. It's someone like Paul, because Paul he's funded to do that. He will have and I feel like I'm narrowing, this is almost too narrow, but in many cases, I think it would be a Paul who would be paying, because someone else hired Paul to find Janine.
Yeah. So is a Paul type in the center of our target? Or is a brand as a whole the center of our target? Are we appealing to business builders, organizations, marketing departments, and communication VPs? Or are we going out there and looking for production houses that need a steady stream of resources for this kind of work? And again, we could be, where's the ring on the target? It could be here, it could be there, but we have to pick a focus. Who's it for? What's your opinion? Who do you like working with? Do you like working with other audio engineers, sound designers, and video people? Or do you like working? Go ahead.
No, you go, because you're sorry.
Or do you like working with, or do you like when someone comes to you and says, we have a nonprofit, we're doing this thing, what can you be our voice? Which one of those is more appealing to you?
More appealing, so I'll start with that. One-on-one, having someone come to me and say, hey, I would love for you to be my voice for my whatever, if it's a product, if it's a nonprofit, that's great. Sometimes, unless it's like Rebecca Gunter, they really don't know what to expect. They may or may not know how to write the script or what I need to do that for them, which in most cases, working for larger organizations, that's not the case. There are folks that are tooling the language that I will then recite. So I would prefer to work with a Paul, someone who knows the environment knows what she or he are looking for. And so when they hear it, they'll know it. Otherwise, because I've been in a position where you then are repeating, they're retooling, they're reworking everything. And because it becomes their pet project, because they sought you, you said yes, and now you're mine. And that's not necessarily done some work in the faith-based area where that's happened. Sorry about that. A lot. And that's that's as nonprofit as you get. Yeah. You put a lot of time, effort into working with someone who thinks they want to work with you, but are not prepared.
That's interesting. So if you had to put a flyer in somebody's hands, would you rather put a flyer in Bread for this City's hands or in Paul King's hands?
Ooh. Dang on you.
That doesn't mean the other one won't be influenced by what you're doing. That doesn't mean you're cutting them off. It just means, how are we going to talk to people?
Yeah. I think it's a Paul King's hand, because the Bread for the City will hire Paul King. They're like, okay, they realize you want an organization that recognizes we need something. We need someone to help us. We need someone. We're going to hire Paul. Then Paul says, here he comes to save the day. I can find that voice for you. And working with Paul, he knows what he's looking for, or Paulette knows what she's looking for.
Good save.
Oh,
thank you for furthering equality in the business arena.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate that.
It's an interesting question, though.
Yeah, in a perfect world, would you be like, I really only want to work with people who already know what they're doing, the limitations of the equipment or the power of the equipment, the file size, all of that. In a perfect world, I just want to be working with other audio professionals who know the gig, who understand what's at stake here, who can give me the tools I need, who value deadlines. Those are my people.
Yeah.
Versus, let's just say, I don't think you had a chance to work with Lena at Bread for the City, but Lena is the kind of person I can see you also being interested in working with. We're talking about someone who is maverick within an organization, has forward-thinking ideas, understands modern marketing and wants to translate that, and is really making an effort to do things and market their initiatives and their programs in a way that is, again, like modern, effective, dynamic, memorable. You've got kind of like a rogue person within an organization who wants to stop doing things the old way that don't make sense anymore. They want, in your case specifically, like, why on earth would we bring in a Midwestern white person to do a voiceover for a community service that where our constituents are 95% Black? Like, why would we do that? You've got a person who understands the implication of the impact of how they're marketing themselves on their ability to do impact work. Those are two very different people. And again, that doesn't mean that, like, you do work with Paul on some projects and you do work with Lena on others, and you have these kind of retainer clients who get you. But I'd love to know which one of those turns you on more.
Dun, dun, dun. I'll tell you, this is exciting. The Lena that you described, to me, is a similar avatar, if you will, of Paul, because she gets the reasons why. She knows her why. This is why I'm seeking someone, because this is the voice that I feel that communicate to my audience. So Lena's already done that work. She already knows, and she's out to raise the roof to identify the right person that can speak to her. When you described her as rogue, and I thought I couldn't find the word that I was looking for, but yeah, she's like rogue, but she's being listened to by, or she collaborates with those at the organization, and she's respected. So when Lena says, hey, this is what we need, I know you guys are going down this path, this is what we need, and she knows how to support it, defend it, and then find it, hunt it, bring it home, not necessarily kill it. But she has that ability. And yeah, she would be an ideal client. And yes, you're right. And so would Paul. Paul is more on the technical side, but Lena's more of a visionary, and she's willing to put her sword in the sand to defend that ideal of a voice of and how to market her product, which is Brit for the city. Yeah. Oh.
Shout out to Lena, who's actually a real person.
I know. Hey, shout out to Lena.
I don't know if she'll ever say this. Yeah, but I think to your avatar, one thing that Lena and Paul have in common is they both do impact work. Paul is very much in the space of higher education, nonprofit. He does also like entrepreneurs who are like transformation focused, so like a gym or something like that. So they share those traits. Do you also want to only be in that bubble of, if you're not doing impact work, I'm not interested? Or is that just one place that's rewarding for you to play, but you don't only want to exclusively be there?
The latter. It is a space that it's definitely rewarding to work in that high impact area. It will feel like home, like butter. But there are no limitations. One of my older demos that I recorded just several years ago, literally it was a Volvo. And I didn't get the business. It's just, that was my demo. Yeah, I would reach for the stars. Yeah, of course. That sort of flow in that space, I know that those folks get the reason why, and they understand the reason why, and they're going to seek it out. And I'm using Volvo as an example. So Volvo, if you're listening to this, is no knock on you. Of course, I own one, and loved it for many years, 10 years. But their reason for choosing the voice may have less of the reason why Lena, Paul, or Paulette would choose the voice, perhaps. But it is all, who is their audience? So yeah, it doesn't matter as much, but I would feel really good, very comfortable talking through ideas and probably better understanding what they're looking for, because I would know a little bit more about the organization, because I do my own homework and read up on the organization, look at other ads that they've released. And then you get a really good. So I would do the same thing for any car manufacturer. I would do the same thing. What is the look and feel that they've recently released? What are they looking for? And you try to match it. I would love both spaces, but I know where I would flow, and I think it'll be just easier to communicate.
Who won't you work for?
I will not work for Big Tobacco. I will not work for. It's funny how that just came right off my lips, but I will not do that. Although I know they've made some efforts to shift their focus from teens, but anyway, I won't get into that. Becomes political. But who else won't I work for? That's the first that just comes off the bat.
Guns.
That's an interesting thing, because of my background, my background meaning I have spent many of my years in the military space. I don't believe that guns are a problem in this country. I can't say I wouldn't take work, but the type of work that I would take, so it's not, wouldn't support those who are rally behind, no, you can't take my guns away from me. I would rather it be an educational, if it's an educational video, or I'm going to say e-learning, but it's another term I'm looking for, to educate families around safeguarding weaponry, or it has to have some social impact. But I wouldn't want to work for Big Romeo Foxtrot Alpha.
Interesting.
Wait, let's see. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. I had to parse that out. So curious, are you really for more the work than you are the people?
The work is important. The people are as well. But but decision making, analysis, the why, the placement, how it's going to be used, because that when you are hired, this is an ad for this, that, and the other. I would have to take all that into consideration. But I also know that there are organizations specifically that I would not take work from at all. But if it's an effort,
you don't have to name names. You don't have to name names, but what kind of work is turning you off?
That turns me off? When you mention guns and supporting the lobbyists and others around gun use and the power or the what do you call it? The right to bear arms, and everyone should have a machine gun, and everyone should have. I would never ever take that work. But if you're talking about it could be a nonprofit that's focused on safeguarding guns in a home, but some educational effort, would have to consider, is that something I want to do? Because that still speaks to us. That's a social issue. And in this country, we're not going to, and I'm sticking to guns for right now. This is a country, I don't think we're ever going to get rid of them. But what can we do? Because education, awareness, and giving people a reason why they should reconsider either owning one, or how they store it, or how to assess mental health issues in your home and whether or not you should have a gun in your home to reconsider. Those are messages like a PSA that I feel need to be shared. And I would use my voice behind that without a doubt, because I know the benefit. Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. Hello, Rebecca. I just want to get a video off to you. This is maybe 10, 15 minutes after our discovery session. And you just helped me greatly. I feel great. I just overwhelmed with emotion based on everything that we discussed to get to positioning me as someone who cares about the work that I do, but all the ways that we described and that we discussed. There were things that were uncovered that were truly unexpected, and but it feels good, it feels freeing, and I think I used that word during our session, and that first of all things are possible through God who strengthens us. And it took a lot of strength to try to be as responsive and to be authentic. And that's what I would advise to anyone who goes through this process with Rebecca Gunter. The discovery requires, you can't practice it. You can't rehearse it and think you're going to come up with the right answers, because a lot is very impromptu, but requires us to think so that she can better assess and then to show our value. And often for me, it has been in ways that I never could have described, but the truth is there. And I feel, again, just free, overwhelmed by this joy. I just thank God for the opportunity to work with you on this level. And I'll just stop there, but it feels great, and looking forward to the next session. And I just hope all viewers are getting as much out of these videos as I am. And if you decide that this is a direction you want to take, I will tell you right now, you cannot go wrong. And this is not some, paid. I'm not a paid actress by any means. So I thank you so much. I am a voiceover artist, though. But all of this from my heart. So I hope that you consider, I'm speaking to the audience now, I'm speaking to you. If you have any contemplation, just know that it's real. The process is real, and it's important if you're serious about your business and taking it to, I won't just say, taking it to a new level, but to a level that not only is comfortable, but really reflects who you are. That's what I'm standing in today. That's the truth. So thank you, Rebecca. I hope and pray that you have a wonderful day and weekend.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Just wrapped up the first part of our discovery with Janine, and boy, did things get juicy. I cannot wait to create a unique and viable positioning for her so that she can launch this business with pride. Stay tuned for episode 4, where we'll finish this discovery with the goal of crafting, positioning, and messaging for marketing and to launch this brand with delight. We'll see you next week, Monday, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, only on 100 TV.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
My name is Coach Jennie, and I am so freaking excited to tell you that I am one of the original creative partners on the brand new network 100 TV. My show is called Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie, and it's happening on, Monday mornings. Each week, I will be delivering you a quick challenge direct from me to you to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and ultimately more confident. I hope you'll tune into my show, Monday Morning Moxie, exclusively on 100 TV.
It's time for What You Need to Know, where you'll learn the strategies and tools you need to grow your YouTube channel. Here's your host, Nicole Sanchez.
Today, I'm going to share with you tips and tricks that will help you speed up the success of your YouTube channel and save you a lot of time and money and headache. This is all from personal experience. When I started my YouTube channel, pretty spur of the moment, YouTube was becoming very popular. I was starting to watch it. And I realized that there weren't a lot of people over 40 talking about beauty. And I thought, hey, I could do this. So I took my husband's camera, kind of set it up in our room, really had no lighting other than a window. And I decided to review a subscription box type of a product. Okay, I had my video. It was all right. I mean, I knew my product. I think that the information I gave was good. And then I had this video that I had to edit. But I'd never video edited before. I always, when I had done videos, it was at work and other people would edit video for me. So I suddenly had to sit down and try to edit. So I didn't want to attempt Premiere Pro at that point because I had played with Photoshop and I knew that it wasn't a very, I guess, to a new user-friendly type of a platform. It really just looked pretty intimidating. So I tried a different program. I didn't have a Mac either, so I didn't have, the nice, easy interface of that. I forgot what it was called. It was called Vegas Pro or something. I tried that. And then I tried a different one, several weeks later. And finally, I got into Premiere Pro and I've stayed there. And it actually wasn't as bad as I thought to learn it. But first of all, have some sort of video editing experience, because I was up till 3 a.m. constantly trying to figure out how to video edit. So take a little in-depth course or just go onto YouTube, watch videos, or if you're using Premiere Pro, they have great videos that explain how to do things, and try to get a basic knowledge, because it will save you so much frustration. Or hire somebody. If you can hire somebody, hire somebody. I just kind of had I really wanted to edit my own videos because I had a need to really put the message out there that I wanted, and sometimes doing multiple takes or things like that. I really wanted to make it the way I wanted, and how is someone else going to necessarily choose that? So that is one thing I would say. Try to get some video editing experience or have someone to help you with that, because that was a big headache. The second thing, camera-wise, I used my husband's old camera for quite a while, and then later I bought a newer one. I bought the Panasonic FC1000. I don't know, it was like $1,000 camera or so. It was a little bit more than, and it was good, but it did stop recording after about 14 to 18 minutes, just randomly. So that was kind of a pain. But other than that, it was really, really good. But what I should have really done is invested in better lighting. like I said, I'd started using kind of just, the window light, which is fine, but you can't always shoot during the daytime. At least I couldn't, because I had a full-time job and I had kids, and, I was doing this a lot at night. So I bought when I didn't buy it, I just took this one light that we had and I put a really good bulb in it. A bulb I think I actually stole out of a lamp that we had that was supposed to, make things look like daylight if you were doing crafts or something like that. And then I bought another kind of light that I got these 2 lights I still use. They're on the side here. I bought a $500 ring light. I kept adding lights kind of over a year and a half. And if I just buckled down and bought my, big light that I have here now, that's kind of a professional level light. It's a Kino Flow Diva light that is just this one big panel. I have a diffuser over it. That made such a difference. It made my camera just look like I got a new camera, really, because suddenly everything looked so much more vibrant and more evenly lit, and it's wonderful. Not super portable, it's kind of heavy, but it is fantastic. So I would really try to figure out your lighting, and you don't have to spend a lot of money. You don't have to buy what I did, but I was very kind of mishmash and haphazard about it. And I should have, maybe even just hired a lighting person to come out for an hour or so and help set me up, or really done a lot more research into lighting I was buying, rather than kind of haphazardly, kind of buying things. In some cases, you do get what you pay for. Before I got the ring light that I have, that I really do like, and I have used on many occasions for other things, so it's come in handy, but I had ordered just kind of whatever was on Amazon. It was some kind of a tube light. It just wasn't very good. So then I got this, it's actually also called Diva, but it's different. It's a Diva Pro ring light, I think it is. And it has I think almost 500 little LEDs in a circle. And like I said, I've used it for other things since, but that used to be my main light that I used, but it really didn't do the job for me. So do some research into your lighting setup, so you don't kind of waste $50 here, a couple $100 there, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I could have bought a really good $1,000 lighting setup by the time we're done with it. But if you can shoot in front of, the window, I've had some beautiful results with that. But again, I was filming so much at night, that was really difficult to, have to try to do all the time. Then the other thing is audio. I was just using the audio from my camera to start. And one time a friend was like, it sounds kind of echoey. I was like, you're right. And this is before, now they have this free thing that Adobe has. It's really, kind of for podcasts. But if you render out a WAV file of your audio, of your video, which I'll do for this one, throw it into this free, app that they have online, and then it comes back and it's helps your video so much. It's wonderful. But then I got this little shotgun Rode mic that I, clip on top of that camera, and it made a world of difference. So much better. Now I use Rode Wireless Go 2, where it actually comes with 2 that you would clip onto people and then 1 that you attach to your camera. And that is a wonderful setup. They're not even that expensive. Wait, let me see really quickly how much those are. Yeah, it's like $300 for that setup. And the only thing you have to buy in addition is the little loud mic to plug into it. If you don't want, they're like a little box. Here, wait, let me show you. They're like a little box like this. And so then you attach the little loud mic that then you clip onto yourself, which I have now clipped here, hidden under my hair. I'm kind of trying it out in different places. I don't really like it when it's just kind of in the shirt. It didn't sound as good. Then the last video, I think I had it kind of here, and now I'm trying it up here. I'm trying to figure out where I get the best sound. So always learning, always trying to improve. Another little tip that'll save you a lot of time and frustration is, before you start filming in earnest, do a little test. Just say something and then just go play it back and look at it. Make sure there's nothing weird with your lighting, and there's nothing stuck in your teeth, that your audio is working, all that. It'll make such a difference, because, and double check your battery life. Make sure you've checked, your video, your card, to see if you have enough space on there, because there's nothing more frustrating than you're on a roll in the middle of a video and then it, you lose battery, or your card runs out of room and they have to find one, or emptied off, so, and then speaking of your video cards, your memory cards, you are your own DIT person. You have to manage all these videos that you're shooting, right? And at first you'll think, oh, I know what they are, they're in there, but I really tried, and I figured this out really quickly, to, when I'm done shooting, no matter what time it is, no matter how tired I am, to download them onto my computer or an external drive and label them so I know what they are. Because there's nothing worse than you shoot and shoot and shoot. Maybe you've gotten around to editing, or you need to go back to find something, and you just have all this stuff in a card and you just sit there forever doing it. So if you're just doing it with, a few videos, it's so much easier than later having this fully loaded memory card that has just so much stuff on it. So highly recommend kind of coming up with a system, a naming convention. I tend to use the date, so, if it was, June 2nd of 23, I'd put, 06, 02, 23, and then I would put the subject of that. And then I would have a folder with unedited files and edited. And that made things a lot easier to, go back. Because sometimes you might be doing a video on something and you're like, oh, I could put a clip of this other thing that I did in there. And then you have to find it. Unless you want to download off of YouTube and maybe that clip you want isn't in there, but you said something or did something or showed something that you want. It makes life so much easier. So I would highly recommend coming up with a system for your file management. Another thing I would highly recommend you educate yourself on is thumbnails. Thumbnails are what stop people in their scroll and hopefully get them to click on your video. I just did a video about that actually. So my previous video to this one is all about thumbnails. So I would highly recommend figuring out thumbnails, because you could put out the best video in the world, and if you have a terrible thumbnail, you're going to have so many people that don't click on it just because they don't realize what a great video it is. So that's something you have to put a lot of thought into, as well as your titles. Tagging is no longer really a big deal. Tagging used to be a big deal because that's what told YouTube what your video is about. Now, YouTube even says, really, if you have common misspellings of maybe it's your channel name or something you talk about that people might be searching for, put that in there, but they're kind of like, don't even worry about it that much. I mean, I tried to upload with some basic, tags of what the video is about, but I don't spend a lot of time on that anymore. It used to be something I spent a lot of time on. I would say spend more time than on your description and, of course, your title. Title, thumbnail, then title, then description. And in your description, as well as in your intro, what you're saying, really try to express clearly and concisely what you're talking about, because that also helps the algorithm know what your video is about, because it's looking at your thumbnail, it is reading your title, it's reading your description, and that can help kind of for search. And also another thing that was really interesting that I did one time that was completely, I just did it. It wasn't on purpose, but now that I figured that out, is if you are talking about a subject that is very popular or that somebody else very popular has talked about, if you mention them, if that is part of what you're talking about, the algorithm picks up on that too and might, match you and recommend you with other videos on a particular topic. So I'm not saying their name drop things that aren't true, but, that is something that worked out for me when I did a video about, 2 different little mini clip-on ring lights. And Nikki Tutorials had done that recently. Well, had talked about one of these. And I just mentioned, oh, yeah, this is the one Nikki Tutorials likes a lot. This is a different one. Let's see what's better, and I'll tell you why. And I mentioned Nikki Tutorials, and I, in my description, put, I'm looking at 2 different, ring lights, and one of them Nikki Tutorials recently shouted out. So, something like that. I don't remember. It was like years ago. But that video did incredibly well. And I think what happened is I started getting recommended along with her video, and she had, million or 2 million, or I don't know at that point. She had a lot of subscribers, not as many as she has now. I think she's like 10 million now or something. But that really helped also. So you can kind of think of little things like that. And if you make a playlist, playlists are really great also, because it'll kind of help you to understand how your videos, are kind of go together, right? So with me, if I had a whole bunch on different hairsprays, that could be a playlist. I could have a shampoo and conditioner playlist. or, if, I'm talking beauty now, but you get what I'm saying, right? But in those playlists, you don't only have to have your own videos. You could also put in there another video that you like that's about that particular topic. And that also helps YouTube clue in. So there's lots of things you can do in terms of kind of little tweaks like that could help you. And, or also like in your, video, when you publish a video, let's say I have video A that relates to video B. Well, in video A, I should say something about video B, because hopefully I planned this out well enough to know that video B is coming. And in video B, I should mention video A and why they should go watch that or might want to in a natural way, not just at the end, like if you work into the conversation. And then also in the description below, do the same thing. Let them know if you want to learn more about the companion product to this, or, I don't know, if you did one about cars, the new, Aston Martin or Maserati, let's say, and you talk about how it compares to some other car, you cross-reference your video to that other car and let people know about that. And that way the viewer is being told in the video and they see it and have the link in your description to go over there and watch that. And YouTube loves when people stay on the platform. That's what they want, right? So that people are watching videos, enjoying the videos, and watching ads. So, you actually get kind of dinged if people are watching your video and then they go off the platform. It's not a big ding, but if they go watch another video, even if it's not yours, you kind of get credit from that they kept watching and stayed on the platform. So it's not the end all if they go somewhere else. I mean, obviously it's nice if they stay on your channel or giving you watch time, but really what YouTube wants is happy, satisfied viewers who are staying on the platform. So you just have to get them to click on your video, hence the thumbnail and title, to get their attention. So those are some things I would really try to educate myself on sooner rather than later, so you don't have a lot of time wasted where you are putting out all these videos and not optimizing, right? Because it's a lot of work. I don't think anybody understands how much work it is to be your own, writer, director. You do the lighting, you do the video footage management, you are the editor, you are the writer and the artist of the thumbnails, and there's just so much around it. It takes a lot of time unless you somehow are lucky enough to be able to hire all this out. Maybe you're a business. In that case, really, it might behoove you to spend your time building your business and let somebody else do a lot of the work on the videos for you. It really just becomes a time management issue in that case too. So that's another thing to look at when you start this type of thing. How often do you want to put out videos? What is that going to cost you in terms of your time, not just your money? Because time is a huge, huge thing when you're a YouTube creator. When I started, I was up till all hours all the time. And my husband was like, are you ever going to sleep again? I'm like, I'm trying, but I want to get my video out. And it was just a passion for me and I loved doing it. So I did it. And even now, it's pretty late at night and here I am filming a video. One thing a lot of people ask is how long should a video be? For a while, people were saying, it needs to be over 10 minutes. I think it might be 8 minutes now, because that's when YouTube can run the mid-roll ads, which isn't a bad thing because then you get more ad, revenue in there. But really, it's just as long as the content is good, because you want people to hang in there and watch it. So if you're just rambling on to make a video longer, and then people are going to stop watching anyway, you're just kind of damaging your percentage of watch time, right? If you have a 10-minute video that should have ended at 6 minutes, what's that other 4 minutes about? Really just try to make the videos as educational and fun and entertaining as possible, right? Or it doesn't have to be all those three things at once. It could be just educational. It could be just entertaining, or it could be informational and entertaining, right? What do they call that? Infotainment, right? To try to keep people with you and watching the video. But length really is as long as the content is good and people will enjoy it and want to watch it. When I started my channel, I did not understand what a two-way street YouTube was. I thought, hey, I'm putting video out there. Yeah, I guess there'll be some comments. But I didn't realize how much you actually interacted with your audience. But there are videos that I have that have just hundreds of comments, and it's not always just, oh, good video. It will be like something, oh, wow, this was so helpful to me because, XYZ, or boy, you saved me a lot of time, or wow, I was researching this for my mom and found your video and it's so helpful. And they ask really good questions a lot of times. And I've been pretty fortunate. I haven't had a lot of, awful people. Every once in a while you get someone who's kind of a booger, right? You can just always delete that comment, but you can control those comments because you can always delete something, and then you can always hold certain types of comments for review. If you go, into your YouTube dashboard, there's an area where you can set parameters for your comments, and it's everything from bad words to holding certain types for review. So make sure to go in there and check that out too. I hope you found this helpful. If you have any tips that I had missed, put them down below in the comments and share with the community. That would be really nice of you. And thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
These were three of my all-time favorite wines that I tried for the first time, and that I will probably never get to try again. The first one is the Camus 40th anniversary wine. This was, I believe this was 2012. Yeah, it is. That's what it says. It's 2012. And this wine, I'll tell you about this wine. This was a gift given to my boss from one of our distributors. And my boss turned around because he doesn't drink a lot of wine. He really likes beer more, which is good because I like a good beer too. But wine isn't really his thing, so he passed the wine on to me. And I saved it for a long time just for that special occasion because I looked it up. And at the time that I think it was given to me, it was something like $85 or $90 a bottle. And I thought, well, I better save this one.
My God. What makes me most excited is that I'm excited about it because I see the potential. Give back and moving forward, involving others in the community in the work that I'm doing. So yes, as a voiceover talent, but also those in the field that are doing similar work, bringing them to the table, if you will, and giving them a voice. That is exciting. I'm excited about building a platform that perhaps, and I know we talked about this, a platform that looks and feels organic, that may in the future be sold, or someone finds it of value to pay a price for it. So the potential of finally deciding that this is possible is exciting. And I'm not going to use the word elevate, but I just did. Dang it. But the potential.
I think you could use it. Maybe I can't.
I don't know.
I don't know. It does reply a hierarchy, though.
But yeah, it does. But elevate. But anyway, and bringing others along with me. I find that I talk a lot about bringing others with me because I realize and I recognize it's not something I do alone. But in order to bring others with me, this had to change. This mind. I'm pointing at my head. The mindset around the potential. That really, I'm very excited about that.
When I would drive from Hollywood, Highland, down Sunset towards Beverly Hills Hotel to go meet friends, you would see endless billboards. Endless. Los Angeles is just like littered with billboards everywhere. And so I would look to the right and I'd be like, oh, Avatar. And then I look to the left, oh, Avatar. And then by the time I got to the Beverly Hills Hotel, guess what we were all talking about, right? The movie Avatar, right? It just makes sense. So I want you to do the same. I want you to be looking at your electronic signature as its own personal mini billboard and leverage it. Leverage it. Think about it as your mini billboard, but also think about it as how your potential customers can contact you out there in the marketplace, right? How are they going to find you out there in the marketplace? So make sure you have your direct social media links in there. Make sure that you have your signature, your how to find you in there. Also, too, you could also add something that you're potentially about to launch, drive people back to the sales page and learn about it and sign up for a waiting list, let's say. Or you could add your book, one of your books, or a webinar that you already did, or a blog, or that you can send them back to your blog on your website, or maybe you have your own store on your website, which I'm about to have. Can't wait. So anything like that, be creative, be interesting. People love interesting. Also, too, if you have a whole set of articles, right? And again, add a quote no matter what. Not someone else's quote. Add your quote, right? They already have the influence, right? I want you to have the influence. So remember, your visibility and influence is directly linked to your earning power, right? So I want you to be your own blockbuster. So add your own quote. And people, my clients will say, well, I don't have any quotes. I'm like, of course you do. Start listening to the way you have certain ways that you speak, right? Start writing those down and creating them into quotes. One of my favorite quotes is, uncomfortable is my new comfortable, right? I was so uncomfortable about launching a significant component to my company, to my biz. And I was so uncomfortable that I was like, well, let's make it my new comfortable. And so I turned that into a quote. Another one of my quotes is, there's enough spotlight to go around, right? It's my reminder of the marketplace is, don't be in lack. There's plenty. There's plenty to go around. There's plenty of clients. There's plenty of opportunities, right? So come up with your own quote.
Hi, I'm Jodi Krangle, and I'll be the voiceover artist that you hear throughout the day on 100 TV. You're watching 100 TV.
Organic social media marketing allows you to create awareness, grow an audience, reach new people, build your brand, expand your reputation and authority, find new business, and gain sales. And just like marketing, Sue-Ann urges you to reframe how you think about social to elevate your business while developing your online presence. But what she's learned along the way is there is no single solution, so understanding how to use and leverage social media means taking a more strategic approach to where, how, and why you are using social media marketing for your business. So again, starting at a foundational level, Sue-Ann dives into the marketing mirror to give you a closer look at social media marketing.
Number 3, something that's been around for a little while now, but it's undeniable that it's an important part of your video strategy, and that is vertical videos, TikToks and YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels. We're talking about vertical videos of 59 seconds or less that people use to grab attention. It's a great way to capture the attention of the viewer. I think if you run them and somebody watches one, the platform's more likely to feed you another of theirs and another. So there's no question that you can get your brand in front of people by using vertical video.
Everyone that engages with this show or is a guest on the show or listens to this show, that's a two-way communication pathway. It's not a one-way. Now, granted, what I'm doing right now tends to be a one-way communication path. But as you'll see later in the episode, I'm going to be breaking that down. So what I'm going to say is there are pathways like email, which tend to be more private. And then there's public commenting that is public, right? So as a podcaster, you need to treat those a little differently. I I think the email is a much longer opportunity to communicate thoughts, whether it be positive or negative, with the show host, share ideas, maybe give topics that you have an interest in that you'd like to see me explore, right?
Because I know the vertical video and short videos in particular. It's not just that they're vertical, it's that they're short, they're quick, they're
Right.
easily consumable, and depending on where you're watching them, they're usually served up kind of randomly. For me, I wanted to only use vertical video if I could see a purpose for my business, which is to find more people that I can impact with my work. So the way that I approach it is like, how can I use it as a personal challenge, as a content creator, as a writer, to be more concise and hit a point really, really strongly, and hopefully hit a call to action that makes people compelled to take it. I've been using that medium as a kind of extra on everything else that I'm doing. You know, I definitely focus on writing first, but I think it can be an extra way for people to get connected to me and connect to my writing.
Come along on one person's journey to discover their authentic self and bring a bold business vision to fruition. If you're an entrepreneur or just think like one, we invite you to get raw. Muster the courage to express your value without inhibition and transform the way you express yourself. After all, the world is your oyster. This is Business in the Raw. We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa, Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzzit Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
Yay, we're back. Welcome to the Resilient Events live show. John, welcome back.
Thank you. Every week is going faster and faster now, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes. And if you are a regular watcher, make sure you hit subscribe to 100 TV Network, because we want to know that you're watching, but also supporting this network of creators. So today's show, we're going to talk about calls to action, which I think is one of my favorite topics. One, when I'm planning an event or doing anything related to content, because I think a lot of people forget about that and just assume that people know what the call to action is.
And yeah, it's such an overlooked item. And I think it's one of the biggest ways that people can make a larger impact with any event that they're running, whether that's a live show, a podcast, an in-person event. This is something that people miss. And so for general outline for today's show, we're just going to talk a few minutes each on the basics. So what the heck is a CTA or a call to action? Some people don't even know, but they're a part of your everyday life. The second part, I'm going to go through some examples of like what CTA can fit like a certain purpose. So like we work with all different types of events and live streams, right? And then finally the improvement cycle. So once you have that first CTA out, how do you improve that over time?
Yes. And I'm also going to maybe share a story of how you can actually generate calls to action, because I think that's where someone like me, I get stuck. I know it's needed, but I don't know what to say. I know what it needs to say. I know where the end goal is, but I don't know what to say because I get lost in that. So hopefully we'll have some time to share some of that stuff. So let's jump in. What is a CTA?
What is a CTA? Well, it stands for call to action. And so for anybody that doesn't know, it's basically like the main button you see on every website you land on. If there's like a really big button that sticks out and you really want to click it, that is that website's call to action, right?
Yeah. And what does that mean when it comes to like a live show like this? Like there's not a website that I can click a button, and you should be watching, not necessarily like distracted trying to find a website, right?
Yeah. So for live shows, we can get into examples later for a live
Mhm.
show. It might be like visit my website, sign up for my project, etc., right?
Right. And for the reason why we have one, I mean, it really is it goes back to our purpose. Like, why are we here? We're not just here to share all this information. I mean, yes, we are here to share the information, but let's have some way to measure it. Like, what is that? What do you want someone listening, watching, doing, being at your event? What do you want them to do? And why do you have one? Think about that
Exactly.
when you're creating your call to action.
Yeah, makes sense. And then, so how do you find yours? So you start out with your purpose. That's episode 1, by the way. And so, yeah, if you have this entire event going on, you're planning this thing for months. What do you want to get out of it? How are you going to get these people moving forward?
Yeah. One thing. Sometimes it's hard to figure out one thing, but it's definitely can help. I mean, you can have multiple calls to action. We're not trying to say you can't, but there should be one centralized one that you know that you want each attendee to do, to be able
Makes
to do.
sense.
So.
Well, I think next section, let's get deep into these examples, because I think that's where the rubber is going to really hit the road for people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, rubber hit the road. Love these. I love these analogies.
Can you tell I do this crap for a living? Yeah. So, for example,
I want to talk about the YouTube show, because I feel like I've been creating some live streams before, like 5 years ago, where we didn't really understand calls to action there. I think people just assume that if you're watching a live show that they're going to subscribe. That's an assumption that should not be made by any creator, because people will watch and they'll get entranced and then they'll go on to the next video. So I'm sure you've seen over the years, hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, go down now.
We point out where it is. It's really important to point.
It's essential down there. And it's definitely important for any content going on YouTube to have some mention of a subscribe button. Now, that might not be your main call to action because you're doing other things and trying to drive people to like your website, but it's definitely important from a visual standpoint to at least mention it one time on a video.
Right. And then, so like the purpose there with a YouTube show, at least you're trying to get people to not just watch one episode or one of your videos, but to watch multiple, right? And so that's why you want to have them hit that subscribe button so they get notified the next time it comes out. I'm honestly not that big of a fan of subscribe buttons, though. Because like, how many people do you have to have subscribed to your YouTube channel for you to actually just make money off just being on YouTube? And it's like, and in like 1 million, like 500,000, a couple 100,000 at least. And so if you're working in a relatively niche market, having people subscribe is nice. It means they might see more content from you, but wouldn't it be better if you had like actual contact info?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be better if they visited your website and signed up for something?
Yeah. Bringing it back to the real reality of what is your purpose behind someone watching a video. Now, is your intention to go all in on YouTube and all of your content's going to be on YouTube? You're not putting it anywhere else? Okay, then yeah, like we need people to subscribe, especially if someone from your audience, your target audience is watching. But I think, sometimes the more impactful YouTube content call to action, if your video is on YouTube, is visit a website. Or visit a link. I don't know, maybe it's not your full website, maybe it's something else. But in addition to that is making it easy, because if you have to type out your whole website URL, it's not easy, because people have smart TVs. They're watching YouTube, they're watching events on their tablets. They don't have a way to like go and then type in a website address. So you have to make it easy.
Totally. And if they get it wrong, then they're lost in space, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we'll talk a little bit about how, I'm going to share a story about our specific call to action for a website. And the conversation that we had probably about 2 months ago about this,
Right.
making it easy for people because resilient and resilience is not easy to spell for everyone.
Not easy enough.
Yeah. So what's next? Charity events.
Charity events. So yeah, most often at a charity event, I think the main call to action is donate, or sometimes it's not donate specifically, but it's like buy this thing that was donated, or buy this, or bid on this, or upbid that, right? And so that's for a charity event. Most of the time, the CTA is going to be donate in some form. The thing is, a lot of charity events that I've seen, they haven't made that easy enough for people. Like, people are so good at buying things on Amazon or buying things
Yeah.
with Apple Pay or whatever. People want to have one-click checkout, right? So if your CTA is to get people to donate, if that's your purpose, is to raise money for something, you got to make that as easy as possible. The easier you can make it to take people's money, or for people to give you their money,
Yeah.
the more money they're going to give you,
Yeah.
right? Because if people end up in like a 10-click or like a dead end like rabbit hole, then they're probably, if that intent to
Yeah.
donate might just end in frustration.
Yeah, and you've lost them. They've
Yeah.
they've left whatever they're watching or whatever that you have your intention, and you've lost them. And that's happened to me multiple times. Not even like just charity events, but I'll share a story really quick. It was a wine around the world event, and all the charity, they were like, bring cash or check, blah, 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 blah. Or you could go to our website. Now, I went to the website, couldn't find the donate button easily.
Yeah.
And then when I went and clicked on it, for some reason, it didn't do the autofill. And I don't know if that was a browser thing or whatever, but they also didn't have like a Venmo or like a Cash App ability to like just easily send donations. And you can set those up for nonprofits. You
Yeah.
need to make all the different payment. And a lot of people don't want to do that because of fees. Well, most of these, I'm getting into the nitty gritty, but most of them have discounted fees or no fees for nonprofits. So
Oh, wow. Okay.
do the due diligence. So like ask, it doesn't hurt to ask, one.
Yeah.
And two, make it easy for people to be able to donate to your organization,
Yeah.
which reminds me, because
I'd
now I have
rather-
to go do that.
I'd rather have 98% of somebody's donation than have 0% because they went somewhere else because they couldn't figure it out, right?
Yeah, or
Even if
forgot
you-
about it.
Even
It's
if you
like-
have to pay a small fee, like getting that small fee and
Mhm.
getting it is way better than not getting it at all, right?
Right, exactly. So yeah, and the format, we can dive into like how that is, and we'll probably have another show specifically about charity events, but it depends on the platform you have. And some of the platforms have a donate button or go directly to the donate site, not to the main website to then have to find the donate button. Like, you got to make it easy. So
Right.
super important.
Makes sense. Yeah. So with CTA, it's the number one thing. No matter who you listen to about it, it's make it easy or it's not going to happen. Right.
Yes.
So moving on so we talked about charity events, next marketing events. Like, what if you're just running an event, like just to get like brand awareness or to get people kind of like into your kind of social circle? What could you start out with?
The most simple one is follow us. There's a follow function on almost all the platforms now. Even if you're just following on Facebook or LinkedIn, there's a follow option. That's really, I think traditionally we thought about it on like Twitter. A lot of people are not streaming to Twitter or putting content on Twitter, like long form content, but that's a simple call to action, especially if you're
Right.
just starting out.
Speaking about Twitter, I've heard people say at events, like in-person events, that you should live tweet about us. I'm not a big tweeter. And so that kind of seems insane to me. When I'm at an event, I want to be paying attention to the content or talking to the people. But some people do it, and that can help. Like, if you're trying to really like raise awareness or get your hashtags trending, encouraging people to live tweet about your live event, that can have an impact, I think. But you'd know more than me. You're the social pro,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, actually live tweeting, it's kind of funny when people mention it and you go to Twitter and there's like no one, not even like someone from their staff like posting updates, and I'm like, okay, well, I know people who can do this. It's actually a service of live tweeting. Because if you're hosting an event and you don't have and you want to generate buzz and excitement on Twitter and you don't have someone focused on it, it's just an afterthought. Like, you can't rely on your attendees to do that for you.
Right.
And okay, hopefully they'll honestly, like, if I tweet an airline, they get back to me. So they're live tweeting. You're live tweeting your your flight. Like, why can't you do it for an event? You live
Yeah.
tweet everything almost. So yeah, it just also does come down to your audience. Like, are you trying to reach a broad audience there, or is it very catered, which you may not need to tweet at
Right.
all? So
Fair. Then another thing for marketing I've seen at events is people trying to get photos taken at the event and have the event tagged, which can also create, like, it expands the awareness, right? If people actually post to their social circles, then maybe you can get more attendees the next time, or whatever your purposes are, right?
Yeah. And I think that it's something that you should, if you're having an event, you should mention this to people, to remind people, but like not also expect like real-time tagging. Like you're going to pay attention to the content, but you might remember something that you learned at that thing, from that speaker. You had taken a picture, but you don't post it for 2 weeks. But if they said never tag and you're never going to have someone really acknowledge it, then you're not going to do it. So I think it's still good to mention it, because you never know who's watching later on.
Yeah, makes sense. Finally, for marketing events, I've seen download our lead magnet. So people are like, lead magnet is like, a lot of CTAs are lead magnets. Like, get the 5 free blank, or get the 1,000 whatever tips, or etc. If you've seen these before, you know what a lead magnet is. So that can happen at events as well. For like a real estate, I've seen real estate shows where it's like book a free appraisal, for example.
Yeah.
Right. Anything else for marketing events, or should we move on to like sales events? I think they're fairly straightforward.
There's lots of marketing things, and I think that you can get overwhelmed with all the calls to action, but I would say also make it easy. Make it very easy. So sales events, very simple. Buy the product. Yeah. That's the call to action.
Get the deal, usually like a temporary discount, right? Like get 30% off if you buy today, or get something free if you buy today. Pretty clear, right?
Yes. And it could even be like a sales/marketing call to action, which is click here to get a free demo. So you are getting free, but you're also putting them into like a sales cycle, so to say. So they can be very sales and marketing cross-pollination, I guess, so to say.
Makes sense. So once you decide on your CTA, how do you actually make that a part of your event or of your show?
Yeah, and I think this is super important from an internal standpoint regarding events. Everyone's on social, and if you have a very digital first staff or vendors, communicate how you want them to share the event. I'm speaking at an event in June, and
2023.
2023. Yeah. And we're already being shared the hashtag. Nothing's been fully released as far as the website goes. No speakers have been announced, like besides people sharing that they're going to speak, and they're already encouraging hashtags. Now, this is super important because now, one, it shows like it's a legitimate event because other people are tweeting about it. It's not a fake event, but also it's generating the buzz to hopefully get more attendees to show up. So they're communicating that to people before you even have something to roll out.
Makes sense. And so they're giving you all of that as a speaker, right?
Yes.
So they're taking it upon themselves to make sure that the overall event has that clear channel through that hashtag.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think one thing, if whether you're an event planner or you're managing all aspects of this event and you have a lot to think about, make it simple and write copy for your speakers or your staff or whoever who's involved on this, because it simplifies, they can just copy and paste, like visit this URL to get your tickets or get your early bird tickets, and you're writing it for them so they don't have to think about it. When you're doing these events, it's really important to give people the amount of resources they can without making them think, because
Right.
most people won't do it.
Make it easier. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Even if you do make it easy, people are going to take some encouragement, I bet. But finally, so thinking about CTA purpose matches, should we reveal our
Yes.
CTA finally?
Yeah.
So love this show. We're just kind of we're not making it all up as we go along, but we're actually making the show as we go along.
Yeah.
So before we recorded this show, we weren't exactly sure what our primary CTA was going to be. Let's talk about how we made this easy and where it started. So our main purpose for this show is, for both of us, like one driving purpose is to connect with our audiences. And we're not happy with the subscribe CTA thing, because essentially YouTube can take that away from us in a moment. And for the people that we're connecting with, we want to be more permanently connected with you. So we wanted to have like more of a lead magnet CTA, where you'd go to our website and download some amazing thing, and then we'll be connected, hopefully forever. You can unsubscribe, but hopefully forever.
Forever and ever.
Forever
Yeah.
and ever.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so we were thinking about ours, and we had this great name. We originally started with the Resilient Events Podcast. Now it's the Resilient Events Live Show. It's like, okay, if we're going to have a CTA like that, how the heck are we going to get people to go to resilienteventspodcast.com? That's like a million letters.
And they can't even spell resilient, like off the top of your head.
Yeah, I can't most of the time, right?
Yeah.
So we decided to change the name of it a little bit just to make it easier. So our whole website, it's going to be rizpod.live. So rizpod.live. Go there and get our amazing thing.
Yeah.
That's our CTA.
Rizpod.live.
Rizpod.live instead of Resilient Events, because we know, like, if we eventually kind of turn this into a podcast as well, people might be listening. If we say resilienteventspodcast.com, nobody's going to go. If we say rizpod.live, a little more memorable, more chance that people make it to that website. And then all this work that we're doing actually turns into something for us, right?
Yeah. What did we say? We said make it easy, right?
Yeah.
And it's got to be easy. Plus, I mean, Resilient Events was already taken, or something, some other website not used for years and years and years. So we've got to make it unique. So yeah, so go ahead and visit rizpod.live, and we're going to be sharing some really fun stuff, but like we'll keep you posted on all of that. Rizpod.live. Did I say that enough?
Yeah. Rizpod.live. Go there.
It's fun to say.
It is. Final segment here for this show. So the improvement cycle. So you finally got a CTA that fits your purpose. You're going to get more from whatever event or whatever show you're putting on. But now, how do you make that CTA better over time?
Yeah. And I think this is always important whenever you're doing anything, putting work into anything, is always build, measure, learn, and repeat. The goal is not to just do one thing at one time, right? And not learn from it. So yeah, we talked about what you said, build, make the thing, make it easy.
Yeah. And something we said on the last show. If you want to make it happen, make it easy. And then also don't just be a planner, be a doer, right?
Right.
It's so much more important to actually put your first CTA out there than have it be the perfect CTA the first time.
Right. Exactly. Okay? Exactly.
But so once you get it out there, you can start measuring. Right. And there's two ways to measure that you want to measure moving forward. So just really important. And it's pretty simple, but so like absolute performance and then relative performance. Right. So to break that down, like maybe for us, we want to have like number of signups. Right. But maybe we want to have so that's absolute performance, but relative is like how many signups are we getting per show that we put out there.
Right.
And maybe if you're a charity event, maybe you're looking for total donations, right? But maybe you also want to measure how many dollars were donated per attendee.
Yeah, can be very granular on your performance, but you have to understand that as a whole. Also, absolute performance, number of donations, but then also relative donation count per attendee.
Right. So like any manager of a restaurant knows there's 3 ways to increase their earnings, right? And so you want to measure, like, you as a restaurant manager, you're measuring like how many people came in the door, how many people in each group, and then how many dollars did they each spend, right? And so when you're getting donations or making sales, you want to increase order value, you want to increase order frequency, and you want to increase order. I lost the last one, but you get the idea. There's more
Yes.
ways to make more money, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, finally, maybe you're just working on like brand awareness. And so I know some of the shows, Marisa, you've been working on, maybe they just want to measure view time, like overall view, like hours viewed, and then maybe view time per attendee, right?
Yeah. And I think, when people are building a brand or building a new show, they do want to see the numbers in terms of views. And I always bring it back to like, well, let's also make sure that there's some calls to action there. Do you have
Right.
a freebie? Is it more than
Yeah.
just, or can you book a call, right? Like from this. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of different ways to measure that, but it's good to at least understand them from the beginning, and you can always improve.
Right. So I think pure marketing people are happy with view time. They're like, all these hours people saw us. That's brand impact. And it's like, okay, but Marissa, me and you are both, we have our own businesses. We need to be salespeople too, not marketing people.
Right.
So we want to know that like something happened, like, great. I see a YouTube view kind of like somebody driving by a billboard, and it's like, that's nice.
Yeah.
Somebody saw my thing. But like, if I don't know who that person was, or if they'll ever be a customer, then what really is that worth me? It's kind of hard to measure, right? So
Well, and from a like peer-to-peer marketing standpoint, sometimes that does help, because you're having people look at your YouTube channel and you see that you have like more views than like maybe someone else, and they'll trust you more, which is kind of a weird, demented way of like valuing or measuring trust level.
Yeah.
But it can help, if you're even if you're on YouTube and you have videos out there, like your trust level is higher than someone who's not.
Right.
So
I
that's
think
that's a whole brand episode.
For small and new businesses, you'd probably get more from a better CTA faster than you would from trying to stack up to get to like the highest number of views in your industry, right? So
And I would say new to digital marketing, because there's a lot of old businesses that are
good. Yeah, that's a good differentiator.
not a necessarily new business. They just haven't been online in this way. So
And then so finally, you're measuring all that stuff. Learn. So look at the results. Look at the results after each episode or once a month, but have a frequency. Compare them against the last time. What's going right? What's going wrong? Just brainstorm. How can you make it better? And then do a thing. Build it again. See how you can make an improvement. Just make it clearer, make it easier, make it less clicks, make it maybe more enticing if nobody's using it at all. And then
that's a big one. Make it more enticing, because I think that's if people just think that I'm gonna put out this YouTube show, or I'm gonna put out this show, and no one's gonna, I have this many people watching. Well, what if they stop? Now you gotta think about the long-term vision and the purpose of what you're doing. So recapping that improvement cycle: build, measure, learn, repeat. And that doesn't mean do it once and then give up. So
that's right. Yeah. It means do it once and then do it a little bit better. 1% improvements every show, and we'll be twice as good by next year, right?
Yeah, exactly. So wrapping up here, how does this process, what we're doing and all this stuff related to calls to action, make our businesses or people watching a business more resilient?
Right. Well, for our businesses, it's going to connect us more directly with our potential customers, right? And so even if YouTube decides to ban us because I say bad words sometime, we're still going to be connected. So no matter what, it's like a connection that can last forever and ever and ever, right? So that's how we can be more resilient from it. But for everyone else, it's really getting more. If you don't have a CTA, like what are you getting from your show? What are you getting from your event? It's getting more from every dollar every hour that you invest in making this content is going to be improved by having that CTA.
For sure. Yeah. And if you're stuck, and I'm going to say this as a final closing note, because I think, we talked about the importance of calls to action, but there are tools out there, and I will mention them now, ChatGPT, that can help you get out of the brain fog of like, what is my call to action? Now, there's some really important resources that we will share on our website, rizpod.live, but you can get like some really cool, innovative ideas of what your call to action could be in a text form, and then translate it into, is it a video? Is it a visual? Is it a QR code? Is, whatever these things are. There's a lot of different ways, but I think that utilizing these tools that are available to us now, because we are in a disruption phase when it comes to content, and use them to make your business better, to make your content better. Because I just used it because I was in a brain fog and I came up with all these cool ideas that I'm like, I'm not copying anyone's work. It's just triggering the spark, this innovation in me.
Getting a rough draft so that you can refine it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's it for our third episode of Calls to Action. If you are enjoying the show, hit the subscribe button, and we'll see you next week. John, any final words?
Go to rizpod.live if you're wanting more condensed versions of these shows, and we can help you out with a lot. Looking forward to it.
Bye.
Till next time.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the best marketer of all?
You, my dear, are good, we know. But we're not talking about you on the show.
Step inside the marketing mirror to uncover marketing secrets, discover gems, tactics, lessons, and campaigns you can use. Next gen or fundamentals. Grab the marketing magic to improve your marketing and win more business. Only on 100 TV. Only on 100 TV.
Last week on the Marketing Mirror, Sue Ann began a little journey into social media marketing to help you understand it better and to determine where social media fits into your larger marketing strategy. You don't have to do social media marketing, but it certainly serves multiple purposes for building out your digital footprint, from brand awareness and recognition to landing new business. Applying a foundational marketing spin to your social media marketing as well, by taking an audience-first approach to social sharing, is imperative. But let's find out more about how to leverage social media to enhance your digital presence and grow your business. Organic social media is a great way to spotlight your business and send traffic to your website. For first steps, Sue Ann suggests you frame your social by dividing what you share on your platforms into 3 buckets, described as the 3 C's of marketing for creation, curation, and communication. Further, she shared a ton of statistics to demonstrate the prevalence of social media in today's cultural and business landscape, explaining why social media channels and platforms may be a fantabulous way to grow your business, reputation, trust, and sales. She also gave you ideas for things to keep in the back of your mind to create content that not only serves your audience and their specific needs, but also weaves business goals and objectives into your social content mix for a more strategic approach. And of the 3 areas Sue Ann wants to review with you for a personalized and original content plan and strategy for using social media marketing. So far, she gave you just a higher-level view of information for your thoughtful consideration and a few important things to keep in mind. The buyer journey, marketing formula, and social listening were a few of the topics. Finally, Sue-Ann shares her plan for the marketing mirror, which embraces Ann Handley's advice to slow down your marketing to speed it up, and also to get better results by taking a thoughtful and thorough approach. And you know what? This applies to your social media marketing management as well. But first, let's check back in with the marketing wizard and see more of what he has to say about social media. Let's go. Oh, and thanks for watching or listening to The Marketing Mirror by Sue-Ann of Right Mix for Business.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sue-Ann with Right Mix for Business, and I want to welcome you to The Marketing Mirror, because everything you do reflects your business and brand. And today I want to take you into the marketing mirror in a little bit of a different way, because even if you're a seasoned social media professional, even if you're a digital marketer extraordinaire, and even if you've been doing business in the digital space for a long time, you might feel a little skeptical and a little bit questioning about where social media is going, how social media is working, and what you should be doing, if it's even worthy to spend time and effort in social media today for your business, for your brand. And I, as I mentioned in the last episode, feel like social media marketing is still very relevant for expanding your digital footprint, growing your reputation, your authority, trust in your business, and so many things. So I feel that social media marketing is indeed an essential part of adding that flame, that fuel to your content marketing fire. And so I urge you to embrace social media, look at how social media is working currently, which isn't maybe the same as it has been working, but it's still workable. And so what I want you to do is reframe your thinking once again and figure out, how can social media marketing best help my business? What can I independently, exclusively, originally on my own do to enhance my social media marketing presence and my ability to gain new interest in my business and services through social media? And so let's go ahead and meet up again with that wizard inside the marketing mirror and find out what some of the gripes are that people are saying out there in the world. And let's hear what he has to say, and then let's talk about them a little bit. So before I get into the next section of social media marketing, which is how to find your audience and decide on where your audience hangs out, your audience and platforms, that perfect mix. Before we go there, let's do a little myth busting in today's episode, and let's talk about how to reframe your thinking and how to best optimize and leverage social media marketing for your business. Nobody else's, just for you.
A few topics for social media myth busting. Everyone's leaving social media. Social is a cesspool. Organic social media doesn't work anymore. Facebook is done. Twitter is done. Is YouTube a social channel? I have to be on every social platform or channel. I have to post every day. No one really gets business from social media.
So where should we start? There's a lot of myths out there about a lot of things and what you should be doing when it comes to social media. And let's start with Facebook, because that's possibly everybody's favorite number one platform to hate. And yet it has 2.9 billion monthly users. So there are some nearly 3 billion people, or around that number, who like and use the social media network and platform, making Facebook number one still as the number one used social media platform. So love it or hate it, it's populated, it's active, It's got a lot of things going on, including 200 million businesses are on Facebook. That might tell you something right there. You know how when you do your competitive research and you are looking to see if your business idea or market is viable and you want a popular market because you want there to be a market? Well, this is an example of that. 200 million businesses aren't on Facebook because it's not working, and not working well for many of them. So think about how you can leverage Facebook. And the other thing that you often hear about Facebook regards the algorithm. So I'm going to let my friend Eddie, my friend and colleague Eddie Garrison with Clover Media, explain to you a little bit about the social media platform's algorithm. Because believe it or not, I know we all think it's true. I know I do. But the algorithm isn't out to get you. It's based on data points. So let's listen to what Eddie has to say to knock that myth over. Take it away, Eddie.
I'm sure you've heard the term algorithm a lot when you're talking about Facebook. But do you really know or even understand how the Facebook algorithm actually works? Well, truthfully, even when the algorithm does change, it's not all that much. Nothing that would cause some major paradigm shift in how the function works anyway. So let's dive into exactly how the Facebook algorithm works. Now, whether you love it or hate it, you've got to understand it to be successful in marketing your business on the world's largest social media platform. You want it to know that your content is valuable, authentic, and worth serving up to your followers. So what exactly is the Facebook algorithm anyway? Well, it determines which posts people see every time they check their Facebook feed and in what order those posts actually show up. Essentially, the Facebook algorithm evaluates every post. It scores those posts with ranking signals and then arranges them in descending, non-chronological order of interest for each individual user. This process happens every time a user refreshes their Facebook feed. It's basically a mathematical equation that feeds off data points. Those data points come in the form of engagements from your audience. Now, how does Facebook determine what they show users in their feed? This is basically done in 3 steps. The algorithm figures out what content might be shown to users by using 3 main ranking signals: who posted it, type of content, and interactions with that post. Now, each post is ranked based on these 3 main ranking signals to determine where it appears in the user's feed. With who posted it, you're more likely to see content from sources you interact with, including friends and businesses. Type of content means if you most often interact with video, you'll see more video. If you engage with photos, you'll see more photos. And you kind of get the idea here. And interactions with the post means Facebook will prioritize posts with a lot of engagement, especially from people you interact with a lot on their platform. Now, we know the Facebook algorithm weighs certain engagements on your content differently, meaning one type of engagement is scored higher than the other. With this knowledge, you can actually attribute an actual score number to those types of engagements in order to arrive at a piece of content's overall score. Now, of course, Facebook doesn't disclose the actual score number their algorithm assigns. However, we do know the types of engagements that score higher than others. From this, we've seen the algorithm favor these types of ranking signals over all others. Now, those are going to be in order from highest to lowest. It goes shares, comments, and then likes. Now, this video is all about understanding how the algorithm works so you can learn what Facebook considers valuable for its users. You have to do the work to figure out how those overall principles apply to your specific audience. Then create content that will resonate with them and in turn send more ranking signals to the algorithm. Now, of course, when you're trying to bump up your engagement numbers, it can be really tempting to seek out complicated Facebook algorithm hacks. Trying to manipulate the algorithm to get more distribution than your content merits based on those ranking signals is a big no-no. Facebook considers this spam, so basically what I'm saying is don't do it. The message here is really pretty simple. Now that you understand how the Facebook algorithm works, work with the algorithm, not against it.
So thank you, Eddie Garrison. I appreciate that information. You are always on the social pulse, and I really like that. And that's actually where I met Eddie. He's part, as am I, of the Agora Pulse family. And as part of the Agora Pulse family, we have the benefit of ongoing world-class education and, really the latest and greatest in social media innovation and trends and tactics and campaign. Like, we have an inroad through Agora Pulse to stay on top. Eddie and I both are part of that, and I enjoy learning from Eddie, and I'm in a few groups that he's in where we exchange information and ideas concerning social and results. Because the thing that I love about Eddie, I feel like he and I are on the same plane, because we're not trying to give you like guru results or guru blueprints. We're actually trying to tell you what we find works in the real world with our real clients. And I know from my personal experience, I've worked with clients in so many, like A to Z different types of industries. And I know Eddie does too, that kind of surprising how well it works, but in completely different ways for these different accounts. So it's really an original individual endeavor. But part of getting that endeavor together is figuring out the right platform for you. So don't write any of them off, whether you hate them for other reasons or not. And that's another thing I think I heard the wizard say, is that it's a cesspool, and it's terrible on social for some people. Some people are so aggravated and upset with social, they have to turn it off. They can't take it anymore. I think social political discord. And I think that in a way, you have to consider how and why you're using social media and what you want to have as particularly part of your business feeds. So you want to tread lightly in some ways, because fighting is not getting you anywhere in a business perspective for the most part. That's not to say that you shouldn't, disagree with trends or, have thought leadership that's against the flow, but it's to say that you should really think before you ink and be thoughtful about how you use social media and how you represent yourself online. Everything you do reflects your business and brand. Everything you say, write, your visuals, all are a direct reflection. Why not double check your work? Why not think twice about what you publish? Why not think about how you approach social media and how you handle it from a business perspective without getting, fired up and emotional over divisive issues? Because if you're there for business, that should be your motivation. You can have a separate account. You can have a personal account for these more hot topics that may or may not make you happy to, fight about. What I think is what you put in, how you approach it, what you put out comes back to you. And I've been lucky, knock on wood, knock on lighting, knock on whatever. I've been very fortunate because I haven't had a whole lot of haters and scammers and mean people, but I don't think that I attract meanness because I'm not too mean, I guess. Anyway, I don't know. I try to be as honest as I can with the content, with my writing, with my research, and that's all I can do is the best I can do. And I think that's how we should all look at it. But anyway, that's how you should look at your social channels too, I think. Do the best you can do for what you're doing. And don't get all distracted and crazy with all the distraction and craziness. It's easy to do. And if you do want to partake in those kind of conversations, those heated, those divisive topics, which are important, and we do need to have social conversation, I just think that business social media accounts aren't the place for that conversation. But I think that that's something that we lost in the whole agenda or the whole idea of social media to begin with, was to have a place to have conversation. And also that's what your marketing, as we've been discussing, is doing. It's having a conversation with your community and with your clients and prospective clients and audience, and you have several audiences. So go at it gently and bring it back that same way. The opposite of garbage in, garbage out. Goodness in, goodness out. My thing is create with passion and market with love. And so I think if you kind of have something like that, that's kind of your values, that's behind your business, your brand, and your social media, I think you'll run into hopefully less haters. Let's hope so. Anyway, back to the agenda. I am going to go there. I'm going to talk about Twitter right now because I think that it's sweet to tweet, bringing business back to you. And in fact, I've gotten the majority of all my digital business originated somehow from Twitter and Twitter relationships. So even things that evolved from Twitter into, more of a relationship via Facebook or DM or LinkedIn, the initial contact or the contact that introduced the other contact, even if it was in another platform, still seems to originate Twitter, at least for me and my business. And maybe Twitter is my favorite because it's the first social media platform that I was dragged kicking and screaming, in fact, into. I was told that, I had to do it if I wanted to be a writer and make it, basically. And especially if I wanted to write in the digital space, which I thought I might. I was told that, for blog writing and article writing and website copy, promoting websites, that I had to be on Twitter. And so that's why I checked it out. And I didn't know what I was doing, but I was told just start pushing buttons. So that's what I'm going to tell you. Just start pushing buttons when it comes to your social media marketing effort. That's kind of the best way. And I know at first that seems crazy and scary because, you're going to blow something up or break it. That's what you think, but it's tougher to mess up than you think. So, test things. Try the buttons. But I think that also the big, brouhaha right now is concerning the ownership of Twitter and the CEO of Twitter. And I'm not sure the last CEO is that great a guy. And if you think about the CEO of social platforms, you might find a lot of disappointment. For example, Zuckerberg started Facebook as a system to rate women, girls, whatever. And for me, that's not such a cool guy to begin with. And then, there's the data analytics scandals and there's political scandals. And I'm just not sure I can get behind him so far of what I know of Mark, of Zuck. But yet I love to be on Facebook because I find like-minded people. And my favorite thing on Facebook is groups where I learn and have discourse and discussion with other people in same topics. Can get in touch with people that, have the software that I use if I have questions or problems, or to learn things from them. So I'm in Facebook for me. I don't have to like the guy to use the platform. And I think that's part of the confusion right now. I think you have to consider the merits of the platform versus the owner of the platform. I mean, who can say that it's a good thing for a guy who owned one of the biggest empires in a way with Amazon buying the Washington Post? That seems like a little conflict of interest, media and business somehow. I mean, I don't know what I think about Elon, but I don't really consider him when I think about my Twitter game. So maybe that's a position that you should look at it from. It's not about the owner of the platform. It's about your ownership of the platform. In other words, what you put into it, what you have going on with it, what it's doing for you, your business, what friends you're making there. Because I can truly say I've made real friends I speak to, on face-to-face or on the phone through Twitter. I've gained, like I said, the majority of my clients through Twitter. I started out really liking Twitter at first because of the research capability of going on there and finding not just the topics that I was interested in or researching for work or writing, but because it had the most current of those topics. That's one of the things I like about Twitter and Elon taking over, even though, again, not making a comment about him in any way. Talking about the platform, one of the things that's happening that made the news, which if it made the news, if the news is talking about it, the mainstream media is talking about it, if people are talking about it in articles and on the web, all over the place, all of the time, then there must be some relevance to it right there, or nobody would care or talk about it. It wouldn't be making news. It wouldn't be part of news. And so the first thing that I liked about it was researching. The second thing was that news currency. And, it's been used to, in real time, save people's lives or find people in a crisis when everything was down. It was a way to connect in real time and let people know in real time about newsworthy things. And I think that's kind of how Twitter got picked up as being newsworthy, because the platform has so many possible use cases and functionality, and so it does have merit. And there's also probably, in my case, a little bit of that, what UK Chow talks about in gamification, about sunken cost, where you put so much time and effort into building something on a platform or an app or software or something else that you're involved in life. You don't like it anymore, or you hate it, but you won't quit because you have so much invested. Except that I don't feel that way. I don't feel like that lost part. But for some people, that might be the case. For example, today on the news, on the regular mainstream news, they're talking about Twitter, Elon saying that, we're going to get rid of people who aren't using the platform. And as a power user, I would say I am of Twitter, as a faithful Twitterer, I would say that that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Because you don't want people who aren't going to interact with you or engage with you or see anything you do. If they haven't been on the platform doing anything for a number of years, which is the criteria, you don't want them to be on your list of followers, unless you're just looking to bump up and have fake numbers, which it's not about the numbers. Social media is not about the numbers. It's about, again, using the tech to dig down and find people and make those relationships that become business and become friendships and become collaborations and all the good stuff. And that's all the good stuff I've found doing social, being on social, and being part of social media. And I find it fascinating. I also find it like it is work. So if you're doing social media, time is not free. And so when people talk about organic social, to think free is actually incorrect. But it is not about what you, it is. It's a balance of what you put in, but what you get out. And for me, who started a business online without telling anyone in the real world, in my real life, in my other business, that I started doing this and building a business completely through digital, and I'm going to credit social for most of it. For me, I think it works. I know it works. And I've seen it work for clients too. There's a thing called dark social where you can't measure everything. And Agora Paul studies this. I study it. I believe that that's a huge thing, a huge driver behind business that they don't even know that are another benefit of social. But what I'm saying about Twitter is that you should think about, as you should with Facebook or any of the major platforms or even minor platforms that you use or consider using, think about what's working for you. What does it do for you? What does it gain for you? What can you accomplish with it? Because I'm having fun, like learning about other people and finding out about their stuff that they share on Twitter too. And the discussions, the tweet chats, the Twitter chats, that's conversation. That's learning, in real time with others in your field. And that's a good thing to me. And again, they're also, as I said, always experimenting with new features. If we all only go on platforms with people who think exactly like we think, we're not going to grow, nor are we going to be inclusive, nor are we going to be a community that's beyond our local narrow-minded world. We're going to, we're not going to be a world community at that point. We're going to be tight-knit, like-minded, divisive groups. We need to have discussion and discourse. We need to have a place that people can say whatever they like, right or wrong, because I don't have to agree with you to respect you enough to let you speak. It's just an interesting thing because Twitter is relevant, or it wouldn't be on the news. It's relevant, or it wouldn't be such a big deal that it's having issues. People would just dump it. But the fact that we're talking about it, the fact that that there's things being done by management, like them or not, that might make it a more effective platform for you, because you don't want bots to be your followers. You don't want people who aren't getting on the platform. They aren't going to engage with you. I just think that the people that you want on social platforms are people that are also interacting with you. The two-way conversation only happens when you connect all the way. Thank you so much for watching this week's episode of The Marketing Mirror. And next week, we'll dive into platforms and audiences for social media marketing. And while we're at it, we can tackle those last couple things, those social myths the marketing wizard threw out, and we didn't get to today. Things like, how often do I post? How many channels do I need? And how do I know what social platforms or network, or do I need a combo? What is my secret key? Find out next week. Tune in to The Marketing Mirror. Thank you.
Hi, Trust Factor is a new video series and coming audio podcast show hosted by me, Rob Greenlee, that focuses on all aspects related to building trust in human-to-human and business-to-human relationships. I've dedicated my past year or so helping online content creators to create content that reaches other humans at a much deeper level. And this exploration for me, and hopefully for you too, in joining me each week to bring a more positive experience to people in our lives. So look for me here on TV 100 on Mondays at 11 a.m. to noon Eastern Daylight Time, or 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, right here on YouTube.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Have you ever felt tired of constantly putting others before yourself? In this episode with Books of Bridgetti, our author Kristen Brown gives you some insight into how to maintain healthy boundaries in a relationship and steps you can take to break free from toxic ones. So don't miss this episode of Books with Bridgetti so you can transform your relationships and gain your self-worth. You're watching Books with Bridgetti with Kristen Brown. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Can everybody see that? Coinbase
Hey, it's Christoph Trapp. Thanks for having me on your live show. It was really my pleasure. Your production is just fantastic. Unbelievable how you guys are pulling that off. So organized with segments and transitions and all those different things. Right in line with what I'm talking about in my new book, Going Live, live streaming your podcast to reach more people. Hopefully people tune in for our conversations. Definitely worth the on-demand version, in my opinion, if I may say so myself. You guys are awesome.
I think this might be, I've been on over 24 different podcasts and radio shows in the last couple of months, and this has to be one of the most sophisticated, what the kids that I used to teach call bomb.com shows and presentations that I've ever been on. It looks fantastic. Thank you.
I love your introduction. How professional. That sounds, I feel like I'm on a beautiful show here. Folks, welcome.
Available wherever great books are sold near you.
Oh my goodness, Ross, thank you so much.
Thanks.
And,
this is one of the most fun interviews that I've ever done. So thank you, Bridgetti.
big pleasure. Ross, take care.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome to Books with Bridgetti. We dive into the world of books and writing with exclusive insights and behind-the-scene adventures from acclaimed publishers and renowned authors. Our live stream is brought to you by StreamYard, BeLive Media, and 100 TV. In today's show, we're going to be talking to Kristen Brown about relationships and healthy boundaries. So if you've never met our featured author yet, Kristen Brown is a self-worth, recovery, and relationship healing author, a speaker and mentor who helps people break free from dysfunctional relationships so they can find true love. She recently released her second book, The Recovering People Pleaser. She also hosts a podcast called The Sweet Empowerment Podcast. Kristen is the creator of the Self-Love to Soulmate Masterclass program. So without any further ado, let's invite our amazing author to join me. Kristen, welcome to the show. I'm so delighted that you were able to come and join me today on Books with Bridgetti. Wonderful to have you here.
Oh, thank you, Bridgetti. I'm telling you, I was sitting here just enjoying the show, this amazing intro. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I'm going to be on the show. So thank you so much for having me. I'm truly honored to be a part of this broadcast. It's beautiful.
Absolutely delighted. So I want to jump off by asking you, what inspired you to write The Recovering People Pleaser, and how has your personal journey influenced the content in the book?
That's such a great question. Well, the quick story, I'm going to try to keep the story short, is that I had decades of lopsided and dysfunctional relationships, which every single one of them included some iteration of using, abusing, abuse, some type of betrayal, some type of dysfunction. And it wasn't until 2009-10 when I went through what I call my tsunami, which is a time that, per the betrayal of my husband at that time, my entire life was wiped out. And I was virtually left homeless and jobless, incomeless, with 3 children in tow. And I'm a person who had worked since I was 15 years old. I had an 841 credit rating. I had owned brick and mortar businesses. So this was not something that I had ever thought would possibly happen to me, but it completely wiped out my identity, who I was, what I thought to be real. And it forced, but I'm going to say that in a very soft way. It nudged me, and I accepted the mission to go on some inner healing journey. And at that point, because I'd had so many decades of these type of relationships, I asked why. I said, why is this happening to me? And I made this vow to remain single and celibate for as long as it took for me to figure it out. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have a coach. I didn't have a mentor. I didn't even know what my problem was. I just knew that this was a pattern and it was repeating. So when I did the work, when I started going through this process that I now fondly call the College of Kristen, when I was going through that process, I noticed myself changing in the most remarkable way. And I said, what's happening? And what I realized what was happening is that I was healing my inner world. I was feeling worthy for the first time ever in my life. And the progress just went on from there. As you can see on the screen, I wrote my first book, From Doormat to Sweet Empowerment, in 2014. And then this book just came. It just came to me. My husband had said, when you write another book? And I said, I will know when it's time. And so January of 2022, last year, I was like, it's time. And the book just flew out of me, and I'm in love with it. I hold it. It's my little baby. My entire heart is in this book. And I'm just really glad that I had it, the opportunity to put into words what I had healed in a way that can really help other people if they're struggling with the same type of situations. I can't hear you. You're muted.
I think we've got the sound back. I think there are a lot of people that can relate to your kind of situation. And I believe it's not just women. I believe men
Oh, yes.
and women can both relate to this kind of situation. So how can people identify if they are a people pleaser, and what are some of the common signs to look out for? Because I think the issue here is often that when you're in the situation, because your perception of the world and of people is so clouded, it's like depression. Oftentimes people who are depressed don't realize that they are depressed. It takes other people from the outside looking in to realize, but something's not quite right here. And I think when you are a people pleaser, it could be very hard for you to see. So what are those things that people need to look out for?
Oh my gosh, that's such an excellent question. I want to first address what you said about men. And I want men to understand this too. This is not a gender specific problem by any means. And I'm really grateful that the world is starting to accept men's emotions and allowing them to heal as well, because it is chronic that men are abused. And they're just not being talked about because they're being shamed for it. If they're like, yeah, my wife, my partner's doing this, they're being shamed for those type of things. And I also want to add this, that shockingly, do you know who's reaching out to me, Bridgetti? It's men. Men,
Wow.
they're messaging me, they're calling me, they're like, I can't put this book down. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes. I get really emotional about that because I grew up with a whole bunch of brothers and a neighborhood full of boys. I'm very much in love with the male species, the male gender, and I do know how much they need to be seen and to be heard. So I first wanted to address that. The second thing is, how do we recognize we're a people pleaser? Oh my gosh. There's one easy way, and that's we're going to feel resentment. We're going to feel resentment. We're going to feel like we don't matter. So if someone finds themselves, grudgingly saying yes to things and going, I have to do this, or I got to go there. So-and-so needs me, or whatever it is. I really don't want to go to this function. That and the resentment and the feeling that I don't matter. Why doesn't anybody care about me? Why do I give so much love into the world, but nobody's giving it back to me? Now, it may feel like nobody. If we really get into the deep and dirty of it, yeah, there's people out there, but there's going to feel this overwhelming feeling that you give, and you're not receiving it. So that's a really good indicator that you could be a people pleaser.
And you feel burnt out.
You
just
can, yeah.
exhausted all the time, I would imagine. Because, if you don't fill your own cup, the cup's going to be empty, and no motor car or anything with an engine can run on empty without any fuel. So I imagine that's not a good place to be for anyone.
Oh gosh. It's another indicator, Bridgetti, would be where we're blaming others. My mom keeps asking me to do this, or my husband wants that, or my children want. When we start to really focus on blaming others for asking us, we have to realize we've been saying yes. So we've trained them that it's okay to ask us because they're going to get the result that they want. So if a person notices, wow, I'm really, really tired of my brother calls me and asks me to watch his kids, and they're complaining. It's like, well, have you ever said no? Have you ever set a boundary with that? And these are the indicators that we can go within. What I had to do, what I think is important to mention for anybody who has my kind of backstory, is that I had to realize that I was the common denominator, that I was looking at all these relationships, and there's no judge or jury that would say I was wrong. There was abuse, there was cheating, there was substance abuse, there was all these things present. So if I would say, oh, here you go, judge and jury, who's right, him or me? They would have said him, of course, because the behavior is not okay. But I was the common denominator between all of these relationships. I was the one thing that was consistent through all of them. And I had to take radical responsibility for that. And I had to say, why? Why aren't these other women having these experiences? What is it about me and my energy and the way I'm showing up to relationships that repeatedly attracts this same type of thing? And it wasn't just in my romantic relationships, it was in my friendships too. And I didn't realize that at first. But once I started looking around, I was like, oh my gosh, it's everywhere. It was everywhere.
Quite very, very, very pervasive, and I think that's why it's hard to identify, trying to see that about yourself. What would you say are some of the biggest challenges that one can face as a people pleaser when it comes to forming healthy relationships, and how they can overcome these challenges?
It's in the title of this. It's the boundaries. And this is why I have such a big chapter in my book about boundaries. I also, on my podcast, I have an 8-series boundary series, because so many people out in the world, like, just go set a boundary. Kristen, Bridgetti, Bob, Sue, just go set a boundary. For people pleasers, boundaries are extremely difficult, and sometimes they're impossible. With that, the person just cannot get themselves to set a boundary. They might try to hint. They might try to, weasel their way around actually setting a boundary. Boundaries are extremely difficult. And that's why in this book, I said that I have this massive chapter on it, because I go in all the ins and outs about it, all the things that come up for someone as they're trying to set a boundary. And it's not just set the boundary, because for me, Bridgetti, I had no problem speaking up. I was like, hey, that's not cool. And I would speak up about that thing, but I mistakenly thought they were just going to do the thing because I asked them to, because that's how I was. So I was projecting my willingness to shift and morph to accommodate other people. I was projecting that onto other people. And then when that thing didn't change, I got more and more and more and more and more frustrated. And now it's affecting my personality, because I'm getting angry and I'm getting resentful and I'm raising my voice, and nothing still changed. So I was like, nothing is changing. So one of the aspects of this is that not only do we have to set a boundary, we have to maintain the boundary. And I go into that at length in here, because there's a lot to unpack with that, but we've got to be willing to maintain the boundary. But it is almost impossible unless we heal our inner world. We have to be someone who deems ourselves worthy of setting and maintaining a boundary.
I can well imagine, why that's important, because if you don't maintain the boundary, you're going to fall back into old patterns and you're going to become the doormat again.
Yes.
It's never going to hold up unless you make that actual change, and people around you can recognize that there is a change, and that you will no longer accept the kind of relationship that you had previously. Moving forward, people around you need to know that there's a radical change, or there's a shift in how we're going to connect with each other and how this friendship is going to be playing out. So how can someone upgrade the energetic vibration, as it were, to attract the right kind of people that don't suck their energy?
Yes. Oh my gosh, great question. Just backing up to what you were saying, many times when we do start to do what you were saying, you so beautifully worded, that we start saying our relationship is going to change from this point forward, we get a lot of pushback, and people try to manipulate us and guilt us, and they want us to go back into our old mode. And a lot of times before we do that shift that I'm going to share with you, we can fall back into it. Like you said, we can fall back into that old doormat or people-pleasing arena, because we're not yet strong enough. So I explain it like this, that when we come here to Earth, we are little souls, and we enter into a human body. We know nothing other than our divinity. We know that we are whole. We know that we are worthy. But as we grow in, our brainwave states start to increase, because we're in delta much of the time from 0 to 2 years old, which is basically a sleep state. We're still very connected with our inner world and our worthiness. And then from 2 to 6, we start to enter into theta as well, which is a little bit more aware, but it's still kind of a meditative state. It's still kind of down there. And then we go into alpha. Well, once we start going into alpha, what happens is we become very aware of our environment. And while we're in that awareness, we start to get messages that come to us that we're not enough, or we're too much, or whatever it might be. We have that. We have traumas that can happen, all kinds of things that can start to change the way we are programmed. So instead of fully knowing our worth, we start to believe that there's something wrong with us. And two things can happen in that state, Bridgetti. We can either start to hyper focus on the needs of other people to get love, approval, and acceptance, or we can hyper focus on ourselves. And this is often referred to as narcissistic tendencies or selfishness or what have you. And this is often referred to as codependency or people pleasing. But it's the same unworthiness in the beginning that can fracture out into one of two ways. Neither one's better. There's so much emphasis on the narcissist today. Everybody wants to put the narcissist down. People pleasing is just as dysfunctional. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that any sort of judgment. This is the human experience. This is what we were brought here to do. We lose ourselves and then we slowly learn how to get back to ourselves, to that unconditional love of self. So to answer your question, the healing happens when we work on that inner world. We start to reclaim our true worth through certain practices, and that will organically shift the way that we start to show up in life. And I noticed this with myself, Bridgetti, when my kids and I had ended up, because we lost the home and everything, and I had retired from my hair clientele, and I basically broken homeless. Like I said, we moved in with my mom and my stepfather for 5 years. And I was doing this work during that time, and I walked in the foyer of her house, and this is when we had flip phones, and I'd received a text, and I looked at the text, and organically, without a thought, without a planning, without manipulation, without people pleasing, I shut my phone and I said, I don't need to answer that, because it was from a former love interest. And I just shut the phone, and I didn't even take another step. And I said, oh my gosh, what happened? I was like, that is not like me. It would have been, fire something back, try to be cute, try to get his attention, try to get him to see me, something. And that didn't happen. And I stopped in my tracks and I said, something is changing here. What is it? And that's when I realized that it was my self-worth, that I was reclaiming my self-worth. No longer was I hustling for approval. No longer was I taking the scraps from people. And literally in that moment, Bridgetti, I hugged myself. I physically hugged myself. And I said, keep going, girl. Something's happening. Whatever you're doing is working. Keep doing it.
Wow. That is absolutely amazing. We're going to take a really, really short break and we'll be back in a bit. You are watching Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors, only on 100 TV. Welcome back. You're watching Books with Bridgetti, and we're talking to Kristen Brown about forming healthy relationships. Kristen, so if someone wants to break free from codependency and become more interdependent in their relationship, what kind of advice would you give them?
I would say that this is not something you can force, that we can't just make a decision that we're going to be empowered, because like you and I talked about earlier, that if there's foundations not there, we will slip back into old patterns. This is about the tools and the practices that I outline in my book. It's about really going within and discovering your programming, discovering your wounds, discovering your areas of unworthiness, where you think you're not enough, and cleaning up that world, because our outer world is always going to be a reflection of our inner world. So if we don't like what's happening or what we're seeing in our outer world, how we're being treated, that's always an indicator that something is going on inside of us, because that's how life works. It will reflect back to us. So if we have anything that is saying, this is not going well, I don't like how I'm being treated, or that I getting passed up for the job, or whatever it might be, there's some pattern that's showing up in your life. Owning the fact that it has to do with what's happening inside of you. We can only control ourselves. So many times in relationships in life, we want to control our environment and the people in that environment. And we're like, if I can just get this person to do this thing, if I can just get this person to stop doing X, Y, Z, everything's going to be good. We have absolutely zero power with other people. And I spent decades trying to do that. innocently. And this is the thing about that we all need to understand. We're so innocent. We're teeny tiny baby humans trying to figure things out. So there's no judgment in any of this ever. And I highly recommend that you don't beat yourself up if you're discovering patterns about yourself. If anything, you need to give yourself a high five, because awareness is key. And when you start to become aware of your patterns and the things in your thinking, because so much of it is on autopilot, we're just repeating the same thoughts every single day, repeating the same belief systems, which are creating the same behaviors. Once we stop, and I call it putting a wrench in the wheel. If you think of some big gears, that just keep going, and we stick a wrench in that and we say, wait a minute, what's happening? We're going to recognize we got some junk going on inside here that's creating all of this. But the best news is, Bridgetti, it's 100% healable.
I think that is what, that's kind of the aha moment, that it is fixable, because sometimes you can feel broken, and you think, when you're in that moment, you feel like this is never going to change. It's like someone that's grieving. In that time when you are grief stricken, you feel like, I'm going to feel this way for the rest of my life. This is what my life's going to feel. But, you fast forward 5 years, 10 years, and you realize it doesn't have to be that way. Things can change. It is within my power to change. So what would you say are some of the common, and this may tie into what you've already said, but what are some of the common limiting beliefs that people pleasers own, and can, how do they overcome these limiting beliefs?
Okay. So everybody has a different backstory. So the programming might be a little bit different for everybody. But I would say the most common one is self-doubt, which means I'm not enough. Who I am is not enough. Okay. What I know is not enough. And that could be I'm not smart enough, pretty enough, tall enough, educated enough, have enough money, whatever it might be. It's a lie. It's a lie constructed of the ego. Whatever limiting belief that we have is a lie. And once we can start to realize that we have this part of our psyche called the ego, it's our lower self. And then we have this part of our psyche called our higher self, which is our God self. Once we realize we have two parts of the psyche, and we're either in one or the other at any given time. We cannot be in both. Okay. When we're in one, if we're hearing the lies and the disempowered things and all the things that are creating now depression, anxiety, fear, frozenness, all of those things. For me, I took the time and this was just with a certain block of beliefs, but I was noticing that I had so much anxiety, Bridgetti, that I was driving down the road one day and my lip went like this. It curled up on its own like an Elvis sneer. And I was like, what is happening to me? Because my body was doing something without me. I was like, okay, well, I knew at this point that thoughts create emotions and that limiting beliefs create emotions. So I asked myself, what are you thinking? I vowed, I was like, I'm going to figure this out. I have to get rid of this because I'm a mother. I'm a parent. My mother was sick at that time too. There was a lot happening in my life and I had to get myself right. So I asked myself every single time, Bridgetti, that I felt anxiety or my chest clench, I said, what are you thinking? And I grabbed that thought of what I was thinking and I asked myself if it was 100% true. Is this absolutely true? And I'll give you a couple of examples because I did this hardcore in 2011. And a lot of thoughts at that time in 2011 had to do with romantic partners. So one of my thoughts was, no man is ever going to want me. I'm too old. Or I have 3 children from 2 fathers, or, I'm not a homeowner anymore, whatever those thoughts that came in, because they will come at you. They will come at you and they're quiet and they're just slippery and they come in there. And then all of a sudden we don't even realize we thought it. Now we're reacting to it. And I said, is that true? No man will ever want me. And that's where the logic can really help us, right? We got the creative brain. We got the logical brain, the left side. The logic was like, that's a little ridiculous, Kristen. There's 7.7 billion people on this planet at that time. So you're saying out of 7.7 billion people, no man is ever going to want you. So I was able to dispel that belief right then because it wasn't true. It was a lie. And I said, all right, that's not true. So what is an as true or truer statement? Was, of course, another man is going to want me because I've never had a problem attracting people. That's just a dumb lie. And I did this with every single thought that came out. I was so consistent with my practice, Bridgetti, that within, and this is no lie, within I think it was 24 to 48 hours. I think it was 48 hours. The anxiety was gone. Gone. This is anxiety I had been carried around for 11, 12 months. Gone. And within 2.5 weeks, that set of beliefs stopped happening. They were gone. They were eradicated because I brought in truth. And truth is the kryptonite to the ego because the ego lies. The ego is trying to keep us stuck. And its job is to keep us safe. That's what it wants to do, is protect us. But it will do it at any means possible because it wants to keep us small and contained. So when we start to recognize, I call it a gremlin. I actually had a little picture of my head of like this little character that was about 2 inches tall, and it was cute because it's not here to harm us. And I said, you're lying to me again. Here's what's true, but thank you. And I did this over and over and over again, and I was able to retrain my brain. That's one of the ways.
And so something interesting that I got out of what you were saying is that you've got to replace the one thing with something else. Because it's not just doing away with the one thing. And it leaves room then for other bad thoughts to enter or other negative thoughts. You've got to replace that negative thoughts with positive ones and eventually drown them out. But all of it takes work. It's not going to happen automatically, and it's not going to happen overnight. So my next question to you is something that I used to battle with as well myself. You know, how do you learn to balance the needs of others with your own needs without feeling guilty or selfish? So if I think of my own situation, I think it took me 5 years into my marriage before I could tell my mother I can't do something for you without feeling guilty. You know, I was out of the house. I had my own life with my family, but every time my mother asked me for something or to do something, I would feel insanely guilty. I would feel selfish. It would eat me up inside because I wasn't able to do something she asked me to. And I figured I put that question in here because I thought, I'm sure there's other people who have been through similar situations.
Oh, for sure. This is huge. This is chronic, and this is what happens. And this is why many times we don't do the work, because we do self-guilt. Or we get the guilt from the other person. It depends who we're dealing with. And I call that in my first book, the one you can see over there, Doormat to Sweet Empowerment. I love that you posted that too. I talk about it as manipulation strategies of others. So when they're used to getting a certain thing from us, then they know kind of how to push our buttons or kind of guilt us, and it can be very covert. You know, it doesn't mean these people are bad, okay? Because my mom used to do this with me too, and I call her, Saint Annalise. My mom was an amazing, loving person, but she kind of knew how to like turn the screw every once in a while to get me to do stuff. And I had to learn the same thing, Bridgetti. I remember this very clearly in my 20s. So what helped for me is this very simple concept. And again, I talk about this in the book, that I want people to open their hearts and minds, take the best and leave the rest. I'm not your guru, you're your guru. So when concepts came to me that felt good to me, I absorbed them, and I called them my new truth. And one of those concepts was that we need to put our oxygen mask on first before we can tend to anybody else, right? They say it in the planes. We don't put our mask on, we can't put the mask on our child. We put the mask on our child, we're going to pass out. So that concept in and of itself was so important to me. So I didn't use literally the oxygen mask. I said, if I'm not good, nobody's good. I remember saying this to myself. If mama ain't good, nobody's going to be good. So it sort of forced me and again, force in a very gentle, nudging way, okay, because I accepted the mission. It kind of promoted me and pushed me in the way to go, I really got to take care of me. And we do it within reason, because sometimes we have a sick child or a parent that needs us. There's life does this, right? It moves, it shifts. There's times when I had two parents with cancer. Yeah, I had two parents with cancer at the same time. So that a lot of my thoughts and minds went to them, because they were my priority. I wanted to make sure that they were well taken care of during this time. So this is why, though, Bridgetti, I call it recovering, because I don't feel, even after doing this work and teaching this work, I have not, even at my age right now, 55, I am not like, I'm all good. I'm guilt-free. I'm manipulation-free. I still have to stop when one of my loved ones is really trying for something and saying, well, you haven't spent time with me, or you haven't, or whatever, thing that they come up with. I have to say to myself, I have to get really intentional. And I have to say, what do I need right now? So if, let's say, I have a really bad headache, or I'm exhausted and my child wants to go driving in the car, with me, because we go on these drives, then I'm like, you know what? I need 15-minute nap first. I need to close my eyes, and then maybe afterwards. So I slow everything down, and I get really intentional. But the most important thing is that I follow through. I remember the first time I started to set really big boundaries with my kids, because much of my parenting career was single. So I had worked opposite schedules with my first husband. We were hardly parented together. And then I was single. And then my next husband was a pilot who was gone 5 to 6 weeks at a time. So much of my parenting was single. And I remember coming home from work and being exhausted and going, man, I could just use 20 minutes to close my eyes. And my kids were probably like middle school age, or just at the top end of grade school. And I would go to my room, and I would say, okay, you guys, and this was brand new. I didn't do this ever before. I would just muscle through and end up getting cranky and end up getting snappy and I said, I need 15, 20 minutes to reset. So guess what happened, Bridgetti? Knock, 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 5 minutes in. Oh, Mom, just wanted to ask you one question. And every time I'd say, I would be very consistent. I would say 20 minutes, give me 20 minutes. I wouldn't even answer their question, because that promoted them to keep doing it. 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So guess what happened? 20 minutes came and went like that. I came downstairs. They're like, you're already done? Because I was very consistent. I said 20 minutes. I meant 20 minutes. And they started giving me that space, because they knew I was going to come back to them. So there's a way we can work through all this, especially, if you've read the first paragraph, we're lovers and givers and earth angels. We want to give to other people. We want to love on other people, yet we're doing it at our own expense. So when we can go back to, if I'm not good enough, if I'm not good, ain't nobody's going to be good, then I think that starts to give us permission to really start to take care of ourselves.
I think, that's a really golden nugget. My parents-in-law were both medical doctors, and my husband was telling me one day that they had a rule that when they came in from the hospital, that they needed 30 minutes to unwind and just debrief. So, the kids learned that for the first 30 minutes after their parents came home from work, that they were to leave them alone. And I think that's a really good recipe, because, if you don't do that, if you don't allow yourself to debrief from the day, you're going to take all that crankiness out of the children. And
Yes.
If you set that rule, they're going to have a more loving parent that's going to be more intentional with them, because they've kind of washed that day away, and just as I'm talking now, another thought's coming into my head. Post pandemic, a lot of people are working at home, and to me that doesn't make any difference, because you still have to separate your work time from your actual family time. And so, maybe you don't need 30 minutes, maybe you just need 15 or 20 minutes, but you still need to take that time so that you can switch gears in your brain literally.
Yes.
And then become the mom and the dad, and just be a happy family together. So my next question to you is, I'd love to know if you could share a success story with us of someone who's worked through your program. But we'll take a quick break again, and when we come back, if you could just share one success story with us, that'll be wonderful.
Sure.
You are watching Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors, only on 100 TV. Welcome back. You're watching Books with Bridgetti, and my amazing guest today is Kristen Brown, and we're talking about relationships and setting healthy boundaries. Kristen, can you share an example with us of someone that's done the work, that's worked through your mastermind, and have come out on the other side?
Okay, so do you see how I lit up? Because this is, I get so excited because I know how painful it is. And that's why I started this work, because I wanted to help other people. I'm like, guys, there's a way. There's a way. And those that wanted to jump on board did. And I'm thinking of one of my clients in particular who's from New Zealand. Beautiful, darling girl. Same type of backstory as me, just one crappy relationship after the next. And she's beautiful and wonderful. And we went, actually, this is when I was doing the Self-Love to Soulmate Masterclass as a group. I took people through a group. I think this was in 2020, which was weird. I didn't realize it was during that COVID year, but in hindsight, that's when it was. So we went through this group, and so many of the women from that group are reaching out to me now, and they're like, guess what? I met the guy. Like, they broke their pattern. And I'm like, tell me about him. So this one particular story is really, really fun because we know New Zealand's small. It's an island, right? And people ride their bikes around a lot and things like that. Well, I'm also super intuitive, and I use my intuition a lot in my coaching because I just allow spirit to stream through me, and that helps me with things. Well, one time during that program, there was a thing where I would have a drawing. If you answered certain questions every week, I'd have a drawing, and I'd do a one-on-one coaching with one of the members. And this gal won one of the weeks. And so we were talking, and I said, you know what? I said, I'm just going to tell you this intuitively. I don't know, but you've already met him. He's been in your circumference. And I said, I'm not talking miles. I'm talking like you've run into him at a coffee shop, or you've passed him at the grocery store. I said, he's around you already. I don't know where, but he is. And one of the things that she said to me was, Kristen, you were 100% right. She said, when I look out my back window, I see his house on the top of the next hill. He was that close to her this entire time. So once and this is one other thing. And she said, we went on the first date, and I was like, I wasn't really super impressed, but based on what she had learned in the thing and how she had shifted herself and not looking for the bad boy anymore, because that's a big deal. People want they think they want the bad boy until they get the bad boy. And she said, but I went on, then by the second date, my interest was piqued, and it was more of a slow evolution. And she's just got the most delightful husband now. They're probably married now, but that's one of my favorite success stories because, when you do the work, when you show up to the work and you're really sick and tired of being sick and tired, stuff's going to change. It's going to change.
So what happens though when you have a problem and you need to make the adjustments, but it's not necessarily your life partner that's got the problem? How do you work on maintaining healthy boundaries within your relationships without pushing your current partner away?
Okay. In your current relationship, are you talking about they're doing something that's not okay?
Yes.
And you need to, okay.
Yeah.
This is a tricky question, and I could unpack this for an hour and a half, but I will say this. Typically, when we set a boundary with somebody, their level of worthiness themselves is going to determine how well they receive the boundary. Okay? Mm-hmm. Because a lot of times if we set a boundary with somebody and they already have some hidden shame inside of them, They might want to defend or fight because our boundary is shining a light on something within them that's not healed. Because we wouldn't be needing to put up that boundary if it wasn't there. So we don't put boundaries on great behavior, right? We put it on behavior that's harming us, hurting us, doing something, disrespecting us in some way. So when we do that, a person that is kind of a one and done, Bridgetti, like you're like, hey, next time, can you please not XYZ? And they're like, oh my gosh, sorry, my bad. Right? That can happen. And that's like one and done pretty much. But when you do it, you say, hey, can you not do XYZ, or however you're going to word it? I'm just saying this real quickly. And they go, I don't do that. You do that. Or, now they ignore you. They give you the silent treatment, or they do something like that. This is what I encourage people to do. Do not think because they didn't say, of course, I'm going to heed your boundary. Do not think for 1 second that your boundary is wrong, because boundaries are designed to help both parties. When they are rooted in love, that's the most important thing. When they are rooted in love, not rooted in control, not manipulation, not trying to get your way, when it truly is that I am going to require better treatment from you, even if it's just like you've got this great partner and they just raise their voice to you, like when they get upset. That's enough to say, hey, I don't, it's not okay to yell at me, right? So when they're rooted in love of self, love and protection of self, they are never wrong. A boundary is never wrong. The world is going to push back. They're going to push back because they're going to say, I don't like this, because now you've taken the flashlight and you're shining on my wounds. You're shining on my bad behavior. And I'm not prepared to look at that. So this isn't the time to shame or blame or try to convince them. It's to just keep setting the boundary. I just had a family member that would be upset about something, Bridgetti, and they'd call me to complain about this other thing. Every single time without fail, somehow they're mad at me now. And I'm just listening. And all of a sudden, I'm not saying the right thing or I'm whatever. And this person would just get all upset and yell at me and take out all their anxiety on me. So guess what I did? Someone I love more than anything in the world. I said, I can't listen to you when you're talking to me like this. It's too loud. It's too abrasive. And it activates my nervous system. I do want to hear you. I love you. But what I'm going to hang up now. Go get yourself together and call me back. First time I ever did this, I turned off my cell phone, put it on the seat of my car, and I went in the grocery store because I knew if I had that phone with me and they started texting me that I wouldn't be able to help defending myself. So I left it in the car. About 20, 30 minutes went by. That person called me back and was calm because they wanted to show up. They still wanted my attention. They still wanted me in their life, and they showed up in the way that was being requested. And the conversation was beautiful. It's important to say, though, that when it comes to people that are really super unhealed or on the narcissistic spectrum, somehow, some way, that true narcissists that really are just trying to take from you, chances are they're not going to heed your boundary. They're going to go find somebody else that they can overrule and overpower. And we need to be comfortable with that. But the key is to really stand in your power and say, I deserve love, respect, and honor. And if this person's not giving it to me in this moment, then I'm going to remove myself. Let them figure it out. They'll figure it out if they want you in their life.
Wow. I think that's really, really powerful advice for anybody who finds himself in that kind of situation. So what if a person is in a situation where they struggle to, and I think this is probably an underlying thing of a people pleaser, if they struggle to love themselves and they struggle with building their own self-worth, what advice would you have for someone like that?
Yeah. Well, if you don't love yourself, your worthiness is going to tank. Okay. Because it is self-love that promotes our worthiness. Okay. And it is the cause of people pleasing because we believe that we have to get love, approval, and acceptance from outside of ourselves. So we're going to bend and morph and shift and chameleon and do whatever we want, put on masks, do whatever we need to try to get that approval from somebody else. So the core is lack of self-love, period. That's why I call myself a self-love mastery coach, because at the end of the day, that's what we're doing. That's filling our own cup. And there's varying degrees of this and different levels of this. And it's not like it's documented different levels, like I'm an A4, 5, 6, like the Myers-Briggs test. There's nothing like that. I'm just telling people that if you have this happening, that means there is areas in your life that you are not loving yourself. And I have a whole chapter in this book, and it's called The Miracle Cure. And I forgot which number it is. It's 5. Oh, it's 6. That's weird. I just went like this to my book and it opened on the page. It literally opened on the, I just opened the book and it opened on the page. Thank you, God. That's what that is. But it's called The Miracle Cure. And in this is, I teach everyone whatever you need to know to fill your own worthiness cup. Because when we're seeking love, approval, and acceptance from the outside world, it enters our worthiness cup and flies out the bottom. It feels good for a second. It's instant gratification, but then it's out. We're still looking for the next hit, right? We become approval junkies. But when we start to give ourselves love, approval, and acceptance through everything that they will learn in this chapter, hold on, I'm going to clear my throat. Everything they learn in this chapter, the bottom goes on that worthiness cup. The cup fills, and other people are a bonus in our life. They are no longer our means of love, approval, and acceptance. They are just a bonus. So shockingly, what happens is we actually get easier going to be around because we are no longer trying to get something from our people. We don't have expectations of them anymore. The relationship becomes free flowing because we allow each other to be each other, to be who we are authentically, rather than saying, you have to do this to make me feel like this. We're in charge of how we feel. What's that?
That is so self-empowering, And as I'm listening to you, I think where where relationships go wrong in the beginning is you often hear, especially women, looking for a relationship that they think is going to complete them. I'm going to be this whole person when I find the man of my dreams. But what people fail to understand is if you don't bring a whole person into the relationship, it's never going to work. You need to already feel enough before you bring another person into your space, or you literally are just creating a huge problem for yourself. And I think that's kind of where things go wrong often in marriages, because often women more than men, I think, feel incomplete. And that's probably, the old way of thinking. Our mothers used to model us from early childhood in that, your only goal in life is to find a man and become a mother. And, that's all there is to life. And I think that's harmed a lot of women along the way. And thankfully, I think we're moving away from that kind of thinking now, which is a good thing. Can you share some practical ways in which people can show up differently in their relationships that's not harmful for them?
That's not harmful for the partner or the person?
For the person that is a people pleaser.
Yeah. Well, the number one thing is boundaries. Okay. It's boundaries, it's communication, it's being willing to stand for what you stand for. I'll use this really small example. Like back in the day, I don't like things that are violent. I don't like boxing, especially, where people are punching each other in the face and they're bloody. And I just don't like that. But I would go to the boxing, we're going to go and watch the boxing match at so-and-so's house. And I would go along with it. Kristen today would say, no, that's not good for my energy. You go have a great time, but that's not good for my energy. So really this is about, because people pleasers are really overgivers. We're just over accommodating the heck out of our people. This is about moving from the over accommodating back into what do you need? And one of the practical things we can ask is, like I said, in any given moment, what do I need? If someone says you want to go watch a boxing match, What do I need? Like, just become really intentional. I explain it like this. Look at yourself as you are caring for either a small child that you love, a pet, or an elderly loved one, someone who is weak and cannot defend or protect themselves. And think about the fierceness you have towards them, right? No one's getting in, not on my watch. They're not messing with my dog, my kids, my mom, that fierceness that we have. We need to turn that inward. And we have to look at our grown self as a little child that did not get those things. That's what's missing. So when we start to give those things to ourselves slowly, methodically, asking ourselves a lot of questions, what do you need right now? And start showing up for that. What happens is we will naturally and organically start to express ourselves in our authentic way. Okay? Because back in the day, Bridgetti, I thought my value, like a lot of women, our value is our looks and what we can provide, or some type of something, right? So when I focused on my looks being my value, I attracted men who valued me for my looks. When I started focusing on my inner world and was very intentional with my yeses and my nos, I finally attracted the person that, of course, still is attracted to me physically, or else we wouldn't be together, but who focuses on who I am more so than what I look like. So it's really important that we get really honest with first ourselves and then the people that we're dealing with, so that we show up as our authentic self. Because here's the thing, you guys, when we're showing up a skewed version of who we are, we're going to attract people that like that version. Yeah. But it will never feel like we're loved for who we are. Yes, you get it, Bridgetti. I know you do. But if we start showing up our authentic self, then this person decides they like us, love us, want to spend the rest of their life with us, then it's us they like, not this mask-wearing, people-pleasing person. Because guess what? At some point, the true us is going to show through, and then they're going to be like, who are you? What happened to this man or woman I fell in love with? Authenticity is key, I'm telling you.
Oh my goodness. I'm just lapping up everything you say. And I remember, the younger me would say, yes, I'll go to the boxing match with you. Yes, I'll go and watch soccer with you. I'll watch rugby with you. The me now would say, you know what? If you enjoy rugby, go right ahead. I'll see you after the game. Yeah. I'm going to do something with my time that I enjoy, that fills my cup. If rugby fills your cup, go right ahead and do it. And I'll meet you up later. It's such a huge difference, and I'm happier for it. I'm so much happier for it. So how we show up in the world really, really does make a big difference. So for anybody who's going to be picking up your book, and, if you're watching the show, go and grab a copy of both books if you can, really, because I think they complement each other incredibly well.
They do.
So for anyone who's going to read The Recovering People Pleaser, what are the key takeaways that you hope people would get from reading that book?
Oh my gosh. I have to tell you this, and I might cry when I say it because it's so... I wrote this book with so much heart. I wanted people to feel my heart. I wanted people to be seen. I wanted people to see my flaws, to know that their flaws are okay. I wanted people to go, wow, every word of this book is blowing my mind. Like every sentence. Someone messaged me and said she dog-eared every page. She goes, Kristen, every page I'm dog-earing. That's what I wanted from this book. I want people to be seen, and I want them to know. Another testimonial I got back on an interview is the girl said, she goes, if you want the book that has it all, that will heal you, this is it. That's what I'm hoping that people get, is that there's warmth in this. There's understanding. There is a heck of experience, a lot of pain, but a lot of healing that was behind the writing of this book. And I'm so proud of it.
Wow. all I
I
can
know.
say
I'm a
is,
Misty girl.
I have never hung on to anyone's every single word the way I've hung on to your words, because there was so much in this conversation that rung true for me personally and for people that I know, that, I didn't want to miss anything of what you said, not a single word. And I know that anyone hearing this live or on the replay is going to feel the same way. I've never felt as emotional about an interview as I have of this one. So I really genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, want to thank you for sharing your thoughts in your books and for doing this interview with us today. I'm truly, truly grateful, and I'd really, really love it if you'd come back onto the show again in future. But I want to say thank you for your time to our amazing audience. Thank you to each one of you, and I implore you, please, 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 please go and grab these books. Kristen, thank you so much to our amazing audience. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for watching the show with us today, and we'll see you back again on the next episode of Books with Bridgetti. Kristen, don't go away. We'll talk again, but we're going to say goodbye to the audience for now.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us on Books with Bridgetti. Join us next time for industry experts and award-winning authors only on 100 TV.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. You're watching 100 TV.
I'm a content creator and the founder of Joie G113, Joie Gharrity. I worked in the Hollywood entertainment industry for 15 plus years at top companies in film, television, original web content, and brand entertainment. Every episode, I start by sharing a Hollywood story along with a superstar branding and marketing strategy and tip that you can implement quickly and easily so you can take your biz to superstar status on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing with Joie. I'm content creator Joie Gharrity, and I have a really exciting topic today. It's one of my favorite topics. It's all about grabbing your and calling in your ideal clients, right? Because that's what it's about out there, right? You want a thriving business. But I always start with a Hollywood story. So today I want to talk about, while I was working in Hollywood, it would be sometimes commonplace when someone would start doing really well, like a director or writer, for instance, and they would start taking off in their career, and they would know that audience and emotionally connect with that audience very well, right? So let's just say it was a comedy writer or it was a thriller director, right? But as they started getting going, they wanted to shift the marketplace. They want to shift gears. And so, for instance, a comedy writer would sit down and he would start pitching, right? A thriller, for instance, or a sci-fi movie, let's say. And what it did is it would really unbalance and make the pitch and the room wonky, right? Because he wasn't talking to his audience, the audience that he'd been growing for a very long time. And now he wanted to take a very, very hard left turn. Okay. It's the same thing about you as an entrepreneur or business owner calling in your ideal client. Let's just say, for instance, an entrepreneur is selling how to become a speaker, like become an international speaker on stage, which I am and I love, and those coaches are fantastic as a coach, right? And then all of a sudden, they start talking about being a business coach. What kind of signal are they sending out to their ideal clients? A very wonky and confusing signal, right? Or let's say, for instance, there is a business out there that sells a shampoo product. Let's just say that. So shampoo products is a high luxury shampoo product. And then all of a sudden, they started selling independent insurance. Let's say that, right? What would that do to the marketplace, right? It caused a lot of distrust because it's a hard left. Now, I'm not saying underneath your company umbrella that you can't have divisions, okay? And I'll talk about that on another episode. Of course you can have divisions, right? Because you want to think about yourself like a studio, for instance, like Warner Brothers or Paramount Studios, for instance, right? They have divisions underneath the umbrella, and that's how they keep things in alignment. What they're really doing is they're giving each division their own, giving the Paramount or Warner Brothers influence. However, it still has to make sense, right? So Warner Brothers is not selling insurance, or Paramount's not selling insurance. Are they selling media? Sure. And media has lots of divisions. It has books, it has music, it has live streaming, it has licensing of, licensing for television, for any kind of series out there, right? And it goes on and on and on. However, it still makes sense. Okay. So today's topic is a part 1 series that I want to be sharing with all of you, how to include your ideal client into your company brand. And I'm going to be sharing signature strategies. I'm going to be sharing signature strategies with all of you of what you can implement. And they're super easy breezy, but they're very empowering and powerful strategies that you can implement so that you can call in your ideal client. What I want to talk about here is when you call in your ideal client, you want them to recognize that you're talking to them when you're sharing on your social media or marketing campaigns. You don't want to keep who you're talking to as your ideal client in the shadows. And so the way you talk to them on your social media marketing has to be exclusively and significantly for them, so that they can hear the signal that you're putting out there and they can identify themselves as being your ideal client. So when I'm working with my clients in my trainings, and in my books, I share this too, I talk about what signals are you putting out in the marketplace that's calling your ideal client. So we all have a signal that we put out there in the marketplace. It is just us as a company, as a brand, we're just an essence of the brand itself, right? And even big brands where people are working at JOBs, they have an essence of themselves too. And so they're putting out a signal in the marketplace so that people can identify the brand, and then they can see if they're like-minded to the brand and how they're going to fit into the brand. And so I want you to really be thinking this on a deeper level. I talk more about this in my book, The Red Carpet Guide to Visibility Influence. And you can find that on Amazon, and you can learn more about that there. But it's just a very interesting concept around what is the signal that you're sending out there into the marketplace, and how is that signal translating out there into the marketplace. So again, you want to be thinking about how people are seeing you, and then how they are going to know that they're going to work with you. So I know it sounds a little bit, I don't know, I don't want to say woohoo because it's not woohoo, but it's something really to be thinking about. When I started my company brand, I had to sit down and I'm like, what signals do I want to send out? And I'm like, oh, I want to send out the visibility influence is key to your earning power. And I want to send out a signal that I work with women entrepreneurs and that I love buzzing people out and getting them more visibility and influence out there with their brand, and that I'm integrity based. And these are all signals that I'm sending out. So I want you to sit down and write down a list of the signals that you want to be sending out. You can learn more about my products and services at joeg113.com. And on my last episode, I talked a little bit more about where my name came from, with joieg113.com. You can learn more about that there. Okay, so one signature strategy I want to share with all of you, which is a great way to get your signal and call on your ideal client, is to share testimonials. And I know you've heard this before, but what I hear a lot of times is that people are like, they're housing all these testimonials on their website. And I'm like, well, God bless that. However, right, that's almost like keeping your greatest superpower in the shadows. Instead, I want you to incorporate your testimonials, both in written and video, into your social media shares. And yes, this is going to take some courage. Okay. This tells the marketplace who you're working with and the kind of results they're getting from you by working with you, right? And they'll be able to see themselves as your ideal client in the testimonial. Again, it's a great way to really shine a bright spotlight on you and your company brand and call in your ideal clients. Again, you want to do this both visually with a post, a written post. I personally use imagery that's a good fit for me, right? I have a signal through my imagery, and we'll talk more about that. The way that you have a style about yourself out there is also signaling in your ideal client, but also too, I want you to do through video. So I want you to ask your ideal clients to send you a little 10, 20 second, 30 second maximum video about what it's like to work with you, and tell them to smile. You just look better when you smile on video, right? Also too, tell them to be authentic about the kind of results they've got by working with you. And then I want you to share that video out there in the marketplace. And here's the best part, guys, is I want you to tag them. Okay. I want you to tag them across your social media channels. And why does that matter? Because what you're doing is you're getting in their backyard, right? And you're getting in the backyard with people that already know, like, and trust them. Right. And so with that know, like, and trust, you're setting yourself up for bigger success, because people of like mind typically run with other people of like mind. And so they're running with like-minded people who might really be your ideal clients, right? And so be brave, ask them to send you a video testimonial, and then share it out there across your social media channels. You can also embed your video testimonial into your electronic signature. That's a great way the electronic signature doubles as a billboard. So be thinking about your electronic signature that way. You could also embed it into your email blast. That's another great way of sharing it out there in the marketplace, right? Is embedding it into an email blast and really like celebrating. You could share more than one testimonial at a time too, that way, right? You could maybe you do a whole series, but here's the other beauty part, is you're also spotlighting your clients, right? And who doesn't want to be spotlighted? It's great. So it's a way that people can emotionally connect with you through the testimonials. I want you to here we go. Testimonials sitting on your one website is not shining a bright spotlight or on your clients. I mean, of course, we have to have them. That's just standard to have them there, but they're just collecting dust, in my opinion. Yes, periodically, as traffic comes through, they're going to go check it out, but instead take them out of the shadows and share a minimum of a testimonial, whether it be written or video, a week. Yep, you heard me right. A minimum of a week. Every week, one testimonial. If you have if you're more courageous than that, then more than one testimonial, right? You don't want to have a testimonial every day necessarily to share, because that's not organic, and that gets a little old and it's too salesy. However, one a week, and tag that person, and that doubles as a spotlight. And when you spotlight others, the spotlight turns back and spotlights you. So I encourage you to also calendar it, right? That way, remember, in my last video, I talked about the social media marketing campaigns. And so put it in your calendar that you're going to share one testimonial a week, whether it's written or video, and have fun with it. And then just sit back, make sure you tag them, right? And sit back and just bask in the glory of your win, because you deserve it, because it's your birthright, because you did the work and now they're showing up for you. All right, red carpet strategy. Incorporate imagery of you and your ideal client into your company brand. So what I mean by that is that I want you to take pictures with your ideal clients. It's another way, and then share those pictures and tag them across your social media channel. It's another way where the marketplace can see if they're a good fit for you or not. It's also another way that again, you're getting into their backyard, right? With people that already know, like, and trust them, right? And now they see that this ideal client's working with you, and that opens a door of a potential ideal client walking through the door and working and getting to work with someone else they're new, without having to. I don't believe in chasing clients, by the way, not at all. I believe in incorporating these type of signature strategies out there and really being consistent with them, and then letting the clients come to you. Again, they will see themselves, right? It also doubles as a great spotlight, and it's fun. Okay. Now, I'm well aware that not all of your clients are you don't live by them, most likely. I mean, I'm trying to think. No, most of my clients are just across the United States right now. So, and even if they are in the Bay Area, they're not close to me where we live. So instead, I want you to take a picture of your ideal clients, a spotlight them across your social media channels, and make sure you tag them. But you can also do this by taking a picture with them on Zoom, right? So, and have them smile, ask them to smile. So you both smile, right? You take a screenshot, and then you share it, and you tag them across your social media channels, and you guys are side by side anyways. And so it's another workaround, but it's a great way to be sharing out there. Also too, if you're running any kind of groups, any type of memberships, with all your ideal clients in it, right? Take a group Zoom and share that, and share what you guys talked about. And of course, when it's more than that one client, that's easy to get that permission. Just make sure everyone's okay with you tagging them. But it's a beautiful, what I call the banana split. It's a Joie G113 banana split when you can tag more than one person. And so if you can tag 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 people or more, let's say in a group program that you're running, and you're tagging them, think about how many backyards you're going to get into, and think about how many people know, like, and trust your ideal clients already. And now you've opened yourself up to a brand new network who's going to be like, well, if she or he's working with me, then I could be working with her too, or with him, right? So Zoom is a great way. Think about this next time that you're doing a big group network. And even next time you go to a Zoom network itself, right? Take a picture of it, right? I'm sure there's people in there that you're working with, and tag them, right? Okay, so Zoom's a great other alternative to if you're not next door, if you're not doing in-person meetings. Now that we're heading back in person, though, at a network, it's also a great opportunity for you to take pictures there, right? So when you're taking pictures at a network itself, it's exciting, right? And don't just take, and here's the thing, you can of course take a selfie, or or maybe a couple people, but another idea is to get in front of the room and then take a picture with everyone behind you cheering or waving, and then tag all those people, because most likely you're all like-minded, and that's why you're in the same network, which tells your ideal client out there, hey, this is someone that's like-minded like me, and again opens up another doorway, right? I know these might seem simple, but they're quite powerful, and they're very empowering techniques. How do I know? They work for me, and they've worked for my clients. And You can find more about these techniques in the Red Carpet Guide to Visibility Influence, which I will put right here. Make sure to grab a copy of that on Amazon so that you can be everywhere, right? It's called The Red Carpet Guide to Visibility Influence. And in this book, I talk about my Hollywood journey, what I learned from the masters and leaders and superstars that I worked with down there, and then how I put heart center to the signature strategies, and then how you can roll it into your branding, marketing, and social media. And it's a guide. It doubles as a guidebook. It's a step-by-step guidebook, which I love. I love guidebooks. I love to work along with it, and it won't take long. But by the time you're done, you will have a robust marketing and social media strategies and techniques that you can implement them, just like the testimonial that I just talked about, just like incorporating yourself into the pictures, like I talked about. You can do Zoom. You can do it on Zoom. And if you're in a big network, make sure to take pictures there too, and then tag as many people there as well on social media. So I also today, I want to talk about another strategy about the signals that you're putting out there in the marketplace about your ideal client. People work with people that they know, like, and trust. And so I encourage you to start sharing your personal and professional journey. It doesn't have to be so personal where it's about like a divorce, for instance, or of course, never about your children. I'm not saying that, but about your business journey along the way. And we all have ups and downs, right? But with those ups and downs comes along life lessons, comes along professional and personal life lessons. And so be brave and share those out there in the marketplace. People will embrace that. They will feel closer to you. Your ideal client will say, hey, you know what? If Joey's sharing that, then I can share my ups and downs with her and not feel judged, right? Because we're not here to judge people, right? Or that's someone I want to buy from because they were authentic enough and courageous enough to share something, and I can relate with that. Or maybe they're not going through that, but they're like, hey, I'm emotionally connecting with that. Because what I do along with the journey is I don't just share the ups and downs, I share the life lesson and then how I got through it. Whether it's a business tool, resource, or tip, or it's a personal inner game resource, strategy, or tool, right? Something that's bite-sized. You don't want to go crazy with all this, right? You want to keep it very bite-sized. And so I break down my personal shares into Act 1, Act 2, and then Act 3, just like the hero's journey. So if you've watched any movie that you adore and love, most of them have a hero or heroine's journey in it. It's how they got on the journey that was a lot of times a down, and then how they slayed the dragon, which is the up. But then in the third act, you learn, how did they do it? How did they get past this really significant down that's going on in their professional and personal life? What did they learn along the way, right? And how did they take those teachings and those learning skills that they learned, how to come out above it, how to rise above what happened in Act 1 and Act 3? I want you to think about the same way when you're sharing out there your personal and or professional or both journey. I actually share both. I want people to know that I have an inner game, right? Because I have a second book called Being Your Own Superstar, How to Expand Your Love Capacity, right? You can grab this on Amazon too. And I want them to know that it takes, and you better have a really strong inner game if you're going to have a strong outer game. I actually think your inner game is the biggest game in town. But in order to show up with all these different tips and tools that I'm sharing with you, sharing testimonials takes courage, and you're going to have some inner game for that, right? And doing it every week Come on, you're going to have a strong inner game, right? Because we're taught in society it's bragging, and it's not. Instead, I say it's sharing a win, and when you share your wins, you're opening doors for others to do the same. Imagine the kind of personal and professional world we'd be living in if everyone shared their wins, right? And it would open up a door and give someone else courage to share their wins too, right? So I want you to be thinking like that. Okay. But I do personal and professional, and I do encourage you to do the same. What's a professional share that I would share? For instance, I would share perhaps about launching my new online program. And I would share about how I jumped into it, and it was super exciting at first, and then came along these huge learning curves that came along with it, and the technology back end that came along with it, and everything else, and how there was a point where I just wanted to just drop I didn't want to do it at all. I just wanted to get off the professional journey. But what did I do in order to keep going? Right? I leaned on my inner game, but I also reminded myself of the life lessons I learned along the way, right? Of what it's like to put together an online program and the kind of courage it takes to put myself out there with that, but also to the technology base I had to learn to make it work out there in the marketplace, and how I had to dig deep and just keep on going. And I structurally did it because I gave myself a goal line and a deadline. All right. I know that might sound simple, but it's not, because I'm being authentic about it. And I know there's other people out there who are getting their online programs that would read it, or I could do it in a video, written or video, either way. And they would learn from that, and it would give them that extra oomph to dig deep and keep going. Or it would also give them that extra tool or resource that I included of what I used for the technology back end of it, that they're like, I didn't hear of that yet. And maybe that's something that they needed in order for them to keep going. And a personal brand, to call them my ideal client and my company brand, right, is I share my personal journey. And what I mean by my personal journey, I don't mean anything that I don't talk about my family life. Instead, I talk about my personal journey of my ups and my downs, of what it's like just to be down here on earth, right? Because we all have life lessons, and life lessons are like every day, sometimes every hour of the day, right? But I share about something that I'm going through, and then a particular inner game tool or resource that I am leaning on that's helping me to learn the life lesson, then share the life lesson, and then what's happened for me since I was able to get on the other side of that, which again is Act 3, which I shared with you guys earlier, right? So just to recap, okay? Today, we're talking all about part 1 of how to include your ideal client into your company brand, okay? I'm sharing some really powerful and empowering signature strategies of mine and tips that I know work, because they've worked for me and they worked for my clients, and you can find those in the Red Carpet Guide to Visibility and Influence on Amazon. The first one we talked about is about how to, the signal you're putting out there, and how to do it through testimonials. And I'm encouraging you to share one testimonial, whether it's written or video, every single week. Yes, every week. Make sure you calendar it so that you don't freak out or get scared, or put in an autoresponder so you don't chicken out at the end. Okay. So that's the first one. Every single week, written or video. The next thing that I want you to do is, when you share it, I want you to share it, and I want you to tag the person that gave you the testimonial. Why? Because it gets you in their backyard, right? And when you're in their backyard, then there are people that know, like, and trust them, right? Are like, well, maybe this is someone I should know, like, and trust too, because that person that person is working with you. The next way I want you to do it is, I want you to incorporate imagery with your clients. Take a picture with them. If you're not seeing them in person with one-on-ones, that's fine. However, then do it with Zoom and then tag them. But what I call as the Joie G113 signature banana split is if you have a membership group, if you have a group, if you have a network that you're running and you all are on Zoom, to take a screenshot of that and then to tag them all. Tagging 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 25 people is what I call a banana split. Then you're in all their backyards, and that, sisters and brothers, is a great way to share the buzz out there about you and you being that they're like know and trust friends would be your ideal client, most likely. And then also too, I want you to, as we head back in person, I want you to be taking pictures with people at events. Most likely you're running with like-minded people, and I'm sure some of those people in there are your ideal clients, and then tag them as well, right? It's another great way of doing this. And finally, what I want to talk to you about is I want you to share your personal and professional journey, written or video or both, with the marketplace. What it does is it calls in your ideal client. Vulnerability is amazing. Being authentic is where we're all at. That way your ideal client is like, if they can be authentic, then I can be authentic with them, right? And it allows emotional connection and know, like, and trust with you. You want to do it both personally, professionally for sure, but I say personally and professionally, okay? And share your headshot with that or a picture of yourself with that for face recognition. It's a great way of getting more face recognition out there in the marketplace. Well, I want to thank you for your time today, and I want you thank you for joining me today, and look forward to seeing you on the red carpet guide to branding and marketing. And I'm going to be doing a part 2 of this series of how to incorporate your ideal client into the marketplace. Until next time, everyone, ciao.
Come along on one person's journey to discover their authentic self and bring a bold business vision to fruition. If you're an entrepreneur or just think like one, we invite you to get raw. Muster the courage to express your value without inhibition and transform the way you express yourself. After all, the world is your oyster. This is Business in the Raw. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. It's been a long Monday, but guess what? Now it's happy hour. Sit back, relax, and unwind with a Rewine. Drink with Rick Rewine, only on 100 TV.
Hi, and welcome to the Drink with Rick Rewind. I'm Rick, and this is a showcase of clips and highlights from classic episodes of the Saturday Night Wine Stream, featuring wine reviews and general off-the-cuff entertainment. In this episode of the Rewind, I open, taste, and review a Malbec from Argentina that I purchased from a local wine store called, Wine Store. I also tell you about my experiences with chocolate wines and how my dad used to make his own wine when I was young. And there is one disclaimer. This first segment is more of a slide stream due to an unexpected technical issue when it was originally recorded. But the review itself is intact. So sit back, relax with your favorite libation, and drink with me as we rewind the slideshow review of the Phyllis, or is it Felis? We'll say Phyllis. 2016 Malbec. Welcome to Drink with me, with Drink with Rick. This is our third live stream. And tonight we're going to try out a nice Malbec. It was actually on the recommendation of someone at the local wine store. And I think we had a couple of people last week recommend that we try a Malbec this time. So that's what we're going to do this evening. I made a few little minor changes to the set so I could so I can give everyone a better view of what we're doing. I made a few minor changes to the set and a major change to the camera setup, which essentially broke the video portion of the stream. I have a second camera set up. It's not the camera that I really wanted to use, but hopefully it will give us, let me see if I can get a shot of this. We're going to be opening up this Phyllis, and we're going to be tasting a couple of cheeses. And she made this for me. She set this up for me just for this live stream. And I have a couple of cheeses here. It looks like I have a cheddar and I have a Gouda. I have a nice Gouda over there, some grapes. I think she's expecting to have dinner up here, I suppose. It's a little bit late here. It's after 10:30 here in Charlotte, but we did have a few snacks a little while ago, but I think she's expecting me to eat a full meal up here now because that's what it looks like I have. Anyway, the other thing that we're going to be opening up this bottle with this contraption that she bought for me today. She picked it up at an estate sale. And she got it for $5. And this thing it's pretty massive. And I just briefly looked over the instructions. I have not actually tried to use this before, so it should be fun to see how adept or inept I am at using this thing live on camera. And it was the addition of the second camera that broke the video for the stream. You could say that it was practically a showstopper. However, I was unaware of just how bad it was until later in the show. And by that time, it was too late to fix it live. The show had to go on. Anyway, so let's go ahead and pour this thing. Now for the pouring. Now I do not have a proper aerator up here. One of these days I'll get one. I'm pouring with my left hand. And I'm just going to put a little in the glass this time because we're going to give it a chance to, let's see if it has any, has a nice, let me get it, it's out of the camera. It has a nice color to it. And I'm going to swirl it around. I'm going to have to swirl it around my right hand here. And see what we've got here see if it has any legs. I should be playing a ZZ Top tune right about now. But, and it looks like it's kind of hard to see against that gray background. Let me see if I can move it. Oh, it's not bad. This is at room temperature, so it shouldn't take too long to, let me move it up to the other camera. Supposed to be 13.5% alcohol by volume. That's usually understated from what I hear. It's usually rather understated. It has nice body to it. Okay. The aromas are very interesting. Now, what this one's supposed to have in it, and I'm going to pull this up for just a second. It says that it's supposed to have black fruit, licorice, and violet aromas that kind of stand out on this one. And that's one of the reasons why I was attracted to this Malbec when they mentioned it, because I love licorice. A lot of people don't like licorice, but I happen to like it a lot. Although I can't eat too much of it at once. Can't really smell the licorice, but I can smell a little bit of the. It's not a heavy wine at all. I can taste a little bit. I can taste a little bit of the. I can taste a little bit of the because it says the finish was with a light mint notes, and I can taste just a hint of that on the finish. And that was kind of what I was interested in. I thought that, wow, minty? I don't know. It may be a slight hint of mint at the end. Not very much. But it's I think this is an easy drinking wine. It's not heavy on tannins or anything like that. It's really just a light. Yeah, I like this wine. Very good. I'm going to have some more of this. Okay, I'm going to switch cameras so we can pour some more of this. Set it up here. Set this one up on a bit of a pedestal. And let's give it a good swig. Yeah, I like this wine. It's very good. I think supposedly this wine is supposed to pair really good with steak. I didn't have steak. I have this. I guess the closest thing to it would be to steak. There's some kind of meat here. I guess the closest thing to that would be, this beef summer sausage. Which might be kind of spicy for this wine. I think this wine would probably pair a lot better with a steak than it would with a sausage. I think sausages need I think a little. It's good though. I mean the summer sausage. She put together this nice spread. This was really nice of her to do this. Fortunately for the slideshow stream, the wine was good and paired well with the food. My final review of this wine? Here it comes now. I did some pricing on it online, and the prices were a little all over the place. I saw, on the high end, I saw $45 for a bottle of this, Phyllis Classic Malbec. I found that hard to believe. Now, I did see a couple listings for a couple $100, but I think that was for a case. But I saw individual bottles, it looked like, for about $40 to $45, which I think is, well, actually, it's, I don't know if I'd pay $40 for it, but I would say it would be, this tastes like maybe a $25, $30 bottle of wine. It's actually pretty good, but I've seen it as low as $11 or $12. And I think the wine store, I think I purchased it for about $13. So, $13, I think this is a real good buy for a Malbec. This one I think is very, very good. So, I would recommend this one. Phyllis Classic Malbec 2016. I did do a review on it when I first opened it up, and I have to say this is an excellent wine. If there was a wine store in your area, or if there's any wine store in your area, now if there's one in your area that sells it, I highly recommend this. I picked it up for about $13, $14 a bottle, around that area. But I think you can get it for a little less. I've seen it selling for more, but I'm pretty sure you can get it for less. This is a very good wine, and I highly recommend this if you like a Malbec. And even if you don't particularly care for a Malbec, I think it's actually I think you might even like this wine. That ends the slideshow portion of the Rewine. The video wasn't great, but overall, I really liked the wine. I do need to make one clarification. During the stream, I kept referring to the wine as Phyllis. The correct pronunciation, I've been told, is Felis. I've heard it both ways. Up next, we circle back to the previous wine stream with my thoughts about chocolate wine and how my dad used to make his own wine when I was young. There's more to Rewine, so stick around. Now that the slideshow review is done, let's rewind back to the second episode of the wine stream with a story about a 9-year-old kid who would sneak sips from his dad's homemade wine. But first, here's my personal take on chocolate wines. Now, another kind of wine that I like, that I have a personal preference for sometimes, is a chocolate wine. Anybody ever had chocolate? We wouldn't have tried chocolate wine. I cannot drink a whole bottle of chocolate wine, so I'm not going to do a whole bottle if we do that, but I'd try a bottle of chocolate wine. I have tried a few chocolate wines. I have found one or two to be very, very good. They're like dessert wines. I have found a lot of them to be not to my liking, too sweet and too, I don't know, the mix of wine to chocolate was not what I was expecting, or just didn't work very well for me. But I have tried chocolate wines before, a couple that I really, really enjoyed. One in particular that they used to sell at the Total Wino, and they no longer sell it, which is a great disappointment. I can't remember. I can't recall the label right offhand, but it was. And they did have one that was a white chocolate wine that I really thought was really, really good. Enjoyed that, but have not seen either one of those labels in a couple of years. I was kind of disappointed. And the last time that I went there, the clerk recommended this alternative chocolate wine to me, which I really did not like at all. And it was a $10 bottle of wine that, let me put it this way, that's $10 I'll never see again. But I did not like it that much. Here's a story about how my dad used to make his own wine when I was young. So, I was going to bring over a lot of other wine trivia. And right offhand, as I said before, my memory is it's funny how your memory starts going a little bit more the deeper down the bottle you go. My dad, I got a picture somewhere. Where is that? I forgot that. I was going to show you all this picture. Let me see if I can find it. This kind of brought back some memories for me of my youth. See if we can pull this around. This was taken a few years ago, but it is a little bit nostalgic for me. There we go. All right. This was a photo taken of me when I was at the. Let me see if I can bring this down a little bit. This was taken when I went with my family down in I'm sorry, we're down south, North Carolina. We went up to Asheville to the Biltmore. And we went to the Biltmore Winery, and this was taken, the front of the winery, I saw this, they had this on display at the front of the winery of an old wine press. Jeannie, you might, yes, absolutely. This is why. See, wasn't it worth the wait to see this picture pop up? That totally looks like the press Dad built. Yes, Gina, it does. When I first saw this, we went there to the winery and we were going to take the wine tour. We got to the front of this thing, and as soon as I saw that, I just about teared up because it brought back so many memories. I told Chi right away, I said, this looks exactly like the press that my dad built. Now, it's not exactly like it because I'll tell you that there are some differences, but basically it is the same basic design. Exactly the same basic design. My dad built this wine press. He built it by hand, and he looks a little bit different. He had the same, like the little slats in there that to build the press part of it. He had something different for what he had holding everything together. But the press part he had used, if I remember correctly, it was he had taken I'm trying to remember what it was exactly that he had taken, but it was almost like some kind of either a vise or a that he had inverted, or it was some sort of a jack, a vehicle jack that he had used, really heavy duty item that he had turned upside down and used, and then he had a round wooden plank that he would hold under that jack that we load the grapes in, because I used to help him with this. He'd get in these crates of grapes, and we'd load all the grapes in there, and then we turn this thing slowly at the top to press the grapes down, press the juice out of them, and really compress it out of there. And then he'd have a little funnel down the front. I don't know if you see my mouse here, but in the front he had this funnel that went into a 5-gallon crock pot. It was a 5-gallon crock pot down the bottom here that would catch all of the grapes. So anyway, that was what we did. He used to press the grapes by hand like this, and then he would cover the crock pot with cheesecloth, and then let it sit next. Now, here's the funny thing: is that he had this 5-gallon drum, or this 5-gallon crock pot. When he pressed the grapes, he would take the 5-gallon crock pot and, let me get back to camera one here. There we go. He'd take the 5-gallon crock pot and he moved it over next to the TV in our family room, or what we call the Florida room, because we live in Florida. And it was sat between the television set and his wine bar. And he'd cover it with cheesecloth, and it would just sit there, or the grapes and the mash, basically everything in there would just sit there and just ferment for, I don't know, how long was it, Gina? Like 6 months, 7 months, something like that. It was a long time. I don't know, 6 weeks. I don't know. It was a long time. He'd let it sit there for a while. And then at that point, he had some oak barrels. He had some, I think there were 2.5 gallon, no, maybe there were more, maybe 3 gallon or 3.5 gallon drum, wooden barrels that he would pour it into and then let it age there for a while longer. Now, these little wooden barrels had little spigots on them. And when I was a kid, now he did this this was in Florida when he was doing this. This is when we lived in our Winter Park address in Florida. But he also did this in North Carolina when we lived in North Carolina before that, in Salisbury. And he would do this every year, and then he would store these things in the garage, these barrels of his wine. He was making white wine with the grapes in his garage, in the garage. And I remember when I was a kid, I was about 8 or 9 years old, and I would sneak into the garage. You probably didn't know this, Penny or Gina, but I would sneak into the garage and sneak sips of the wine. I'd sit there and drink some of the wine out of the spigot. I just opened the spigot, and it wasn't ready to drink really, but I'd be over there sipping. And so even back then, when I was 8 or 9 years old, I was drinking wine. And of course, hopefully they won't come after me because I was underage at that point. But anyway, he had a carton of Mad novels. The Mad magazine. They'd have them in the paperbacks. And he had a carton of those that he used to keep, that he collected over the years. And I would sit in there in the garage sometimes and read his Mad paperbacks and drink the wine. And that was what I did when I was about 8 or 9 years old. Maybe I was 10. I was 9 or 10. But that was I did that early on. That was when I first started drinking wine. Jeannie, you probably didn't know that. Maybe you did. I don't know. But that was my early. That was one of my early. Yes, yes, Gina, I did. I'm not making this up. True story. True story. Remember, this was in not Milford Drive, but Prescott Drive. We lived on Prescott Drive. And we had that 2-car garage, and that was the garage where he worked on a lot of his woodworking projects. He actually built a piano. He actually rebuilt a piano. He bought an upright piano, and he took the thing completely apart. And now my dad was a lot of things, but he was somewhat talented at this. He took this thing completely apart, and over the course of, I think, about 6 to 8 months, he completely restored and rebuilt that piano, that upright piano. And that's what Gina and I learned to play the piano on. I don't know if we really learned that much, but that was we had done it. We had our first wine much earlier than that. Yes, we did. We did have our first wine much earlier than that. They were in these little tall, there were little shot glasses, but they were tall shot glasses, and he'd pour us a little bit of wine. I do remember that. But this is the rest of the story. The rest of the story is that, they gave us a little bit of sip of wine here and there, but I would go out in the garage where he was storing the good stuff, and I'd be sitting there reading his Mad magazines and drinking from the tap. So, he was. Yeah, so that was one of my earliest. So it's true, yeah. Gina was right. That was not the earliest I had wine. I had wine when I was little with the shot glass. But those are the ones my parents gave us. What they didn't know was I was out there drinking his wine in the garage when nobody was around. Yeah. Wait, yes. The magazines weren't his. No, they were his. I had magazines. I did. Gina says the Mad magazines weren't his, and they were yours. I thought. No, I did get magazines, but they were the actual magazines, kind of like the old crack magazines. I don't know if anybody remembers those. I think they still publish those somewhere, but. What he had was the paperback books, and they had a lot of it in paperback format. They would take a lot of the best of or whatever, and like novel format and books. So they'd have these Mad books, and with all the comics and everything, the Mad magazine stuff in those. And he had a whole collection of these. And some of these were pretty old. Some of these went back to, I don't know, probably before I was born. They look pretty old. And I was reading when I was 10, and they look pretty old. I would just sit in there and read some of those. But no, those weren't mine. Those were his. He collected those. I don't know where he got them from or whatever, but he had a whole box of them. My dad collected a few things that I don't know why he did, but he had them. So maybe they were from when he was in the Navy or whatever. I have no idea. But some of those things are, I'm sure, collector's items now, if they still exist anywhere. I don't know. I don't know whatever happened to them. They're long gone. But that's what I did when I was a kid. One of the things I did I did a lot of weird things when I was a kid, but sneaking out to the garage and drinking my dad's white wine and that wasn't ready to be drunk yet, and reading his Mad magazines was one of them. Yeah. To clarify, I wasn't chugging the wine that was in my dad's garage. I was just taking a few tastes. I want to be clear about that. It's certainly not something that I encourage, so kids, don't try that at home. In our next episode, we'll review a Carmita 2017 red wine from Spain. We'll also learn if it's a good idea to buy a wine based on price, and how my daughter reacted to her very first taste of wine. I'm Rick. Thanks for watching, and remember, don't drink and drive.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Come along on one person's journey to discover their authentic self and bring a bold business vision to fruition. If you're an entrepreneur or just think like one, we invite you to get raw. Muster the courage to express your value without inhibition and transform the way you express yourself. After all, the world is your oyster. This is Business in the Raw.
Running 4 YouTube channels for a multi-billion-dollar tech company has given me so much experience with what it takes to be successful on YouTube. And in addition, I have my own YouTube channel, so I know what it's like to be a solo creator doing everything on your own with no resources. I want to share with you all of my best practices, tips, and tricks, so make sure to tune into my show on 100 TV.
Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa, Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzzit Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV. Thanks for watching 100 TV. Subscribe for daily uploads and join us again next Monday for another full day of live